Welcome back, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Today, we are going to be talking about the Minds Festival of Ideas. So I don't know if you are super familiar with this. I would say the first ever festival from the Minds people. Again, if you're not familiar, Minds is an alternative social media platform built by Bill Ottman and Ian Crossland. I've heard, a number of things about it. I haven't really seen it take off, but I've heard that they have a lot of good ideas in terms of, when something is flagged, instead of it being by an algorithm, they have this whole thing with, your post gets sent out to a jury of other Minds users. And then, they get to determine whether or not the post should be flagged, whether there needs to be any kind of anything done or not. All too often our posts get caught up in the algorithm for absolutely no reason. I remember I got banned from Facebook for 30 days one time for, ironically, not that they could tell, writing the sentence, yeah, comma, because women are yucky, exclamation point. 30-day ban off of that. So, over the weekend, they, just on Saturday, in New York City, they had their festival of ideas. We saw people like Cornel West, Daryl Davis. We got Ben Burgess here. That's not James O'Keefe, but James O'Keefe was there. Zuby, Tulsi Gabbard, Tim Pool, a bunch of other people. So I figured, they've got the whole thing online. It's a little long, so we're definitely not going to get through the whole thing today. But work is pretty slow for me this week, so if we don't finish today, we can jump right back in tomorrow. So with that being said, let's see what they've got for us. All right, well, we don't need any of that. All right. And let me know if there's sound, no sound. We're going to get any visual. There we go. Okay, so it seems like they're starting out with a little bit of comedy. I don't really care so much about the comedy. Let's get to the politics. Damn, all right. They went on for a minute. Jesus. All right, there we go. So let's back that up. There we go. Maajid Nawaz is a reformed Muslim. All right, let's speed this. Oh, we can't speed it up. Can we jump? No. Blair White will also be here. Who's here? Who's here? Let's get some comments. Who's in the building? Let's say hello. That's what the party is for. Morty's right here. There we go. Ian Crossland, getting to it. Morty. It's Bill Ottman. Those guys are the creators of Minds. And of course, Blair White, if she is a trans conservative activist. Let's see where this goes. Minutes. I'm not familiar with that guy. I really can't speed this up. Yeah, and just want to make sure. Beautiful. Oh, okay, so he's a guy from Mumford and Sons. Now we know. So we got Blair White, the Mumford and Sons dude, and the two Minds founders. Again, if there's no sound, please let me know. Obviously, I don't want you guys watching a silent video. Okay. But we know, as we, that's a good thing in the sense that for him, he wasn't personally canceled. But, the fact that we are led to feel like we have to self censor so that we don't get canceled, isn't ideal. But good for him. Good for him. Hmm. That's a really good point too. That social media isn't real life until it's real life. It's not, you do something online and it's just online, but as soon as it pops out and has something to do with your life, it becomes really real, real quick. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like a lot. I mean, is it just me? I feel like a lot of us can that can relate to that, where the things that used to just be normal ways of speaking have and ways of thinking have now become so weaponized that it's not that anybody is necessarily trying to be bigoted or prejudiced or anything like that. It's just sometimes we need to give people the grace to learn. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that. Let's see. Let's try that one again. Let's try that again. We got sound now.
Blair, you are a lightning rod for both criticism and praise. What is the worst experience you've had in terms of being mobbed online?
I feel like I've been canceled at least 7 times. I'm kind of like an internet cockroach. I'll just be here forever. Don't really know what else to do with my life,
Anybody?
really.
Sound?
But
What are
Yes?
what
No?
are the things that bring out
Thank you,
the
Tyler.
rage
Appreciate that.
on you?
So what's up, Tyler? I think this is your first time here, right? I appreciate you joining. Welcome. I am the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense, and we're just going through the Minds Festival from this weekend.
Pesticide.
oh god, how long do you have? So being trans and on the right is obviously something that's going to be contentious for a lot of people. I think I get a really huge pass on the content I make because of the trans thing. I think YouTube kind of doesn't censor me as much as maybe someone else, which I think is actually unfair. I don't say that with pride or like, oh, I'm so cool, I don't get banned for saying certain things. Because I see people who say way less extreme things than me that get banned every single day. I mean, you just reading a book, and I feel like I can kind of probably read that book and not get canceled. But
And people like, I believe it was Zuby, who's also going to be on a later panel, who was just addressing somebody and tweeted, "Okay, dude," and it happened to be a trans woman, or I don't even know if they were trans, but he got banned for misgendering, even though he was just saying like, "Okay, dude, whatever," like a throwaway thing, and that's exactly what I mean about self censorship.
I don't know. Social media is interesting. There's been so many studies on how it affects the brain just from consuming social media. So it's heightened even more for creators. We're on our phones all day, every day. So I go in and out of being inspired and feeling like it's healthy mentally to be on social media. Right now, I'm on a huge inspiration streak, which I'm really excited about. But it comes and goes. But again, I don't think it's fair that I get away with so much more than other people.
So you want to be punished. Is that part of
What
your
do you
next
mean?
iteration? I don't know. You tell me. But on balance, YouTube or social media, one of the things that it did is it allowed creators to, kind of bypass the traditional legacy organizations and things like that. You can put pretty much whatever you want up. Um, is that still a clear benefit as opposed to, or how do you square that with the fact that it also gives your audience direct access, or an audience direct access to kind of speak to you
Yo,
and
we
either
got
put you down?
Alex in the building. What is going on, brother? Yeah, you just got here right in the nick of time where they're just getting into some more juicy stuff. We are talking about the Minds Festival. Minds, the social media network, they had a festival with a number of different panels over the weekend, and it's all online. So I didn't have to go, and we all get to watch it. So let's do that. Glad to have you here, buddy. Play? Not gonna play? All right.
Down or kind of lift you up?
Oh, well, I mean, you would definitely have to have a thick skin to do it. You can't be weak. And I mean, I don't know. I've been canceled for making minor mistakes in videos and major mistakes in videos. I've kind of grew up on the internet. So with the territory, it's kind of like you figure things out as you go. But I'm kind of in a place where I don't really give a fuck anymore. I say exactly what I want. I had Alex
Woo!
Jones on my
You
show
go,
like the other
girl.
day, and I would have never done that even a few years ago. So I'm in a much different place with it. And I'm gonna be.
It does sound kind of, like cheesy to be like, you go, girl. But, it does have, it takes a lot when you've built a platform and your entire life is that platform. And then you decide to bring somebody who is toxic like that onto the platform. It says something.
Here and as long as I can be until I do get banned.
Slightly off topic, but just slightly. What does Alex Jones smell like?
Like liquor.
Okay, that's that explains a lot. Bill, can you briefly, for people, obviously people here know what Minds is on some level, but what is the guiding force? Like Minds is doing something different than what YouTube is doing, or Twitter, or Facebook. Explain what that is and how that plays into what you see, not just as the present state of social media, but the future.
Hmm.
I think that
So again, that's Bill Ottman there. Next to him with the long hair is Ian Crossland. If you listen to Tim Pool, Timcast IRL, the long hair guy is Ian from that show.
to even speak in a way that is informed, to have informed speech, you have to have access to as much information as possible. So if you're operating on a network that is censoring some extreme amount of information, you're literally putting the users in a position where they're not even able to educate themselves to make informed comments about the world. So it seems very destructive to me, this idea of limiting human access to information.
What are things that will be censored or minimized on Minds?
Ian.
Yeah, me. People.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. You're asking me what would be censored?
Well,
So,
Oh, Ian.
unfortunately, for better or worse, some things, even if you disagree with the law,
Okay,
it's
they're
gotta
turning
come
some of
down.
the.
What's a
Levels
concrete
up.
example of that?
Like child pornography.
That's what I love to hear
But-
on my channel.
Basic things like spam, stuff that's like it's new to contend with the age of social media that we didn't have before. Spam, this new weird kind of harassment thing that's not legal harassment,
a
but
mute
it's like
button
they
here?
won't. But you got banning tools for that too. What else? Like doxing things, but that's also kind of illegal. I think Minds is it's basically, if it's legal in the United States, then it stays on Minds. It stays up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've made.
I don't know, where was the
decision
pop for that?
Essentially,
That's-
not play by the rules of all these other countries. Like Twitter, for instance, has something that
I think they glossed over that. I think that's huge. Saying that if it's legal in the United States, it's legal on Minds. That's huge. Nope. I heard a couple claps, but it seems like that went over everybody's head. The issues with everything that's going on with social media weren't issues when we were dealing with speech based on the laws of the country. It's now that we're making all these terms of service and giving corporations the power to do that it gets messed up. So just putting it back to, hey, if it's legal, then it's on there. Then I think that's huge.
They call interstitials. So there's actually a different content policy for Twitter in Pakistan than there is in the US. But then they say, oh no, we won't play by China's rules, but yet we'll play by Pakistan's rules. So we've basically said, look, we need to maximize free speech. If we get requests from other countries, we're just not going to go with it. And that does mean
Oh yeah.
that we could get taken down in those other countries. We have been banned in China. But the reality is that we need to create an infrastructure that, first of all, we're not even in a position to censor our users. So this gets into actually building a decentralized infrastructure.
Again, a huge point that he doesn't want to be in charge. He just wants to put it out there. Ian, all the time on Timcast IRL, is talking about free the code. And I'm sure he's going to get into that, but that's a big thing. That's a big thing that you're not hearing from a Zuckerberg or Jack Dorsey when he was there. Obviously, we've got Elon coming into Twitter now, but he talked a big game, but we'll see if he backs that up.
Which is a very complicated task, but we're going full steam at that because we know that even we are potentially dangerous to the community because centralized institutions can become corrupted. So it needs
like
to
founding
become
father shit.
uncensorable eventually.
Do you feel what goes into the equation of saying, okay, we're not going to play by China's rules, and that means
China.
a billion people, prospective clients or customers or users of mine or disappear. What's the role of a social media platform of kind of getting the camel's nose under the tent so that you're in China and then you can start to
Well, we are in China. I mean, there you can use VPNs and you can get to us in China, and I think that this is what people all over the world are educating themselves about is,
oh yeah,
what tools do I need to be able to?
If you don't have a VPN, get a VPN. I use one that often advertises on YouTube. So if you are a VPN provider and you want me to talk about it, let me know.
What tools do I need to use to get access to the information that I want and to be able to publish to the people I want? And technology is moving faster than these countries.
Can I ask the panel very quickly, and then because in the time left, I want to talk about what's the current state or attitude towards social media, but then also what can happen next. But we're at a dark place now where everybody seems to shit on social media, whether you're conservatives or liberal or progressives, everybody wants to regulate it. Do you feel that social media is a social benefit right now, that it's whatever good that it's doing is providing more benefit?
So my answer to that is that absolutely, I definitely think it is a public good. I just think that with that public good comes a lot of baggage, and we're just coming out of the age of the internet being the wild wild west. So the regulations and how those regulations work out, what are the right regulations, all that stuff is being worked out. But I do think overall social media is a great thing for society in general.
Benefits than costs.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously it has its downsides, but you have people like Taylor Lorenz and journalists who in the past would never be held accountable for their unethical behavior being journalists, and now she's getting dragged off of the internet. So sometimes it's actually a good thing. I think that a lot of these issues, political issues, are being moved by social media. Twitter is where politics happens now, whether you like it or not. If you want to be involved, you have to be on Twitter. And I don't know if we're actually in that dark of a place. I think we're in a place where we could go one of two directions. We could go back to sort of the wild west of the internet, maybe around 2008, 2009, where things were a little more free, if Elon gets Twitter. Or it could be the opposite, where it could be kind of, like the last few years. But I think we're moving in a positive direction, actually. I think it's a good thing.
Winston?
I've got a good example of social media doing good is that I run a non-profit organization in the UK to help Hong Konger assimilation, and that we've been able to organize and mobilize people across the country just through Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. And maybe, I don't know how it would have worked, or certainly wouldn't have worked as quickly as and effectively as it has done without social media. So I really do believe, even though I've experienced negative side of social media, that it can be used for great good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of like saying, you know, do books do good or bad?
Right.
It's just a medium.
That's a great point. That's a great point. You know, that we have to understand that the internet is a tool and social media is a tool. And just like, you know, a gun is a tool. It can be used for good, or it can be used for evil. And it can be used for neutral bullshit too. But it's just a tool.
It's the newest medium and it's evolving, so it's no different than any other prior version of
Well,
media.
but don't you agree that it has more potential to empower and enfranchise more people to speak?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
mean,
in
like
the po- in
books
the in
did,
the in the positive direction, in the same way that when, you know, books were flying off the printing press at unprecedented rates,
Yep.
it was changing the world in amazing ways.
And think about that. Like before the printing press, and it's not like everybody had a printing press, but of course not everybody had the internet the day it was invented. But like before books were like a thing, you physically had to write each copy of something. So you didn't have mass produced anything that was uniform in terms of information. You had translations, you had word of mouth, you had stuff like that. And so, I mean, that the internet is the next printing press. It really is.
It gives people the opportunity to control their own distribution channels, which is absolutely groundbreaking. If you weren't in the entertainment industry before 2006, you had
Go
to
off,
pay
Ian.
someone to put your video on a TV channel that someone else owned, and it was like you were a pawn in the game, and now you run the game. But the brain, the human mind is susceptible to being warped, and it's dangerous to expose yourself to everything. I think it's good that you have access to it, but you need to be discreet about what you do to yourself. And this is it. It's like we're the pioneers.
So how many hours a
Absolutely.
day do you limit yourself to Timcast?
3.
Where you do?
And
then you're out, right? You're like, it's like an
basically-
opium trip or something.
Yes, it is like a 24/7 opium trip, man.
Ian wakes up at 6:30 p.m. or 7:30 p.m. before the 8 o'clock show.
I stay awake
Actually.
at night. Sometimes I'm up all night because that's when it's the quietest. Like my brain can
Yeah.
reform.
Let me, when you talked about, distribution channels and things like that, do you guys particularly, where you were one of the founders of Minds, you work with Tim Pool right now. A lot of Tim Pool, it's interesting to think about a vast audience, but most of your audience you access through channels that you don't own, right? So like you could be taken down from YouTube, you could be taken down from Twitter, you could
Right.
be, from Minds. It's not going to happen, but it could happen.
And this is actually big. I'm glad that this question's being brought up, because people who don't really know Timcast that well or Tim Pool that well, they see the sound bites, and politics aside, he is building something. And I really hope that is what Ian's about to get into, that aside from politics itself, culture is really important to build. And they're doing that in a number of different ways. So let's see what he's got for us.
What is there a shift that should be made where the creators own the distribution channel as well as the content creation?
Yeah, but it's even if you're the sole owner, it's still dangerous for you because the NSA can come and make you give them your stuff. So like on a mesh, you want like a mesh network where the content is everywhere. And even if 75% of the mesh goes down, like if everyone's got their own cell phone and it's every piece of the hosting is like on every device, you're headed towards non-censorability.
Exactly.
Like Verizon, these ISPs, they can flick off the internet right now. So I think mesh networking is going to be an aspect of the evolution of the.
And if you're familiar, that's already how cryptocurrency works, is that the network isn't on one server or in one collection of servers. It's spread across the entire the entire network. So it's not like you can shut down Bitcoin. I don't know. I'm not a Bitcoin expert, so I don't know exactly exactly how it works, but I think the computing power it would take to shut down the Bitcoin network doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if you want to call it safety, but the development.
Right, and then the redundancy, right, where it's, I mean, like the early internet, where it's distributed in a way that landing a nuke on it somewhere is not going to destroy the whole thing.
Yeah, redundancy is a good way of phrasing it.
And what big tech has kind of gotten wrong, where I think they've failed us, they've done great things for us as well. I'm not,
Bull Rush is in the building. Says, have a good stream, man. Meant to catch these panels when they aired. Yeah, so did I. That is exactly why I was hoping. They had a pay-per-view version where you could just watch these, I guess, just like this. And I was hoping that they would have that available. But hey, it's free. So yeah, definitely checking out these interesting conversations. Definitely with Bill Ottman and this Mumford & Son guy. It's they're starting out a little bit slow, but with James O'Keefe and Tulsi Gabbard and Tim Pool coming, it's definitely going to heat up. So stick around. We are going to have some fun. Oh, we got our resident sausage gone non-sausage Jamie Dean in the building. Welcome, Lady Dean. Glad to have you here.
trying to be naive about the evolution that's happened, but like they haven't educated anyone about what a crypto key pair is. And a crypto key pair, it gets you access to your wallet. When you're dealing on an encrypted messenger app, your key pair is what makes it so that only you and the person you're talking to can read those messages.
So if you know Ian Crossland, we were talking, this is the Minds event. Minds is another social media platform, and these two made it. So Bill Ottman's the main guy behind it, but Ian did a lot of Daddy! Hi, Dad! That's my dad. Everybody say hi to my dad. But yeah, so that's Ian Crossland from Timcast IRL.
And the company can't read their messages. Like on Minds Chat, we can't read people's messages. We don't want to. And so this idea of your keys associated with your assets, your money, your content, your social graph, like that is where we want to go to, where it's a sovereign system for the creator.
It's completely distributed, or as much as possible. Does that come at the cost of a mass audience? Bill or anyone, but
again, off the rip, I would assume the answer is yes, because Minds just isn't that big. Even when you have Twitter as the main one, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok as the top tier, then below that you would have like your Gab, Parler, Minds, True Social, all that stuff. And Minds really doesn't seem to have a lot of market share. The people that I know that do use it really do enjoy it, but there's not many of those people.
But I mean, because one of the things that you're saying is that, when you have that kind of peer-to-peer distribution, where does the mass audience exist? If that is lost, is that a bad thing?
We're definitely seeing apps explode that, use cryptography. Like, I mean, Signal is doing great. Others are as well. And so I think that people can move really quickly. I mean, I remember, Blair, when you first came on Minds, kind of in that wave with like Carl, and what actually spawned that?
Meaning Carl Benjamin from he used to be Sargon of Akkad. He now has the Lotus Eaters podcast. He was another one that got canceled for silly shit. Jamie Dean says, I genuinely try not to resort to personal attacks, but every time I know where this is going and I already disagree. But every time Ian makes a comment on Timcast, I want to tear my ears out. 99% of his comments are graphene, deep state, or the Federal Reserve. I love Ian. I think that, and I mean, they've talked about this on the show, that, Ian, he rolls a 0, he rolls a 20. He'll say something completely out of left field, or he'll say something really interesting. The fact is that Ian plays the role of the more average person who, he happens to be into stuff that, like graphene, deep state, Federal Reserve, that, in a more conspiratorial curiosity of how the world works type of way, rather than the way Luke Rukowski is into those things in a more political and journalistic way. So I love when Ian brings up things that are a little bit out of left field. And sometimes, you know, I feel the same way. It's just like, Ian, shut up. You're derailing the entire conversation. But we have to, and you know, Tim isn't stupid. There's a reason that Ian is still there. He serves a very important role. And otherwise, you know, especially because the left often will not go on the show, he offers that that devil's advocate position, and he's not afraid to put his mind there, and then he's not afraid to voice that opinion, even if it's not going to be popular, for the good of the show, for the good of the conversation to be had. He'll you know, fall on his sword for that. Jamie says, if that's true, I have never seen a single one of his supposed nat 20s. We'll always stay tuned in though. His conspiracy is that Tim and Ian are dating. Well, Tim's got a girlfriend, and Ian was just on Michael Malice's podcast. You're welcome, and was talking about how he has a long-term girlfriend. So, I mean, we see Allison on the vlog, but who knows? Maybe that's just code. Maybe Jamie's unmind a conspiracy here.
That initially,
A gay conspiracy.
when you first moved over, do you remember?
Yeah, just knowing that it's a ticking time bomb being on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, etc. I mean,
For those of you who missed it, when Blair was being introduced, they were, or no, they had a comedian before this. We kind of skipped through it, but they were like, the ultimate question: are you gay if you find Blair White hot? For those of you who don't know, this person was born as a man.
part of my life is just consistently watching all my friends disappear off those networks. So, I mean, it was a no-brainer. Mine's is great. It was a simple decision.
Right, and I think that, I mean, even looking at something like Pokemon Go, which when it first blew up, like
Snorlax has been completely disappeared.
I don't
but like
what.
literally
Find 'em.
hundreds of millions of users moved in
I'm guessing that was like an inside joke for Pokemon Go players, and it just went over the heads of everyone there,
like a week. So
including myself. Not well, everyone there, including, and then also myself.
network effects can happen super quick. You know, people can be running like zombies around Central Park, like trying to find, you know, some augmented reality stuff. It can happen fast. So I think that a lot of the alternatives, not just us, like we're getting there where that kind of momentum can.
Jimmy Dean with the bass take. Blair White is hot, but her takes are even hotter. Love it. Love
It's
it.
kind of like breaking through on DMT.
There you
Right
go,
now we have
Ian.
a mesh network that's very slow, so it's not good. It's not adoptable to the masses yet. But as soon as that breakthrough happens and enough people are on the mesh, this is like IPFS. Maybe you could talk more about that.
The entities we'll all be talking to the entities.
Yeah. Well, yes, and
Maybe we already are. I hope somebody out there understands.
yeah, we
what we're
are.
talking
You can think the word.
Has anybody here done DMT? Drop a one if you've done DMT. I never have. I would love to do DMT, but I've never had the opportunity.
Words instead of say. Yeah, okay, we'll get into that later.
Winston, you, as part of Mumford & Sons, you were part of a band that, you know, is extremely rare in that it had global recognition and a massive audience.
I could not tell you one Mumford & Sons song. Is that is that them? I feel like that's them. That sounds like it would be a Mumford & Sons song, but Jimmy Dean's not done DMT either. Yo, if you find it, come to Jersey. We'll blast off together, brother.
Do you think that is possible in the future?
Sister, my apologies.
Or as kind of distribution channels become more personalized, more individualized, and you know, you don't need like big labels. You don't need centralized kind of distribution points. Can you have that kind of audience anymore?
I just remembered actually the last show I played in New York was in this very room 2.5 years ago, just before the pandemic. It's cool.
I don't know what they're really clapping about.
And that dedication to Andy, no, probably not a good idea, right?
What is interesting about how we came up before, we were a MySpace band, I guess.
Yeah, shout out to MySpace. Yo, who remembers MySpace? MySpace was the shit. Who was in your top 8?
Wasn't really YouTube. I think it existed, but with the second album, we couldn't play songs live because it would get on YouTube and it would basically be released. So we had to kind of do things behind closed doors. The first album we wrote those songs effectively on stage, and we saw how the songs affected people in the audience, and we could see what worked and didn't work. So we didn't for the second record. But now A&Rs at labels are not going to gigs, because there haven't really been many over the last couple of years, but they're going on TikTok and seeing what weird Irish sea shanty is kind of taking off, and that's how they're finding bands. It's a completely different. The music industry is completely different now.
Jamie Dean says, I'm glad you're streaming, Lutch. Just what I need for the 3.5-hour drive home. And yes, I'll totally meet the interdimensional space gods with you. Awesome. It's a date. Let's leave that there. But yeah, happy to have you with me.
What about audiences? I mean, I guess, Bill, this goes to some of what you were talking about. With something like Pokemon Go, I mean, we shouldn't mistake that for a kind of ground level, bottom up kind of phenomenon, right? Because it's coming out of a mega major corporation. Where on minds do people? Where is the stuff that's bubbling up that then becomes the next big thing? And is the rate of that increasing, or are we kind of bullshitting ourselves when we're like, no, everything is really distributed, but Verizon or Viacom or whatever is still really controlling huge swaths of how we talk about everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's choke points all over the place. Like, we're never going to get away from choke points. Like, centralization and decentralization is on a spectrum. It's just, pure centralization is just like everyone standing by themselves, like completely distributed around the earth. So
yeah, that's an argument that comes up again in the crypto space a lot, and people will say, Bitcoin's not really decentralized because most of it is held in 2% of wallets or whatever. It's like, okay, well, yes, but compared to the legacy banking, it's definitely a lot better, and it's a lot further along that spectrum of decentralization. So maybe it's not perfectly decentralized in the sense that I have that nobody has any power to do anything. It can't be hacked. It can't this, that, whatever. But in comparison, it's a big improvement. Play. No, don't do this to me.
there's like no community when you're completely.
I actually had to. It wasn't the video itself wasn't working in Chrome, so I had to download the Brave browser just so this would work. We were this close to having to watch somebody else's stream that did a similar thing. Two girls, and they were giving commentary that close, and I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. I was like, let me try this one thing, and luckily it worked. So here we are. What does Jamie Dean say? Legacy banking at least has the records to show that it actually works. So does Bitcoin. It's called the ledger. I mean, it's everything is there. I mean, it works. And I'm not saying that legacy banking does not work. Again, we're talking about a spectrum. And when it comes to what is better for you and your wealth and your autonomy when it comes to your money, there's no comparison.
Completely decentralized. So I think, we've seen some crazy waves of just like totally organic growth. Like from Vietnam, we had like 1 million users sign up in like 3 days because of this revolving door with Facebook and their government, and they were taking people down. The same thing we saw in Thailand with like another 1 million users. Like within days, this stuff happens. So I think that it's happening. I mean, there's so many amazing people working on this problem, and it's all happening in a free and open source way. So we're all sharing.
And again, such a great point is that this is the natural evolution of technology. This is happening. This is going on, and people are working on these things independent of each other. And the goal is very clear. Having free and open communication is something that people in general are going to appreciate, and they don't have to be told that that's a virtue. So we're as much as the establishment is pushing back against this, there's no way to stop it.
With each other and helping.
So is it more, in Hakim Bey, the writer who popularized the concept of the temporary autonomous zone, which is a place where it's kind of like a Brigadoon, which shows pops up, and it's a village that people can live in and do whatever they want. Burning Man is probably the best, kind of
Never been to
long-lived
Burning Man
example
either.
of this. Is that what the future looks like, where it will be mines, for a couple of months in a particular place, then it will flip to someplace else and something new, et cetera?
There's underlying protocols. So, like, we're playing with one called Nostr right now. We do a lot of stuff with Ethereum.
Napster.
Ian mentioned IPFS. You've got torrents. You've got you have blockchains. You have all these different kind of open protocols that are underneath everything, and then there's different
Shout out to my
interfaces
pirates.
pointing to it. So, like with mines, like we want to get it to a situation where people can have their own. I mean, they already can have their own minds. It's not like the next big social network isn't a social network. Actually, it's not. There's not going to be like a singular.
And there's the Silicon Valley-esque nature of him. It's not even really a social media program. We're just changing the world.
Brand behind the next social network.
We, either having a flashback or I'm being told we have to shut down, but very quickly, for the future of social media, do you worry more, just very quickly, each?
So again, we have multiple panels that even if this one's about to be done, stick around. We've got more. The volume's up all the way, Jamie. I'm sorry. I know they don't have the best sound here, but it is up all the way. I'll double check that for you. But yeah, if this one is near ending, don't forget they're gonna have one right after. So stick around.
Each of you, do you worry more about government censorship or a kind of cultural censorship, where people don't even think or believe that they can say what they believe?
Probably cultural, because the government's going to follow. I mean, that's
Yep.
what you're talking about earlier in your story is like, it wasn't the government that did that harm to you. And when you were canceled, quote unquote, it was people who were just so, driven by mob mentality. So sorry.
Thank you. Winston?
Yeah, I am worried about the government, but what I had quite literally thousands of private messages from people saying they were at work or in their social groups that they cannot speak. And I think there's a lot of references at the moment to the Soviet Union and that sense. And there is a little bit of government stuff, but why I think it's actually close to the Soviet Union.
This guy has such a hipster whisper voice.
Is the way in which socially we are ostracized by having the wrong opinion, and of course social media just makes that worse.
A gulag of the mind.
Yeah.
Right.
Or gulag of your friend groups.
Yeah.
Great quote here.
And then we'll end with Bill.
Oh, I think that it's corporate. It's going to be like when you want to call
what
that a
the
form
fuck
of
is
governmentation or whatever, but it's going to be people going into the metaverse, going into these fucking trances with psychedelics and not realizing they're in there. And then it's going to make it seem like 20 years have gone by and they're going to come out 10 minutes later and be different human. It's going to be evolution. And the corporations are going to try and control that.
Right.
So we need to be aware of that. We need to keep the code open so that we can watch what the algorithms
Free the
are sending.
code.
I think this is the Matrix 3, which will be coming out in 20 years, right?
Yes.
Yes. So, and Bill, what about you? Government or culture?
Oh, self-censorship is infinitely darker than anything else.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
There you go.
All
There's
right,
there's the
we're done.
applause from
Thank
that.
you, Blair, Winston, Bill, Ian. Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
All right. So again, I don't know exactly how they're setting this up. I assume that so maybe it looks like this host is going to talk some more. Let's just see what she's got to say.
Crossland, Bill Auden, Blair White, Winston Marshall. I didn't catch. Was Winston Marshall the Mumford or one of the sons? Did he go over that? All right. We have a comedian coming up. This is exciting.
If it better be
Just
right.
to shake it up a little bit. You may have seen him on Cast Castle. You may have seen him on Rogan. He is the host of a Fuck Up's Guide to the Universe podcast. Put your hands
I don't know
together
who
for
this is.
Jamie Kilstein.
Oh, okay. So let's see what Jamie's got.
Hey,
So we the other day we were watching one of the Cast Castle vlogs that Jamie came in. He was acting like he was canceled. He used to be super woke. And then he wasn't woke enough and he got canceled. And then he was like, oh, being woke sucks. And I think it was a couple years ago that he first appeared on Timcast. And then he's still a lefty, but he's kind of wised up to the wokeness stuff. And I've never seen his comedy, so let's check it out.
Hell yeah! Thank you guys. You guys are good. Thank you for being a group of people who can disagree with each other and sit in a room without being a bunch of fucking babies. You can clap for yourself for that. I think we can do this. I think we can have a normal fucking society if we actually do this, because we can ignore dog shit MSNBC, we can ignore dog shit Fox News, we can ignore dog shit CNN, and we can actually communicate with each other like people. And I actually think if maybe we spent more time doing things like this, and maybe we actually talked outside and looked at each other in the eyes and realized that even if you politically disagree, we're all trying our best to be good people. And if we got off Twitter and off Facebook and these corporations that profit off of us fighting, we could actually live in a pretty good fucking world. What I'm trying to say is, let's all go do mushrooms together, you guys. Let's just fucking.
And Jamie Dean, I'm just realizing that Tim says this all the time, but this is actually an Andrew Breitbart quote. Yes, Andrew Breitbart.
Let's just go do mushrooms. By the way, the first time I ever said that on stage was in Tampa, Florida, and there was a guy in the back, and he goes, "Yeah, and cocaine." I was like, those are different drugs, fella.
So if you're just joining us, we are watching the panels, the discussion panels from the Minds Festival of Ideas. Jamie Kilstein is just giving us a little comedy in between.
So I want to talk about a bunch of stuff that we usually can't talk about. Let's talk about sex stuff. Here's my advice for women. If you want to come a lot, that silence, that has never been said at the Beacon Theater. If you want to come a lot, here's my advice. Date a sad, needy guy. Now, hear me out, because a tall, handsome guy has nothing to prove. James O'Keefe is like 6'7". Don't fuck James O'Keefe. Nothing. It's probably a trap. He has nothing to prove. But me and like that dude, oh my God. Listen to me. Listen. I will not stop going down on you until you come, because I have a hole in my heart that I have to fill with validation. Like, even if you're you don't come from oral, then I'm like, I guess I fucking die down here. What I'm trying to say is, I will not stop eating your pussy till I'm convinced my dad loves me. That's it. Like, if you see a dude outside with a Morrissey shirt on, tackle him, because he eats mad pussy. And he can't fight back. He has little arms. Like, my tombstone is just going to read, cool, but you came, right? And that's...
All right. If he doesn't move on, we're gonna move on from this. We get the point.
People are scared to talk about sex. There are all these rules.
I don't care.
You can't talk about sex in front of old people. It's disrespectful. And it's like, man, old people have fucked so much more than we have. Like, our grandparents have seen so much more dick and pussy, because that's all they have to do. I'm just gonna move on. Let's get to
the actual panel stuff. I mean, funny enough, but not funny enough to.
Message.
I'd enjoy it if I was there. There we go. All right, so let's back that up.
In the kitchen, like what?
All right. So again, if you're just joining us, we are watching the panel discussions from the Minds Festival of Ideas. We are just listening to Jamie Kilstein do some comedy in between, and we are waiting on the next panel.
Thank you guys very much. My name is Jamie Kilstein. Enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you for coming. Have a good night.
My goodness, Jamie Kilstein, ladies, he is single. If you couldn't tell by that, single and ready to mingle with anyone with a heartbeat. All right. And now on to a serious panel about race.
Oh, Jesus!
This next panel has convinced a number of Klansmen to leave and denounce the KKK. Yeah. In other words, that means there are some spots available. So please see me and Libby Emmons after this, and we'll sign you right up. Please welcome the moderator for Healing the Cultural Divide panel, Daryl Davis. And our esteemed panelists, Cornel West.
Ooh, okay.
Dr. Cornel West. And Coleman Hughes.
Interesting. So real quick before we get on to the panel, Jamie Dean said Tom McDonald's response to being canceled, quote, "No, the F I'm not." He didn't say F. I'm trying to keep this as clean as possible. I don't know where these panels are going to go. Somebody said CP in the first 15 minutes, so doing the best I can. No, the F I'm not. He did a podcast with Blair yesterday. I didn't know that he was even canceled. I knew that he was, anti-wokeness was kind of his thing, but what did he do to get canceled? And I definitely appreciate that. Let's say I appreciate that Tom McDonald exists, and I think he fills a role, but I also think that he's kind of just hitting on the low hanging fruit, and like anti-wokeness is now its own gimmick. You know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, I don't think it's bad. And again, I'm glad that he exists. I'm glad somebody's saying what he's saying, but I could take him or leave him. Jamie Dean also says, funny enough, but not funny enough for the audience to laugh either. Yeah. Well, I was trying to give it a chance, to see, you don't hear political comedy anymore, and especially unless it's coming from the left. So I was hoping maybe there was a little bit something fruitful there, but we'll give Jamie a pass. So we have 3 black dudes talking about race. I kind of feel like I know where this is going to go. And I don't like that. Especially if you had heard Daryl Davis on Timcast a couple weeks ago. I do think that, they're kind of just going to sit around and agree with each other, but let's see.
Thank you, Chrissy. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all for coming out.
So yeah, they weren't joking about Daryl Davis here. He has convinced people in the KKK to take off their hoods and renounce their membership. He has a hood and thing from an actual Grand Wizard. I think that's like the highest level or something, and he just talked him out of it. And a lot of times it was just people who had never talked to a black person before, and he was just like, all right, well, let's have a conversation, let's have a beer, let's do this, let's just do normal shit and see that I'm just a normal person just like you. And he convinced him.
I am truly honored to be sitting here.
Sure, I'll talk about that.
2 of the greatest minds, bar none, of
Minds.
my generation and of the future generation right here, Dr. Cornel West and Coleman Hughes. Give it up for them one time. Well, we're going to start by asking both of you. We'll start with you, Coleman. What is the definition of racism? Because I want to get everybody on the same page. We all have different.
It can only be somebody who has power exerting their power on a less powerful group. I really hope that's not where we're going. I really hope that's not where we're going. Or if that is where we're going, I hope the other dude is like, hold up. No, it's prejudice based on race.
Definition, so just we lay down the foundation so when I ask other questions, they'll know where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's a tough question, deceptively simple. I think there's a popular definition right now, which is that racism equals prejudice plus power. And that is a definition that started to percolate in the late 60s, but has increased in currency now. So I think if you're an undergrad at say an elite school, that's the definition you're going to get in a lot of classes. And the upshot of that definition is that while black people, Hispanics, people of color can be prejudiced, they can't be racist. Whereas white people can be racist because white people have institutional power. And there's a kind of logic to that definition, which is it's sort of the same logic of punching up versus punching down, right? Stealing from a homeless person is not the same as stealing from Elon Musk. One person can sort of handle it. That's the intuition behind that.
But of course, they're both still stealing. And just because Elon Musk can afford it doesn't mean it's right to steal from him. I haven't heard that yet. I kind of feel like that's where he's going, but I haven't heard it yet. So just putting that out there.
Definition. On the other hand, I think the definition I prefer is
there you go.
That all groups of people contain racists against other people. You know, like you
There.
travel the world,
That's
you'll
definitely
find
true.
bigotry, which is, you know, just prejudice based on a person's presumed race. You'll find it in every group. And as we build a multiracial society, we should have a definition that makes us all equally capable of this sin, and therefore encourages us all, people in every racial group, to reflect and to fight it in ourselves and in others.
Well said. Well said. Very well said.
And Dr. West, would you like to add anything to that?
Well, yeah. You know, of course I agree with you, but you gotta have power.
First, I'd just like to say it's a blessing to be here, and I'm glad we're all together, and the leaders who facilitated our coming together need to be saluted. Let's just give them a quick little hand. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. Beautiful thing.
Just before anybody goes off, I know that Dr. West has some strong opinions, and I don't agree with all of them, but I do very much respect him as a person, as an intellectual, and where he's coming from. So if I'm attacking anything that he's saying, I'm attacking his ideas. I am not attacking him as a person. And that goes for anybody on any panel ever, but, you know, specifically with Dr. West.
And to have this brother here dealing with some of our sick vanilla brothers in the KKK. Whew, that's serious. But y'all understand, he's a blues man also. He's a great musician. Great musician. Chuck Berry, B.B. King, and others. And then there'll be a dialogue with this young brother, my dear brother Coleman himself. Sharp. From Columbia University, coming out of Juilliard, and he blows a trumpet in the legacy of J.J. Johnson. So you got
I don't know who that
two
is.
serious musicians. Then you got somebody on the train but in the caboose. Because I'm just a blues man of life of the mind. But no, when you talk about racism, you're talking about a particular form of human evil. Ever since we emerged as a species, we've come up with ways of demeaning and devaluing each other. But the idea of connecting it with skin pigmentation is a way of trying to tell a particular slice of humanity: you're less beautiful, you're less intelligent, you're less moral. You ought to be walking around scared and intimidated, laughing it ain't funny, and scratching when it don't itch, because you ought to be deferential to those of us with another skin pigmentation. We see how evil it is. We
see he's such a great orator that it's hard to listen to this critically, because what he's saying sounds beautiful, and so far I agree, but it's very easy for people who are not looking with a skeptical and critical eye to just be, you know, caught up in the bars he's dropping, you know, and the fact that he just, you know, speaks well. And I've been admonished before for saying that people speak well who happen to have black skin. I think, you know, I don't know what else to do. Some people who speak well have black skin. And so I've been instructed to say that he is articulate for a person, not just articulate. Because if you say that a black person is articulate, apparently, you're saying that they are articulate for a black person. No, I'm saying you're articulate for a human being, just so we're all clear.
You see how absurd it is, but white supremacy is still alive. And it was a device used of predatory capitalist project of keeping people divided as the greedy at the top.
So that's just in that last one sentence, you're saying white supremacy still exists. It was used for this, and then for that. And when you speak in this way, you get away with kind of throwing out claims without really having to substantiate them. I absolutely agree that white supremacy still exists. I'm not exactly sure what he was saying about how it connects to capitalism, but I'm sure there's something in there that I wouldn't disagree with. But I'm already getting lost, and he's just going on and he's just throwing out more buzzwords and speaking really smoothly. I wonder if I will continue to agree, if I will be able to follow what he's saying and be able to be critical because of how just in a almost musical sense he is speaking.
Gaining access to power and status, it made it difficult for folk of different colors to come together and focus on that little small group at the top. And it is still very powerful.
So from what I understood, he was saying that white supremacy is still alive, and through capitalism, it is a way White supremacy is a way to keep the people in lower classes fighting with each other instead of focusing at the people at the top, which again, I would completely agree. And it sounds, I'm not sure, what that directly has to do with racism, because I would say that transcends race and that, that's a class issue. But let's see him continue. I'm going to try to break down what he's saying because of the way that he speaks.
And so it's very important to begin with what it means to be human.
Remember, the question is, what is racism?
You got misogyny, you got homophobia, you got transphobia, you got losing sight of Jews and Arabs and Muslims and Arabs and a host of others, Palestinians and others. Whole host of ways in which we human beings have been so creative in putting other people down, cowardly. And yet at the same time, thank God, anytime you talk about racism, never overlook, and thank God our dear sister Margaret Kimberly's here. She's one of the last great truth tellers in the culture. You can't talk about racism without talking about those who fight against it. And it's not just a function of skin pigmentation. It's a matter of spiritual formation and ethical cultivation and moral action. And there's a variety of histories of people of different colors who fight against racism, sex.
Again, the entire point of the question, what is racism, was to get everybody on the same page so that when we get into the conversation, we all know what we're talking about. I'm kind of, based on, I've heard Dr. Cornel West talk a decent amount. Now, I haven't followed everything that he's done, but anytime he's been on Rogan, I've heard him in numerous debates with other people. And, he does this. He will just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And again, throw out a lot of things without substantiating them. Well, because he puts things in a nice sounding way, he gets away with it and nobody can challenge him because he said so many things from the time that he started talking that nobody knows what he's talking about anymore. It's just word salad.
Sexism and other evils. And so always keep in mind the balance, because in our culture, it's so spiritually decadent these days in terms of the way in which we talk about it. We don't want to talk about the resistance and the resilience.
So what is racism?
All we want to do is talk about their victimhood. But human beings in the end are never just victims. They come out swinging like Muhammad Ali, swinging like Ella Fitzgerald, and swinging like these brother playing the trumpet. This brother playing the piano.
All right, let me ask you.
What? Again, if anybody can dissect that. I was doing the best I could. I was with him until white supremacy is somehow connected to capitalism, which keeps us all fighting with each other instead of looking at the people at the top. After that, I have no idea what he said.
Thank you there, Dr. West. You mentioned, Coleman, that some people think that black people cannot be racist. It's reserved for white people. What are your thoughts on that? Can black people be racist?
Yup.
Well, yeah. I mean, this comes down
There
to
you go.
how we want to define words.
Yeah.
Our definitions of words should have a purpose, right? Like words are useful.
Unlike how Dr. West just kind of rambled for 2 minutes when asked the definition of a word. It just makes me look with a little bit of like, okay, just like with the entire what is a woman thing. If you have to go on and draw on and on and on and on to define a single word, then what's really going on? Because when it's such a simple word like woman or racism, then you should be able to have a clear definition.
The word racist is useful precisely because we agree it's one of the worst sins to be a part of. And once we define it that way, if we say certain people can be racist and others can't, we are essentially devaluing the racism, certain kinds of racism, and valuing other kinds of racism more.
Right.
And again, I totally, I get, given slavery and Jim Crow and the laundry list of atrocities that Black Americans have endured, why people have the feeling that one racism is worse than the other. What I worry about is that when you say certain kinds of racism are not real racism and certain kinds are, what happens in the long run is you're going to get a kind of white ethnic identity politics.
Yup.
Where
there you go.
The kind of white person that voted for Trump, the kind of white person that is less likely to live in New York City, and if you're an elite, you're less likely.
So before he goes too far down to in describing this type of person, because I don't know if I'm necessarily going to agree with how he's characterizing these people, but the idea that if you follow these this line of thinking about how your race or other people's race plays such a big part in whether they can commit racism, then you're creating you're carving out an idea in society that says white people are inherently more inherently superior to other races, and that's just not that's I mean, you're free to believe that, but that's what I call white supremacy. And so if you want to get rid of that, then you have to you don't have to forget about the racial atrocities from our country's past, but you have to realize that we're not in that era anymore, and the type of racism, the way it manifests, is very different, and we have to understand that, and we have to take a look at how is that, what is that, what does that look like, what does that sound like, and then, of course, what do we do about it?
Likely to meet these people unless you're traveling around the whole country, and they're going to hear something like black people can't be racist and say, well, who's looking out for me? And then that we, as a country, we inch towards a situation where it's a war of all against all, right? So I'm thinking about how do we which ideas best serve the prospect of an American multiracial, multi-ethnic democracy for the next 500 years.
Right. And again, just to piggyback off what I was saying earlier, is that when you carve out that idea that, oh, white people are inherently superior, and not only do you carve that out, but you push that ideology. And, at first it comes with a generation of white guilt. But then when you start indoctrinating children into this idea that, oh, because of my skin color, I'm inherently better than you, but I didn't actually do anything wrong. Well, okay, just I don't care anymore then. I can't fix it. I can't do any better. I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm just better than you. Then that's what you're teaching. And I don't think that's I don't think that's a good way to do what he's saying. Find a way for us to operate in society going forward.
That's what I'm thinking about. And when I reject an idea like black people can't be racist, that's what I'm thinking about. Like, what is going to be the foundation that's going to make sure this country doesn't split into two in 100 years?
100 years,
okay,
more
so
like
now
100
there's
days.
Some people, black and white, who put forward that the cure to racism is simply not to talk about it. You don't talk about it, it goes away.
Pretty sure that was Denzel Washington.
What are your thoughts on that, Dr. West?
Well, any form of denial is childish. You're going to reap what you sow. Freud said there's a repression, a return of the repressed. So sooner or later, you have to confront. Malcolm X said chickens come home to roost. But on this issue about, my dear brother, you tell me what you think about this. Whether black people can be evil or not, because racism is a form of evil. And all we got to do is look inside of ourselves. Can I be evil? Hell yes. You talking about denial? I can't be evil? Please, get off the crack pipe. Do black people have the power to exercise some kind of agency against white folk because white folk are white? Of course they do. You can get slapped upside the head as soon as you get out of this theater by a black person. How come you did?
Okay.
Because you're white, motherfucker.
And your point?
But that's a racist act.
Right.
What black people don't have, and you tell me, is institutional capacity. We don't have a black supremacist civilization for the last 400 years that enslaved white brothers and sisters for 244 and lynched them for every 2.5 days for 50 years and still put them down. That's institutional capacity.
So Jamie Dean says Daryl is a culture warrior boomer. Very interesting. I'm not. I think I know what you mean by this because of my own opinions on what I've heard. Again, specifically when he was most recently on Timcast. But can you expand on that a little bit? What exactly do you mean?
So that of course black folk can be racist because black folk can be evil. Black folk can be good. Black folk can be beautiful. Black folk can do a whole lot of things. Like
Mhm.
any other human being. So
Exactly.
that denial is not even an option unless, and this is part of the history of the worst of this country, unless you want to lose your democracy and end up with a fascism.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can deny it. Then you can move from womb to tomb and think that somehow in the history of your democratic experiment, you don't have to say a word about the way you treated indigenous peoples, the way you treated black folk, the way you treated Jews, the way you treated Catholics, the way you treated a whole host of folk who were demonized, ethnic-based, race-based, and now we're dealing with the hatred of women. Everybody knows if
Are we,
men
though?
could have babies, it'd be a qualitatively different discourse, wouldn't it?
Oh, I thought men could have babies. I thought men could have babies. Is he being transphobic?
Qualitatively different discourse. You see, so misogyny is real. The value of a woman's life being less is very real.
How? Again, another just blatant claim that is not substantiated. That's something that you're just saying. I need evidence. This is something that has been a running thread through the last few things that the few streams that we've done. We're talking about Biden when he was responding to the overturning of Roe v. Wade. He was just saying a bunch of stuff. And then in the earlier panel, and now same exact thing. We're just hearing rhetoric. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I just need to hear the reasoning behind why this is your claim.
That's not just rhetoric. That's not just cant. That's lived out every day in people's lives in that regard, you see.
How?
So I like to talk about it much more in terms of moral and spiritual standards, cuts across our humanity. And I like to talk about it in terms of good and evil. And when you cast it in that way, then the question becomes, what kind of integrity and courage do you really have? What kind of cowardness and how much conformity is really pushing your behavior? That's a different level of discourse, it seems to me. Does that make sense to you, though, brother?
It does make sense to me. The one part of
He's
it
such a character.
I would quibble with is, do black people have institutional power? I mean, that is a question.
Interesting question.
It's easy, I think, to just say no, and the answer is no throughout the vast majority of American history. In the year 2022, we should begin to question that.
Oh, I think we've always had power. We just haven't had the ability to create a black supremacist civilization.
So we'll stop there. Earlier, Jamie said Daryl is a culture warrior boomer. I asked him what he meant by that. And so he says Daryl is fighting the culture war in the old ways. He's oblivious to neoliberal talking points and the way they fight racism. Hence, why he got booed and kicked off out of the leftist meetings and protests. So I'm not super familiar with him getting kicked out of protests, but I definitely agree with you in the sense that when he was on Timcast, it was very clear that he wasn't aware of the gaslighting tactics, the semantic obfuscation, the valueless tactics that you see. And of course, we're not talking about everybody on the left, but the people who are grifting these left-wing leftist talking points. It doesn't need to make sense. It just needs to make you look bad. And I 100% agree with Jamie here that Daryl is not kind of up on that. He's not aware of that, and he's from the era where you really could just walk up and talk to somebody who is politically your diametric rival. And have that conversation. And it just doesn't, as apparently being kicked out of leftist meetings and protests. That's not the way it works anymore. I mean, I don't know what the right answer is. I'm just trying to, bring back the era where we can do that. But, it's tough. And Jamie says they were not speaking the same language, Daryl and Tim. Yeah. I agree. And so they can only talk past each other. 100% agree, Jamie. 100% agree. So we got Big Slow in the building. What's going on? Thank you for joining us. We are watching the Minds panels. We've got Dr. Cornel West, Colin, and Daryl Davis up here. So what does Big Slow say? Big Slow says, old ways isn't necessarily accurate. He's doing a very specific type of outreach that not a lot of people can do. And again, I agree with that. But Jamie Dean's 100% correct when he's talking about Tim Pool. When he was on Timcast IRL, it was very clear that they were trying to have that same conversation. And, everybody was just like, dude, it's just, I get what you're saying, but it doesn't work like that anymore. It just doesn't work like that anymore. People know on the left, so many of them, they know that their ideas don't make sense. And so many more of them are not aware of the fact that their ideas don't make sense, but they've been indoctrinated in the tactics, of not, not engaging with anybody, just being louder, yelling slogan, stuff like that. And so they don't ever engage with what their own beliefs are. And, I definitely agree that Daryl has his own way of doing things, and that not everybody can do what he does. That's definitely true. But I think both things can be true. I think, Daryl is a very unique person who does what he does. Not a lot of people can do that. But as time has gone on, it's unfortunately become a lot less relevant and effective.
Oh, That's a different thing. That's a different thing. That's a level of degree.
Talking about black supremacy now.
We have institutional power. We got black families. I just met your beloved father.
Oh, but even
that, there you go. That's a fantastic point from Dr. Cornel West. That black people have power because of the institution of family. Family is power. Family is an institution. Nobody is stopping black people from having families, except black people. Jamie Dean says, the left straight up changed the definition of racism and expected everyone else to follow along. Change the definition of racism, change the definition of woman, of biology, of sex, of gender, of so many other things. So many things. This is a common tactic that I talk about all the time. I call it semantic obfuscation. When you call yourself anti-racist and you enact things that separate races, and like at I think it was Michigan State, where they had segregated lunchrooms. In their minds, they were creating a safe space for black people. But effectively, all that happened was there was a BIPOC lunchroom, and there was a whites only lunchroom. That's exactly what happened in the 60s and earlier, before we got civil rights. And that we've all agreed that that's not okay. And they're literally trying to repeal the Civil Rights Act in California. So it's semantic obfuscation. Anti-racist means you're racist. Anti-fascist means you're fascist. I mean, it's just a projection, and gaslighting is their native tongue. Yeah, so Daryl got called racist by a young black man for platforming the Klan. Yeah, of course. Surprise, surprise. Platforming. Yeah. I'm going to guess that you guys are smart enough to understand why platforming the Klan, that's a stupid thing to say. I'm going to guess you guys are smart enough. Jamie Dean also says, I don't call him a boomer as an indictment. Only love goes to Daryl. It's, yeah, I mean, I agree. He is somebody who's pure of heart, and he can't understand the neoliberal tactics because they're so insidious. Because he doesn't believe that his side would act that way. And it's just it's sad that people like him are falling out of favor. People who are willing to cross the aisle and have those conversations are falling out of favor. So Pixel says, I'm pretty liberal, and I don't agree with very much of what you're saying, but I don't like sitting in echo chambers. I'm looking for some other viewpoints on this event, to be honest. Well, you've come to the right place, my friend. I am glad that you're here. And I would love to hear, your side of things. Because, I don't consider myself a conservative or on the right wing. I call myself a 2015 liberal, and I'm just very against the woke stuff. I think that stuff is really taking over. As an atheist, my biggest thing when I was younger was the religious right. That was the biggest threat to my existence as a person. But as of very recently, that switched over, and it's left wing politics that is becoming an issue for me. So policy-wise, I don't think I've changed a lot, but culturally, it's very different. Jamie Dean says they're not falling out of favor; they're being pushed. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. Same shit. You know what I mean?
That, you look at a city like Atlanta, I think had like 6 black mayors in a row, majority black political class. There are
Yeah,
and in addition, cultural power, right? Like the cultural force of Black America. The number of people I've met from like I remember once I met a guy from Serbia that was like my age, and Tupac changed his whole life. Like very few ethnic groups in the world can say they have had as much worldwide global cultural influence as Black Americans. So that's something I've always grown up.
Absolutely right.
So, Ball Rush. Again, I'm terrible with pronunciation, so just go with it or give me a phonetic pronunciation. So, Ball Rush says it's a common tactic for cults to change the meanings of words and create new ones. Language is very powerful. Absolutely, that is why it is such a big deal to me. Again, drawing the comparison between the religious right back in the late '90s, early 2000s, it was as if good, moral good and religiosity were tied together. And again, those of you who know me, that's a big part of my rally cry is that the reason that the right wing is stagnant is because they're stuck to these antiquated ideas. Even most conservative voters, even if they consider themselves Christian, it's a very small, maybe not very small, but it's small and Are we here? Are we good? How much did we miss? I was frozen, but I was talking. But so Bulrush, if you didn't hear that, let me know, and I'll run back over your comment because great comment. But very well said. Bixlo says Daryl Davis does the type of de-radicalizing, persuading, and has the type of conversations with people who hate him that I try to take into my life as a more left-leaning person. Conversations first. Absolutely, 100%, Big So. I agree to no end. I think that's exactly the type of environment that I'm trying to foster here on this channel. And I may have my opinions, but that doesn't mean that I know everything. It just means that based on what I have seen and what I've learned, I put it all together, and this is where I currently sit, whatever the position is. As soon as somebody says something that knocks that down and supports a different thought, a different idea, I'm on board. I'm not I'm not playing for anybody's team. I'm not trying to win here. I'm trying to learn and I'm trying to be better. So if that's you, you are in the same point. You're in the right place. So Bullrush, yeah, basically I was just saying, your comment here was exactly right. And, how the religious right, good, moral good and religiosity were so closely tied together. And now, all the metrics of, not being transphobic, not being homophobic, not being misogynist, not being this, those are the metrics of, what is good. However, it's not real misogyny. It's if you're not kowtowing to women, then it's misogyny. Or if you're not giving special pleading, special rights to the trans community, then you're transphobic. So that's the long and short of what I was saying. All right, let's dive back into this. Oh, all right. Hold on. Let me run that back. Let's try that one more time, baby. Thank you, guys. Sometimes StreamYard is not your friend when it comes to sharing. That's why I need you guys, because I've done an entire streams with nobody watching, and that stream was no good. All right, so we good?
Global cultural influences Black Americans. So that's something I've always grown up.
Absolutely.
I rewound it a little bit
How,
so we can hear the
Absolutely.
beginning of what Cornel
How
West, Dr.
important-
West was saying.
or not important, are two things. One, an apology from a U.S. president for slavery and reparations for slavery.
So again, that's a really good question. Is what would you find? Thank you, Bull Rush. What would you find more important? An apology from the president for slavery or reparations? Which would you want more? That's a very interesting question. If there's anybody who is black, a Black American here, I would love to know which one you would prefer. Let's see what they say.
Well, I mean, the apology is a nice rhetorical gesture that most of the presidents have difficulty doing, but I don't invest a whole lot in these politicians. Even when you talk about the black mayors and so forth, the permanent government of every city is the big business. And these mayors just come and go no matter what color they are. The real power is behind the scene, as it were. Same is true with the president. It's nice to have a black face on the American empire with Obama, but we know his relation to Wall Street. We know his relation to Pentagon. We know his relation to the drones. We know his relation to security state. We know his relation to surveillance state. So it's nice to have that nice symbolic thing and talk about diversity and equity and inclusion and all of that bureaucratic so-and-so. Fine for corporate America, fine for the professional managerial elite. But we talking about those stone called everyday people.
And I think it sounds like he's about to agree with Bixel here and saying reparations personally. And Bixel goes on to say, however, not reparations in the form of stimulus checks directly into people's bank account. That doesn't really help anything. We need long-term investment in the Black community. So that's pretty much exactly what I was going to say, is that, while the acknowledgement from the president may be more symbolic, it's a culturally, it has way more weight that will carry forward. Now, not being in the Black community, I don't necessarily feel comfortable saying that you should want one or the other if you're Black. But it's very clear that, as Bix was saying, just throwing money at people is not going to have lasting issues. Bixel, what do you think, like, what type of reparations would work if it's not just checks to people? Because I definitely would be in favor of doing that if we, we could find a way that was effective and didn't punish people who are alive today for the sins of the father. I would definitely be in favor of that. Jamie Dean says we already have reparations with affirmative action, and is making Juneteenth a federal holiday not enough? I don't think that's enough. No. When it comes to affirmative action, that's definitely, they tried that to see how well that would go, but it seems very much like, and again, Bixel, if you're a Black American, you would know better than I would, but it doesn't seem like many people appreciate the sentiment of never knowing whether they've been chosen because of their skin color, because of their merit. And maybe that is something that's overblown by the other side. But I do think, I would never be comfortable with my own accomplishments if I didn't really know that they were my own accomplishments. And again, that doesn't mean that I don't think that there is a way that reparations could be paid to the people who absolutely were hurt by the actions of this country. I just don't know what that would be. So Pixel says affirmative action is a desegregation matter more than anything related to reparations. Juneteenth becoming a federal holiday is a symbolic gesture and nothing more. And again, I do agree that it is nothing. Juneteenth is not something in the way of reparations. That's not what we're talking about. But again, the fact that it is a symbolic gesture and nothing more, I think is, people are going to now officially be celebrating this for generations to come. So I don't think that is something to be scoffed at just because it is symbolic. The symbolism is culture, and we've just been talking about how important culture really actually is. So it definitely it's definitely a good question. I don't know that there is a correct answer, but definitely an interesting question.
Those James Cleveland call ordinary people. That's where we come from. When you playing with Chuck Berry and B.B. King, you talking about genius among everyday people.
Absolute genius.
When you blowing your trumpet.
Trombone.
Well, trombone, that's right, that's trombone. That's right, exactly right. And this brother got a video of blasphemy and say, oh, Lord, put a little smile on Tupac's face. I said, oh, good God Almighty. He even got brother supposedly tilting toward the right, grounded in that profound tradition. Absolutely. And you know why?
See, again, he's lost me. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm listening. I don't know what he's saying. Big Slow says, yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm glad Juneteenth is recognized, but it doesn't really change the material circumstances of African Americans. 100% agree. 100% agree. That's why, Jamie Dean, that doesn't fall, like, saying that it's a good, saying that Juneteenth is a good thing. It's a good thing that we are celebrating that. Doesn't mean that it is accounted for in reparations. We can have good things for Black people that aren't inherently reparations. I don't think they're connected. Jamie Dean, I know where you were coming from, but you feel me. You feel me.
Because he, like me, come from a people that says lift every voice. And when you're part of a freedom movement, that means that people are free to think for themselves whether they right or wrong. Whether they right or wrong. But it's the creativity, it's the resilience, it's the courage that goes into the making of what we're all about. And that's what I think this gathering in part is all about. And then we know that when it comes to music, Black people are the world historical people who have reshaped the sonic dimension of the modern world. That's just a fact. You can start with the drums, start with Clyde Stubblefield playing the drummer song, but we won't get into all that.
So Big Slow says, personally, for reparations, I think we need investment into majority Black communities in the form of education grants, loans for Black-owned businesses, community programs to address cultural issues. I think that would be that's definitely something that I would I would get behind. I don't think that, because again, I don't. You can understand that what happened in this country, specifically to Black people, was wrong, and it wasn't. It's not unique to Black people, but it was something that went wrong. And then we did it to the Japanese in World War II, but they got I'm pretty sure they got reparations, right? Am I making that up? I'm pretty sure they got reparations for that, and it's just shown to, even if it's a little bit more of a cultural issue where there's nothing physically holding or legally holding Black people back, we can see the echoes of what happened definitely still has its effects, even though many of us believe that the people who were born in this era shouldn't necessarily be that directly affected. I think it's okay to say that, okay, just, if you're a Black person today, I completely understand that, your very recent ancestors may have been slaves or affected by the just the way the country was. But I didn't do that. Nobody who is doing, operating in society did any of that. And so we're not trying to punish those people. We just want to find a way to, make up for what was done by the country in a way that doesn't punish the people. And it's an almost impossible thing to balance, it seems like. So Bull Rush says, I'm in favor of investing in communities, as Bixlaw said. Hard to exactly say how it should be done, but better use of money than a lot of other things. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jamie says, if blacks deserve an apology from anyone, they deserve it from LBJ. Okay. I'm not a huge history buff, so you can. All right, there we go. So, Korumastus? Korumastus? I don't know who that is. Son eventually got to see the case overturned by the Supreme Court, but they upheld the decision to intern Japanese Americans twice. That happened more recently than the slavery of black people. That's America for you.
All right. So, Coleman, you have a view on reparations. What is your?
Yeah. So my view has been that Black Americans that were born in the segregated South and lived through the Jim Crow system, like my grandfather and grandmother who are here in the crowd tonight.
God bless them. God bless them. God bless them. We should have them stand up. Stand up. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they?
Right there.
Oh, there they are. There they are. Stand up. Stand up. Indeed, indeed. That's it. That's it. You're looking at grace. You're looking at dignity.
So my position has been that that set of folks should receive reparations for a system, for living through a system that we all, most of us, look back on with shame. But someone like myself, and the median Black American is, I think, about 33, is like early 30s. Someone like myself, 26, born in 1996, should not receive reparations for slavery, right? That I'm 6 generations removed from. I've always felt it would be dishonest of me to pretend that I, Coleman Hughes, am harmed by something that happened that long ago. And it also would seem to dishonor the actual people that suffered and were never recouped. And there's no precedent I know of in America or any of our peer nations for paying reparations to the 6th great grandson of whether it be the Spanish Inquisition or any genocide victims of the many genocides that have happened throughout the world. At some point the opportunity is missed, and an obsession with the fantasy of being made whole is somewhere behind here, right? Like people.
Wow. So 2 really important things that he just said. That at some point the opportunity has passed. That you fucked up and you too little, too late. And obviously people who are economically against reparations or just culturally don't see the importance. Then we go, oh yeah, time's passed. But coming from him, that really does make a lot of sense. Where it's like, I'm 6 generations removed from this. Why should I get anything? I'm not. He doesn't believe that. He is subject to that. Oh, we got Chris in the building. What's going on, brother? Thank you for hanging out. We are just checking out the Minds Festival of, what the hell did they call it? The Minds Festival of Ideas. They are now talking about race. This man is talking about reparations. So that was the first thing he said, that the enough time passes where it's too little, too late. And then the other thing that he said was the notion of being obsessed with this fantasy that you will be made whole again, that you're missing something. And if you get that thing, that you will be made whole again. If you are reliant on that thing, especially if we're talking about, it's just a check. You get a check and then you think you're going to be made whole. That's not going to work. So earlier, Jamie Dean was saying, I've been to the internment camps in Arkansas. It's a solemn experience for the Japanese Americans. Yes, it's not cool. It is not cool that happened. And then, of course, for indigenous people, there is the 1/16th rule. What exactly is that? Does it just mean that you know whatever Native Americans can claim, as long as you have 1/16, you're good, or is there something specific that you get when that you can, or if you can prove that? We got Bob Boone in the building. What's going on, brother? We're getting right back into the Minds Festival of Ideas. They are talking about race and reparations right now. There was a question earlier. Would you prefer an apology for slavery from the President of the United States, whoever that may be at the time, or would you rather receive reparations in some form or another? And that's what they're going on about right now. Meow.
Well, some people imagine there's some point we're going to get to where we are going to be given something and we're going to feel that the scar is going to be healed. And I'm not sure trauma works that way.
And with that all,
Bamboon says just do both. I guess that's I don't think they were implying that you can only have one. I think the implication was which is the symbolic cultural gesture or the physical actual money in whatever way that was. But yeah, I would assume that if they're going to have some type of reparation program, that they would in fact pair that with a press release. And just for no other reason, the politicians, whoever's president at that time is getting the photo opportunity of a lifetime. So Janie Dean says free college only if you can prove you're no. So I was asking about the Native Americans. So Jamie Dean says that you can get free college only if you can prove you're no less than 1/16 Native American. The catch, they really didn't keep written records of heritage. So based on just thinking about Elizabeth Warren, the keeping of records, if you're saying only if you can prove, so that even if you are 1/16 but you don't have the records, you don't get it, not the other way around, right? That's what I would assume. That sounds like government bureaucracy to me.
also apply to Native Americans who still today, their descendants still receive money for what was done to them many, many generations ago.
That's such a special case because land ownership is involved and reservations are involved in a way that I wouldn't really feel comfortable commenting on or making a direct analogy.
Wow, I really like that answer. That shows a genuine desire to have the authentic conversation. I really respect that.
Fair enough. So now,
could I just say a word about his honesty, which I deeply
there you go.
respect, even as I disagree with the conclusions. But the honesty in terms of you making that distinction between 100%. Your beloved grandparents and yourself. Because the argument is that reparations is like a tort in law, right? You got to first find out what was the truth of the damage done, and then you find out what the damages are and what kind of repair is required. Now, that's a process. We can't jump to the conclusion and see what we're going to end up. Let's just first find out the truth of the past. What was the role of slavery? Why was one slave worth more than most of the other objects that were on the market? Why was slavery as an institution more profitable than all of the factories of that day? Well, we were pre-industrial in some ways, yes, but also because...
Is he asking legitimately, or are we not trying to say that obviously free labor is going to affect that? I'm going to guess he's going rhetorical.
It was the economic foundation. And after slavery, there's neo-slavery. That's what Jim and Jane Crow was, right? Massive neo-slavery with American terrorism, the public face of that. And then you got the GI Bill with my father.
Mm-hmm.
And the GI Bill was what? Excluded what? Well, so first, Social Security excluded what? Agricultural laborers and domestic maids. How come? Southern elites in the Democratic Party did not want it to apply to black people.
See, that's when I talk about, you're saying things and you're not substantiating that. I don't know about that. I'm very interested in what he's talking about with agriculture. And to me, it sounds like people in different regions may not have gotten, whatever was due because of these laws. But I don't know. That's why you're on stage. Talk about it. Say it. Don't just say, oh, you know that thing happened. No, what thing? What happened? What did it cause? And what was the effect? All that stuff. We need all of that.
So Social Security is one of the great progressive acts, but it didn't apply to black people. Then you got the GI Bill. Well, my father and others go to fight for the country, but still have tremendous difficulty gaining access to the benefits. So that when you talk about reparations and damage done, it's not confined just to the barbaric slavery between 1776 and 18.
Again, 100% agree. It's not just slavery. You know, this country was very hostile towards black people for a long time in many different ways. I think that legally, it's not that way anymore, but culturally, there absolutely is, blatant racism all over. I don't think it's nearly as bad as it used to be, but it's also not as blatant. The blatant racism isn't as blatant as it used to be. It's a little bit more covert, but it still exists. It still exists, and it's a different type. It's just a different type. You know, he was talking about it. He said neo racism. So I guess that's a term, and it makes sense because you're not necessarily seeing people go and yelling, "Oh, you stupid N-word." Like that's not really something that I think most black people. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that is the issue. I think it's the more subtle ways that you're treated differently in society that are more of the issue these days.
1865, but this racism is continuing by the time it comes to your house and you say, ooh, mine is much less than my grandparents. You're absolutely right. It is much, much less, no doubt. And if you didn't want to take it, I can appreciate that very much so. I'm not sure I would necessarily take it, but I'll fight for the truth.
Guys, if you haven't, can you get me up to 10 likes? I would love if I could be at 10 likes right now. That would be awesome.
I'm not in it for the money. I'm in it for the truth. I want to find out what happened. I want to find out how you go about repairing it. The same kind of question you raise indigenous people. We don't know the answers to those questions because we haven't pursued. We can't even get an apology, let alone a serious investigation.
Right.
You see what I mean? So it's just a matter of how committed are we to the truth? The condition of truth is to allow suffering to speak. If you don't want to hear the suffering, you're not interested in the truth. You're interested in your own individual project. Oh, that's a different.
I'm gonna let that play.
A different issue there.
Okay, so would you, to both of you, start with you, Coleman, your views, are they based more on your research and collection of data, what data states, or your lived experience?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think inevitably, so there's two ways in which lived experience matters. One is in the more trivial way, which is, all the books I've read are also my lived experience. Like, that's part of my experience. And
the books that you've read are more like your vicarious experience when you're reading about somebody else's experience, right?
Let the man talk.
If I'm reading a memoir, but yeah. So here's what I mean. I mean, the sum total of my experiences is of course
one more. I don't know if that's everybody, but I'm one.
The experiences of
one like away from 10. One like away. If you haven't, I would really appreciate if you could hit that like button. Thank you, guys.
Conversations I've had that have changed my mind.
Really glad you guys are hanging out with me today,
as well as what we tend to think of as lived experience. But what people usually mean by that is like, so I'm from northern New Jersey. I'm from Montclair, New Jersey, which is a very nice and diverse. Yeah, Montclair.
Let's go.
Suburb, 30-minute drive from here. That's where I grew up. I grew up around such and such kind of a person. I went to such and such kind of a school. I had such and such kind of a parents. And does that account for, say, my view on reparations? I mean, I think
it would have to, right?
Very tempting line of thinking, but truth be told, I think the truth is people who check all the boxes of having my lived experience in those ways, the sort of biography looks pretty similar, often have a totally different set of views. And so my favorite example of this is the greatest Black liberal writer, in my opinion, and the greatest Black conservative writer, in my opinion, of the 20th century, both grew up 5 to 6 years apart in the same neighborhood. That would be James Baldwin and Thomas Sowell. So,
give it up. Give it up.
What I'm saying is, it's easy to sort of write people's views off wherever they come from as, oh, he just thinks that because he's from the ghetto. Oh, he just thinks that because he's from the upper crust. But the truth is, you dig into people's views, you usually find.
I want to stop the show. Bull Rush, thank you so much for saying that. I'm really glad that you said that, man. I've been working hard on this shit, so I am very glad that you're enjoying the show, and let's get back into it. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot. Jamie Dean says, Daryl falls into the trap of seeing racism everywhere because he's looking for it. I 100% agree. You'll find anything just because you're looking for it. Hell, you can find predictions of M2K? You mean Y2K? I don't know, but I'm going to assume that's the same kind of, apocalyptic thing. But yeah, you can find predictions of Y2K in the Bible if you torture the numerology enough. Yeah, I mean, people are pattern-seeking creatures. So it's, confirmation bias. If you go out looking for, okay, where is the racism in this situation? You will find it. You will find it. You absolutely will find racism in every little thing if you are trying to find it. And that's what gets me with, there's that's very common in the Black people that I know. It's there's certain things where it's like, hey, I kind of feel like maybe, you're looking a little bit into that. I'm very sensitive to the idea that racism exists and that things are not as they should be and all of that. But I think maybe in this particular situation, maybe it's not racism. Maybe it's something else. And I've gotten such backlash. I've gotten I've made people that I really respect very upset just expressing that kind of sentiment. And it's it's not easy and it's not fun. Obviously, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be offending people, but I have to call out when I have to call it as I see it. And if I see a situation as that's not racism, that's just classism or something else, or it's just an individual situation where a thing happened, I gotta call it like that, man. And you guys again are free to disagree and be like, hey, no, actually it is like that because this, that, and the other. But you do need that, this, that, and the other. You can't just say no, it's racism. I'm Black, so I'm right. I'm sorry, but that's not enough for me. That's not enough for me.
Fine, people think how they think regardless of where they're from, and so I don't tend to focus too much on a thinker's lived experience or even my own.
And what about the data?
Well, yeah, I mean, data is very important. You have to pay attention to data. Although the older I get, the more
data,
the more I realize how much data is routinely spun and manipulated, and I get.
Yeah. That's again, dude. I need to find this dude Coleman Hughes and follow him. I love the way that he's speaking. One of the biggest things he's talking about with data is the percentage of I think it was the percentage of, I don't remember exactly. It was something to do with police killing unarmed Black men. And they were talking about percentage numbers, and it was some high percentage of whatever. Again, I don't remember exactly what it was that they were measuring, or how they were framing it, but it was like 20% of interactions end with this, that, the other. And when you actually look at the raw numbers, you will see like 10 or 15 people, Black people unarmed Black people killed by the police for the entire year. So when you talk about percentages, it gets spun. Now, that's not saying that it's okay that those people died, but it does change the conversation that we're having. What does Big Slow got for us? It says, well, it makes sense that people who have historically and more often than a lot of people want to admit are currently experiencing racism are more sensitive to it and are quicker to call it out. That's fair. That is absolutely fair. As long as you're willing to engage with the challenge and not make an emotional argument there. Well, I feel like it's racism, so it's racism. Okay, if you feel like it's racism, and I'm saying maybe it's just this, then the burden is on you to say, no, actually, dude, this happens all the time. And you can see it. And I can, even if it's something like you could tell by the way he said it and the look he had in his eyes, like, even if it's something like that, then at least we have something to talk about. We have something concrete to talk about. But, a great example is, Dad, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm using your story. I think we were at a wedding or some upscale type of event. And somebody asked my dad, who was, dressed up, and at the venue, to take his jacket or to take his drink order or something. And my dad was so pissed off. And it's like, oh, this racist dude. And And I was like, maybe he just thought you worked here. And he was like, no, he didn't. He knows me. He's seen me and whatever. I was like, okay. I mean, lived experience definitely is something real, but it only accounts for so much when we're talking about objective reality. And if you care about making that objective reality better, then you have to engage with it on that that very objective place. You can't talk about it in a subjective way. Jamie Dean, glad you have supportive parents. Yeah, I do, and so am I. So thank you, Dad. I really appreciate all your support. So Pixel's original comment was, well, it makes sense that people who, where are we? It makes sense that people who have historically and more often than a lot of people want to admit are currently experiencing racism are more sensitive to it and are quicker to call it out. On the flip side, a lot of people who aren't used to experiencing racism don't notice how situations can be racist. Again, 100% agree. And that's why we need to be able to have the conversations, because if your lived experience is making something super obvious to you, and my lived experience is making it so that I have the privilege that I can't see that, then we need to be able to discuss that. And we need to be able to agree to a basic objective reality. So that if you're talking about your lived experience, but it's based on an actual, let's take it in this situation. You're talking about a race, your lived experience, and you're saying there's a racial component to it. And then you bring it to me, and I'm saying, well, okay, I don't really, maybe it was just this, that, the other. Then when if I'm this person in Big Slow's comment, then it's clearly not malicious that I'm saying, hey, maybe that's not the case. It's at worst, it's ignorance. And if we cannot make ignorance a crime, because nobody knows everything. We have to give people the opportunity to grow and learn. You can't just expect people to know your lived experience without having lived the experience.
Get very frustrated at the sort of I have a friend getting a PhD right now who calls it a drive-by citation, right? You're reading like an article and you just, bam, cite one paper about a very complicated literature as if it proves everything, and it's the data. So if you haven't read the study, you have to shut up about the issue. And I think that's a worrisome trend. So people can sometimes place too
Another
much
great
emphasis
point
on data.
Another great point. I just before I come back to your comments, Pixel, I think that another great point by, I keep forgetting his name, Coleman Hughes. Another great point there that just people get overly and if you are a friend of the channel, you know that I have somebody in mind who are so stuck to the numbers that they don't see things from a personal view and think that the numbers explain everything, when you can see that numbers have been manipulated this way, that way, the other way. And so you may have numbers, but there is especially when we talk about racism, there is that lived experience aspect to it. Whether it's the fact that you feel like you experience more racism than the average person, or you feel like other people jump to a conclusion. And Big So saying, I can understand frustration with people who jump to racial motives out of nowhere. And continue to say, especially in situations where some charitability to people who don't really understand could be better served at getting to a mutual understanding. Exactly. We're all on the same team for the most part. And those of us who are not on that same team of wanting the well-being for our fellow man, we can together cast that person out who's not on that team. The person who's not, the person who is really that racist, the person who really is that bigot for whatever group, we all together want to get rid of those people. But if you are so insistent, not you, Bixlo, just you in general, if somebody is so insistent that this particular thing was racist and that person is racist, and that's the end of the story, and there's no conversation to be had, well, then you're forced to pick a side. And life isn't that simple. Life isn't black and white. We can't always just pick sides. There's gray areas, and we need to be able to exist in those gray areas and talk about those gray areas without freaking out. Well said, Bixo. Well said.
Thank you. Dr. West, what's your take on it? Data and lived experience.
I'd like to talk to your friend about what goes into the writing of a dissertation, though, because he's got to do a little bit more creative synthesizing than that, but I know.
Again, what? What did he just say? I don't want to go back too far. It's not YouTube where I can.
Literature.
Let's see. I want to hear that again.
Proves everything.
I want to hear it again
data, so
and see if we can actually understand what he is saying.
And I think that's a worrisome trend. So people can sometimes place
I don't know how
too
far
much
back.
emphasis on data.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Dr. West, what's your take on it? Data and lived experience.
So, okay. Help me out here. Everybody try. I can't speed it up or slow it down. This is just normal speed. Let's see if we can break down exactly what he is saying. And just in this first, let's call it paragraph. First few sentences. What the fuck is he saying? Ready? Let's do it.
I'd like to talk to your friend about what goes into the writing of a dissertation, though.
Okay, so he's asking about what goes into a dissertation, going back to the idea that we want to depend on data. Okay.
Because he's got to do a little bit more creative synthesizing than that, but I know.
More creative synthesizing than that.
You'll be able to work it through with him. But
no idea.
No, I mean the greatest Marxist economist of the 20th century was Paul Sweezy, whose father was vice president of J.P. Morgan. Meaning what? Meaning that people make choices and judgments based on how they conceive of the world, and it goes far beyond background, environment.
Such as?
Far beyond family.
Such as?
Far beyond neighborhood.
Such as?
They think critically for themselves. They act courageously. And in my own particular case, my views are fundamentally rooted in the West family of Irene and Clifton as mom and
what ideas? What are those ideas?
Dad both passed, but their afterlife forever working in my life. Shiloh Baptist Church that told me that it's better to be a corpse than a coward. That told me if the kingdom of God.
See, again, I agree with that, but like, is that I still don't understand what his point is. I still don't understand what his point is.
God is within you, then everywhere you go, you ought to leave a little heaven behind. No matter how cracked a vessel you are, you're just trying to love your crooked neighbor with your crooked heart. Well, that's what I was exposed to, and I believed it. I fundamentally believed it. In that sense, I'm a fundamentalist Christian, but I don't get along with most of my fundamentalists because they fundamentalist about something else. But what that means then is that it's moral and spiritual standards across the board, beyond race, beyond gender, beyond sexual orientation, beyond national identity. All of those are under the cross, and that cross signifies unarmed truth and unconditional love, so that you don't have to be Christian or Muslim or Judaic or Buddhist to believe it. If you're interested in truth, you're interested in love, then you're hooked. You're hooked.
I don't even remember what the original question was. Oh, he was asked about lived experience. This is the problem with overly intellectualized people. People who are stuck, who spend their entire lives in academia. They have ideas, and they don't have they can't speak to a layman. Like, unless you know the exact books and studies and things that he has, it's just word salad again. It's just what are you talking about? What is you were asked a very direct question about lived experience. You're clearly more wise and more educated than our friend Coleman Hughes right next to you, but he was able to give a very poignant answer that we could all understand and that I personally appreciate. Why can't you do the same? Just more buzzwords.
Amen to that.
There's some folk will say,
Amen to what?
well, I'm not interested in truth. I'm not interested in love. What you interested in? Power, my power. I understand. All of us have that inside, but you got more work to do spiritually. That's exactly what I was blessed to tell the clan in Charlottesville.
Uh-huh.
So Bixla says, I know it's hard to understand a lot of what Cornel West is saying. He has a meandering style of talking about points. I don't think that style is limited to academics. Trump talks in a meandering way. I think it comes with age, honestly. I think I would disagree with that last part because I see it, from people of all ages. But Trump, he's a very different type of meander. He just kind of gets lost in another thought, and then I'll be thinking about something. That was the greatest thing, and Ed even said so. Ed was at the dinner; it was the best dinner ever. He just kind of gets like more ADD. I certainly Trump is not an academic. That is not. No, I mean, I don't like Trump. But if you had to write every single policy down that either Dr. Cornel West and Trump had, I don't know which side I would agree with more. But it is very clear that in terms of strict academia and just book smarts, that Cornel West it takes the cake with that one. So it's almost worse because he is smart enough to know that he is that smart. He's not just doing his best to piece together something. He's creating this dance around his point. But he's not making any. I know people who speak like this, but they speak to a point. They make a point. And he's just not. He's just not making a point. What was it that he said amen to that? Daryl Davis said amen to that. Do you know what they were saying amen to? Because I don't. Maybe I'm dumb. Just, let me know. But I'm not saying you don't, but I don't. So let's see where it goes.
When the brother came up to me and said, you that black man talking about you got all these brothers, everybody's your brother, everybody's your sister. I can't stand that. I said, well, let me tell you something, brother.
But who's saying that?
I said, Jesus loves you just like Jesus loves me. You choose to be a gangster. I was a gangster before I met Jesus. And
the only Jesus is the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
Now I'm a gangster with, I'm a redeemed sinner with gangster proclivities. So there's gangster inside of me, there's greed inside of me, there's hatred inside of me, there's hypocrisy inside of me, just like
I'm ready for the next panel.
Inside of you. We're on a human continuum. And my hunch that you a master at that when you brought 200 of those clan brothers into a spiritual and moral plane they knew not of. That's right. You ought to say something about how you did that, my brother.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Let me wrap it up by saying that a missed opportunity for dialogue is a missed opportunity for conflict resolution. And that's how we change minds. Don't try to change somebody's reality. Their reality is their reality, whether it's real or not. You try to change somebody's reality, you're going to get pushback. One's perception is one's reality. So if you want their reality to change, don't attack it. Offer them a better perception. And if they resonate with your perception, they will change their own reality. So listen, I want to just thank Coleman Hughes here and Dr. Cornel West and all of you Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I
So the
want you to
next
keep in
panel
mind
is going to
that
be
for
Zuby
whatever reason,
as the
a lot of
moderator,
people that I
Seth Dillon,
encounter
not too
seem
familiar
to
with him,
think that that
Maajid
all black
Nawaz,
people
who
think
is
alike. We all
a
know each other.
he is a reformed. He used to be a jihadist, and he was a reformed jihadist, and he actually wrote a book about the future of Islam with Sam Harris, who was one of the leading new atheists before he got his own version of TDS. Then Destiny, aka Stephen Bonnell, if you know, he's the biggest Twitch streamer on the left. Libby Emmons and Margaret Kimberly. I'm not sure who the last one is, but I've seen Libby Emmons on Timcast a number of times. I don't necessarily think she is, she's never said anything that's like wowed me, but she's definitely been part of some interesting conversations. So yeah, I think kind of what I said at the beginning, that they're all just kind of let's finish up what they're saying, and then
We all look alike and we all think alike. Well, now there
Hell
was a
yeah.
time. There was a time when we all pretty much did know each other because we all had to go to the same school. We all had to eat in the same restaurant, use the same restroom, sit in the same back of the bus. So of course we were running into each other all the time. But that's long since gone. But the important part of this conversation here between my two brothers here, and you all are my brothers and sisters as well, is the fact that we all come from different generations. We all have our own individual thoughts. We may agree on some things, we may disagree on other things. Coleman is probably a little bit less than half my age. I'm 64. Cornel's a little bit older than me. But we all have our own views. We all are individuals. We're not, black people are not stamped out of a standard cookie cutter any more so than white people or anybody else. And the fact is, we all are up here expressing our views, and we all want to work together for the betterment of our country. Thank you all very much. Appreciate
beautiful,
that.
beautiful. So yeah, I definitely. Jamie Dean's seen it and it says it's pretty good. So I guess I've got my work cut out to make sure I add some value in my content. Bull Rush agrees.
Thank you. Wow,
and
thank you.
I kind of what I said in the beginning, where it felt like they were kind of just gonna agree with each other.
Their OnlyFans.
They did have some disagreements, but by and large, they kind of just had some slight disagreements among the same kind of thing. I definitely think if they had somebody who was a little bit more adversarial to their position on the panel and were discussing with them, that might have been a bit more helpful. Oh hell yeah, we are definitely watching Ryan Long. But I think it was an interesting conversation. And then of course, you guys, coming in and especially Big Slow giving me some different perspectives to think about. I do think it could have been better, but hey, we got the job done, right? So let's all just sit back and enjoy Ryan Long, because who wouldn't enjoy Ryan?
Yo, can you guys think of a word?
We got Charles in the building. What's good, brother? Thank you for joining us. We are watching the Minds Festival of Ideas. You just missed the race panel. It was a little bland. We're heading into Ryan Long doing some comedy, and then the next panel. So let's do it.
First time for
Thank you for joining us.
White comedian to come do some comedy right now. I'm looking at my set list. I was gonna do 7 minutes on how slavery was great, so throw that down the fucking drain, huh? Because Tyler Fisher was supposed to go up. He didn't show up. By the way, I'm allowed to do race jokes too. I'm actually mixed race, half Irish, half English, so it's all good. Irish, the least proud whites. Is that not true? And Italians are the most proud whites. See? Dude, Italians are fucking stoked to be Italian. I feel like Italian people do a DNA test every morning just to be like, fuck yes.
I used to want to be Italian so bad. Every long-term girlfriend I've had just happens to have been an Italian girl. I don't know what it is. short, brown hair. I don't know. I go crazy.
Yes. They love crosses.
Damn it.
How do you guys like this hellhole, New York? Here's what I saw outside of my house 2 days ago. Guy and a girl were arguing. The girl looks at the guy. She goes, "Hey, listen, I showed you my titties. Now give me the McFlurry." So those are the deals that are taking place. Titty for McFlurry exchange that went south. Well, I guess the girl showed the titties, and the guy was like, "Nah, that ain't McFlurry titties. Those are nugget titties."
Standards.
Tops. I'm not even from here. So I moved here from Canada, so I'm an immigrant. Yes. No, I wouldn't expect you guys to understand my
They
struggle as
booed.
an immigrant.
They booed.
But to America, the land of the fat. Even doctors don't want to say fat right now. They're like, listen, if you could be 30% less brave, that would be great. If we look here at your height to empowerment chart, getting a little bit close to morbidly courageous. Do you guys not know that you're the fattest country? It's the only country that has eating competitions.
That's not true.
They don't have
The champion is a Japanese dude, I thought. For the hot dog eating contest. I saw some kind of reality show or documentary on that.
like a Yemen hot dog eating competition. And American fat people don't even win them. Tiny Asians just crush.
See?
Destroy American fats.
Kimberly.
The one sport. By the way, if you move to New York to be like a competitive eater, you better be famous, right? Because that's not a very cool job to be like a struggling competitive eater.
Where'd everybody go? Should I skip
Like,
this?
"Do we eat all the
Fuck
food
you.
again?"
I'm
You're
not skipping
like,
shit.
Never support my dreams. You guys pumped or bummed about abortion? What are you thinking, huh? Yeah. You get abortions tonight? Okay. Whatever you think about abortion, do you think it's possible?
Yeah,
that there was
exactly.
One abortion doctor that got into being an abortion doctor just because he really fucking hates babies.
Kobayashi, the hot dog legend.
He was gonna be on a normal doctor, and then he was on a plane with a baby that wouldn't stop crying.
It's fucking hot.
He's like, if you can shut up, I gotta do my doctor work. If you don't mind, he gets late, goes, I'm changing my major. Is that? Or like one doctor that does transgender surgeries, cutting off the dicks, that like just fucking hates men like a girl. Do you guys not think this is a thing? She's like, I fucking hate men, they're the worst. And they're like, yo, this new job where you just cut their dicks off. You tell me that would be fun? Show up with 2 katanas? You love what you do.
I love Ryan
Wearing the
Long.
dicks on a necklace like a warlord? You're telling me that's not fun? Telling me that's not a good job? I have a friend who's in like a very progressive relationship. So he's getting married. He's going to take his last name, but we're going to take his first. Both going to be Doug Smith.
That's the sound
So
on the
it's
video.
My mic just went out, didn't it?
Okay.
Huh?
There we go.
Can you believe this shit? First I'm going up after slavery, now my mic's getting cut? No, I'm just joking. You know what my favorite like peak 2022 show is? There's this new show on Netflix called In the Dark. It's about a blind detective. You like it? It's a piece of shit, right? And dude, it's insane. And the show's kind of in your face, like, what? What's the problem? She can't be a detective.
Is that
'cause
real?
she's like, you're crazy?
I haven't seen that.
You're kind of supposed to watch the show and be like, I can't believe I used to think they couldn't be detectives. Like,
I don't know how long
now
it's
that I'm
going on.
educated, blind people should be surgeons and fucking. In fact, I hope my cab
All right,
driver
drop a 1 if you
blind,
don't
right?
want me to skip the rest of the comedy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yo, you could be the most like Hollywood person in the universe, but if your like
Slow
daughter
down the
went
show a
missing and the
little bit.
detective showed up with a blind cane, like, what's up? I'm the detective on the case here.
All right,
Mind if I fill
so
your
we're gonna
face?
skip
I
the
just wanna get a
comedy.
read. You're like, we're behind you. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
because I'm blind.
Okay, so
See,
do check out
every
Ryan
this guy
Long.
shows up when we used to.
But you know, that's not what we're doing right now.
Brave trans person.
All right. So, panel number 3. We've got
Ask me
Zuby.
before a date, shave off my beard.
Where'd it
Draw
go?
on a new one with marker. Fuck it, some zigzags. I'm a Middle Eastern DJ tonight. Let's do this. All right, you guys are fun. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Peace.
Jamie was ready. He was over it. He was over it.
Long. Canadian, but we we love
So yeah,
him.
this is the next panel. Down
One
here
of
we
the
got
good
all
ones.
of it. We got Zuby
Oh,
is the
wow,
moderator,
for
Maajid
this
Nawaz,
next
Destiny,
panel.
Libby, Emmons, Seth, Dylan, and
By the way, we're about to
Margaret,
discuss satire and
Kimberly. Let's see what they're
disinformation.
gonna be
Where's
talking
the
about.
line? I don't know. Do you know? The moderator for this next.
All right, where's the line? If you know what band has a song called "Where's the Line," and you put it in the comments, I will send you $10 on Cash App or whatever.
Next panel is a brave trans
No Google. You have 30 seconds.
person who accomplished great things as a woman. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the British women's deadlift record holder, Zuby.
I forgot about that. I forgot that he did that.
A brave trans woman. And our esteemed panelists, Seth Dillon, Maajid Nawaz,
Woo!
Stephen Bunnell, also known as Destiny,
Yup.
Libby Emmons, and Margaret Kimberly.
That is the so Bixlo says, is the Destiny panel? Not to prime you or anything, but Destiny's the only one on that panel that puts up any sort of contrary opinion. That's usually how Destiny works, right? That's why I like Destiny, because he is somebody who, you know, he's the right winger of the left. Does that make sense? Like, obviously he is a leftist, but he is, in my opinion, not one of these wokesters. And he is, on top of that, he's willing to call out people who are wokesters, who are just disseminating exactly bullish. That's why they're great. He is willing to call people out. I've known about Destiny for a decent amount of time, but I never really followed him. And then somebody, you know, was just like, why don't you? I feel like you would like him. And I was like, all right, let me check out his YouTube channel. And you know, it's usually just like he'll cut out a piece of a debate that he's doing. I guess he just spends his days, you know, sitting here playing games, and you know, whatever happens, he'll just clip that and put it on YouTube. That's the goal. If I know that you guys are gonna be here hanging out, I will be here 24/7. But a lot of debates that I really enjoyed, and I don't necessarily agree with everything that Destiny says, but I appreciate that he does do the thing. What were we just talking about? We were just talking about people who make claims and don't back them up. And Destiny doesn't do that, at least as often. I mean, I think we all do that to some extent, but that's not his calling card. His calling card is to make a claim and back it up. So, yeah, let's see. And I'm really excited to see, because I know Zuby is definitely, you know, not aligned with Destiny. Not sure where Maajid Nawaz lines up in terms of the woke stuff, and I don't really know who Seth Dillon is, so I'm excited. Let's see. There we got Libby Emmons and Margaret.
Hello,
Kimberly.
everybody. And a quick round of applause for all the wonderful panelists right here today and everyone who's been speaking. Thank you. So today we are going to be discussing the line between satire and disinformation. Now, the first question that I would like to ask this panel is, why is it so difficult to determine satire from reality these days? I think perhaps we should start
Don't
with
all
Seth.
start at once.
Well, you know, for one thing, we're having a hard time making a joke that's funnier than what Democrats are doing in real life.
So I guess Seth is not a lefty. I guess that's what it is. And Jamie Dean says Destiny's well versed in this type of casual conversation. Yeah, as far as I understand it, like that, he streams on Twitch every day. You know, that's it. He'll get up and, you know, play whatever game, and then people just kind of come through different means, and he finds himself in these conversations. And that's fucking goals. That's fucking goals.
Someone said back in 1911 that the world has become too absurd to be satirized. That was G.K. Chesterton, 1911.
Wait a minute. Is that the guy from the Babylon Bee? Is that who that is? I'm going to Google that. Hold on.
The world's become too absurd to be satirized. Look at the situation we got now. We've got like a Supreme Court nominee who refused to answer the question, who is a woman. And she is a woman. But she refused to answer that question.
So just so we're all on the same page, this is Seth Dillon of the Babylon Bee. If you're not familiar with the Babylon Bee, it's the updated version of the Onion since the Onion went to shit. And again, he was just on Timcast the other day, and sent some interesting stuff. So again, I'm very excited for this.
There's a study recently that said that kids at Stanford were more likely to wear masks while riding bicycles than helmets. These are the smart kids at Stanford, right? I mean, the reason that it's difficult to, in my opinion, determine what's satire and what's reality is not because satire is riding too close to reality, you know, our jokes are too believable. It's because reality is too close to satire.
I hear that.
Snaps.
What are your thoughts on this, Maajid?
Well, I think, sorry to make it a bit more serious on after.
Well, before he goes into that, Blixel asked, what happened to the Onion? I haven't read it in so long. Exactly. It's just, I mean, it's still around, but being a left-leaning, they were always left-leaning. It's just like, there's not much for them to do anymore. You know, they were looking at when Seth Dillon was on Timcast, they went and they looked at the Onion and they looked at what the headlines were. And they were just like, where's the joke? Like, it's not funny because the left can't meme.
Those examples because they were funny. But I think we're in the middle of an attempted global palace coup. And to achieve that global palace coup, which is quite literally a takeover of global governance under one centralized authority on the planet, after having seeded agents in various national governments and being admitted to openly by Klaus Schwab on the record at Harvard University. To succeed in that plan, you need to be able to destroy everybody's connection to reality, because you're changing reality for the purposes of an ideological agenda. You're trying, almost like a struggle session under the Chinese Communist Party, to change what people view as real so that you can take them along with your ideological indoctrination. To do that, everything needs to be relative. There needs to be no such thing as truth, or because truth is obviously a search, we can't be so arrogant as to claim we have it. So more accurately, there can be no such thing as the quest for truth. What matters is relativity, because if everything is subjective, then nothing is correct. And if I have power, I can manipulate propaganda and all of the processes and all of the institutions of society to push people towards a new reality, which is my dogmatic vision.
Goddamn. Bars.
And unfortunately, the last 2 years through COVID demonstrated more than we needed in terms of proofs and evidences around the world that this agenda has been afoot. And I'll end on...
Yeah, my dude. I bet Destiny's ready to say something.
I'll end on this note because I like to think I'm not a stupid man. And when I see every single Western national government across Europe, in the Five Eyes nations, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom and the United States of America, those English-speaking Five Eyes nations, but also across Europe, all of these governments making the very same mistakes on the very same issue at the very same time, you cannot convince me that there isn't some nefarious agenda going on there, especially...
Agreed, but yeah, I don't even remember what the prompt was. James just kind of ignores the prompt of the panel and starts monologuing. It's true, but he is dropping knowledge. So I don't even remember what the original prompt was, but I'm not hating this. He is dropping knowledge.
Especially when we know what we know now and the data is present. So every single one of these vaccine companies, I don't call them a vaccine, let's call them jabs. Every single one of these companies. Let's start with AstraZeneca. First, they had to withdraw their jab from the market.
Let me just say, I'm not actually saying fuck the jab as in you shouldn't do, you should do whatever you feel is right for you, but fuck the jab. Mandates. That's what I meant.
Because they said that if you're under the age of 30, you're going to get a blood clot. This is the British vaccine, right? The jab. Then they had to, a week after that, withdraw it for under 40s. They said, you're going to get a blood clot if you take this jab. That's no longer available, by the way. If anyone didn't know that, you can no longer get the AstraZeneca jab if you're under the age of 40 because it's going to give you blood clots. That's no longer a conspiracy theory. That's just
I didn't
what it
know
is
that.
at the moment. After
File that under conspiracy theories that came through. But look at that face. Dusty's like, oh my God, what is this bullshit? Oh yeah. It's panels about satire, not global domination. I'll let you all read that.
After them followed Moderna. Now, you may have heard those conspiracy theories where people were presenting the scientific evidence saying that in these particular jabs, there are some foreign elements. Now, people call that a...
But actually, no, I do want to stop and address this, Jamie, because it is important that, I don't want to be, I don't want to present myself as somebody who is against the clear science. And the numbers clearly say that, when you're splitting hairs, you do have to split hairs in order to do it, but you are better off getting the jab, Rona, than not getting the jab and being subject to it. I personally, that is the margin was not enough for me personally to say, okay, I know that, I'm going to get sick. I'm going to be out of work for a couple of days because I'm getting this jab. And for me personally, that wasn't it. But I do want to take that back. I don't want to say fuck the jab because it has helped millions of people. My parents are of, the age of risk factors. So I take that back. Just for me personally, it's the mandates. And yeah, it depends on the age of the person. Exactly. Between 40 and if you're over 40, then sure. But I feel like, yeah, toddlers, Jamie Dean's actually absolutely right. Yeah, toddlers don't need to get jabbed. But little talking about monologuing and going off on our own. Oh, I missed that comment. I was gonna pull it back up, but talking about this. There we go. Just ignores the prompt and monologue, and that's what I'm doing. So let's get right back into this.
Conspiracy theory. If you go to Reuters, I'll bring the receipts. If you go to Reuters and look
there you
up
go.
Moderna Japanese withdrawal foreign element, you will find the Moderna jab was withdrawn. Hundreds of thousands of vials were withdrawn from the Japanese market because they were found to have contained foreign elements.
I hope this doesn't get my video taken down.
Then Moderna in the European Union.
I do not support anything that's being said. I am just watching for educational purposes, and none of this is medical advice. Talk to your doctor and see what's right for you.
Withdraw hundreds of thousands of the very same jab because it was found to contain foreign elements. After everybody was told if they don't take this thing, they're going to lose their jobs. Now, no one tells you what those foreign elements were, but they're probably in your body right now.
Yep.
That's Moderna. Then there's the...
Maajid, for the interest of time,
last point.
Can we wrap it up?
Yeah, so thank you. So apologies, but this is because this is
Zuby's like, yo, come on, bro. Can we you ain't the only one here.
Reality, and we're not being told it. So my apologies. Then there's the Johnson & Johnson. Now that's also been basically the CDC, your CDC in this country have told you, don't take Johnson & Johnson, we can no longer recommend it. That's just a fact, it's in the news. And finally, Pfizer, 1,200 people died within the first 3 months of that jab being tried on people. That data was only released because somebody had to go to a high court and the judge forced them to release the data they didn't want to release. That's the reality that the media isn't telling you about because everything is relative and subjective. You've got these people trying to change our understanding of what's going on, and that's why we can't differentiate satire from reality anymore.
Hey, he brought it full circle. He brought it full circle. Give him credit, because I can be long-winded sometimes too. But he brought it full circle.
Strong answer.
Kind of.
That's deep right there.
Oh, thank you. Oh, did we pause that? Thank you guys for getting me over 10 likes. I appreciate that. If you were not one of those 10 or 11, please do hit that like button.
Yeah, Destiny, what are your thoughts on this topic?
I didn't realize I was going to see the satire reality distinction done on the panel, but I think that the truth is, I think the truth
that
is
was good. That was funny. And so few people got that. So few people got that dig that he is saying that they, the difference between satire and disinformation that's actually happening in front of his face. Even if I don't agree with the notion, That's funny. That's funny.
Boring sometimes than we care to
And it's funnier that it went over everybody's head.
admit. I think that the truth is we're just not very much interested in what is real or what is true. I think we all kind of have these ongoing political or ethical like narratives that exist in our mind. And I think
Already, I don't disagree in general, but this is a projection that we don't have. We just have these political. No, Destiny. A lot of people on your side do, yes. But there are a lot of people who genuinely are interested in the truth, who are genuinely interested, aside from politics, what's actually happening in objective reality. So that seems to be a bias of yours, that because of the people that you hang around with and the people who share your ideology act that way. That's not necessarily, and I'm not saying that people who don't share the ideology are not tribalistic. I'm just saying that there is a large swath of this country who doesn't give a shit about this party or that party or whatever. It's about the truth and what is the best thing for my individual life and or my family if I have one. Pixel disagrees, says doesn't think it's projection. All right, let's see. Let's see. I'll see. That's a claim that I made. Now, as it continues, I'll have to back that up. That's what I understand is my responsibility here. I've made that claim. So now I have to back it up. So we'll see. Lutch says, Destiny knows it's on both sides. He rags on leftists regularly. Yeah, exactly. 100%. That's why I like him, because he is one of these people who are interested, or seemingly so, interested in truth, objective truth, and will rag on leftists if they are not being rational. Bixo says, I think his point is correct, especially with the internet nowadays. You can look up anything that affirms your opinion. Yeah, again, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but he said we all do this. We don't all do this. And if you're already including yourself, then you're saying that you do it. So you and some other people do this thing where you're just in a political tribe. But don't say we all do it. I don't do that. I was super, I mean, you can look on my Facebook and there's months and months and months of never Trump shit. There's months and months and months of Bernie bro shit. And I don't believe either of those things anymore. I don't like Trump, but I don't think he's that bad. And I don't hate Bernie, but I don't think he's that good. I'm able to change my opinions when new information is presented. And I think a lot of people, while, again, as Bixo says, that a lot of people do fall for, just the confirmation bias. I think there's enough people out there that Destiny should be one of those people who are saying, it seems like he should be talking about the people out there who are doing this bad thing, just being tribalistic. Not saying, well, we all do it, so But maybe I cut him off too quickly. Let's see what he's got to say. Real quick, James Dean says, he says that referencing everyone he talks to, though, friend and foe. Yeah, fair enough. So I still don't. I don't like that I'm being lumped in. I don't like that. But let's let it play.
I think we like to shop around for opinions or ideas that kind of either reinforce or go against it, depending on what kind of media we're consuming.
Again, that's not true for me. It definitely is. Definitely is true for a lot of people, but that is not true for me. By the very fact that, I watch almost every single debate that he puts on his YouTube channel, and there's very few channels that, with videos that long. I make sure to put them on my watch later and make sure that I see them, because I think they're not just interesting conversations, but important for me to understand what lefty on lefty conversations actually sound like. Not that he's only and always talking to leftists, but a lot more than I would see anywhere else. Yeah, I mean,
I've been doing, streaming political stuff for 6 or 7 years now. And, I'll be honest, I could tell everybody, if I do a huge stream where I'm attacking everybody on the left or I'm attacking everybody on the right, I'm going to get a ton of views doing it. If I do a stream where we just read, studies about hydroxychloroquine or metal shavings being found in a couple of vaccines that caused them to get recalled in Japan, that's going to be way less sensational than saying that there were foreign agents found in vials and Japanese vaccines that were withdrawn and never explained about, which they were. People talk about these things. But I think that engaging with the actual truth of the matter of what's going on is always going to be secondary or subservient to whatever political agenda you have. It's just way more exciting to pretend that we live in a Tom Clancy novel where there's this collaboration going on between all of these governments around the world than the
Is there not? Is there not collaboration between world governments? I thought, fuck you, Jamie. You're goddamn right I am. I used to rip my Civic all around the highway. You go to the Route 1 south, or excuse me, the Route 1 and 18 where they meet in Jersey, and you hit that off ramp when it's raining and drift the entire exit, and then tell me I'm not a better than average driver.
The idea that sometimes people mess up, sometimes even experts get things wrong, sometimes you're...
I want to back this up a little bit. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Yeah, I'm just back it up a little bit.
That kind of either reinforce or go against it, depending on what kind of media we're consuming. I've been doing, streaming political stuff for 6 or 7 years now. And, I'll be honest, I could tell everybody, if I do a huge stream where I'm attacking everybody on the left or I'm attacking everybody on the right, I'm going to get a ton of views doing it. If I do a stream where we just read, studies about hydroxychloroquine or metal shavings being found in a couple of vaccines that caused them to get recalled in Japan, that's going to be way less sensational than saying that there were foreign agents found in vials in Japanese vaccines that were withdrawn and never explained about, which they were. People talk about these things. But I think that engaging with the actual truth of the matter of what's going on is always going to be secondary or subservient to whatever political agenda you have. It's just way more exciting to pretend that we live in a Tom Clancy novel where there's this collaboration going on between all of these governments around the world than the idea that sometimes people mess up, sometimes even experts get things wrong, sometimes your population genuinely disagrees with you. It's not a corporate lobbyist or a shady boogeyman causing the government to do things that you hate. It's actually just your neighbor that you never talk to anymore because you're too busy spending time online than with your neighbors who actually has substantive disagreements with you about the way that you run your country. So yeah, I would say that the issue between satire and reality is that reality is something that we never cared for anyway. It's just way easier to avoid it now than it ever has been in the past.
Very well said. I definitely, I said what I have issue with what he, nitpicking what he's saying. But overall, I definitely agree. And Jamie Dean says, Destiny's got the receipts. Viewers don't watch truthful but boring content. I mean, some do, but they don't become, number one on Twitch. So you are absolutely right. You gotta. It's not just about being right. It's about being open, and it's about being entertaining. And there's that is a good thing and a bad thing in the sense that without the entertainment factor, a lot of people would be a lot less informed. We want to be able to present things in a way that is entertaining so that we catch people's attention, which is, one of the hardest things to do. Attention is currency these days. But at the same time, if you go too far into, okay, what's entertaining and you stop caring about what's truthful, then, you've gone too far in the other end. And yeah, I do think Destiny strikes a, dare I say, perfect balance.
There is too, though, but just back to my point about the world being comically absurd, because it is true. It's simple on this level too. We did a joke about how Trump had claimed to have done more for Christianity than Jesus himself, right? This is back in 2019. We did this joke. And the left shared it like crazy.
Remember, he's from the Babylon Bee.
Crazy, because they wanted it to be true. They wanted to believe that it was true. So New York Times reporters were sharing this joke, thinking it was real. And then Snopes fact checks it to clear things up for us and rates it false. And they say, no, this did not actually happen. Trump did not claim this. But then you fast forward to 2021, and Trump goes on a radio show and says, I've done more for Christianity or religion in general than any other person in history. So we now have a spreadsheet where we've tracked 72 jokes that have come true. So there's just a million.
Type of 1 if that is surprising to you. Type of 1 if that is surprising to you. That they found over 70 satirical headlines that have come true.
Examples like that.
This is something that happens with the Babylon Bee all the time, right? I mean, you guys, the Babylon Bee was recently suspended from Twitter for saying that Dr. Rachel Levine is a man, which...
Man of the year.
Rachel Levine is a man. I don't know if Levine is man of the year necessarily. I wouldn't go that far, probably. But I think it's fascinating, right? We have a situation right now where a white middle-aged male is a diversity hire by the Biden administration. How is that possible? Right? Like, he's white, he's middle-aged, he's male, and he checks all the boxes for being a special diversity hire. That's just ridiculous. We just recently had a situation in New York City. I'm sure all the parents in the audience are aware of this, where the only people who were required to wear masks in New York City were under 5 years old. These were people. These are a demographic that has largely not suffered from COVID, other than being forced to mask and forced to have their schools closed and all of these different things. So we look at reality.
So Big Slow, if you're still here, I would love to hear what obviously we don't necessarily align on all these things. I would love to hear, pushback on some of the things that I'm saying or some of the things that they're saying. I would love to find some common ground between you and I, if you're disagreeing with what they're saying and I agree with you. But also, just in general, what the more left-leaning position response is.
Reality, right? We look at the things that we're being told, and they seem absolutely absurd because they are, and we're being asked to just believe them. Don't believe your eyes. Don't believe what you know to be true. Don't believe your own experience. Don't believe, natural data and facts. Believe what you are told, and then, just go along with everything. That's an insane situation, and I
Margaret Kimberly has not said one word yet. I mean, Maajid Nawaz said a lot, but
I gotta say, I love Babylon Bee for just pointing this out over and over again. And I will say that once they started fact-checking jokes, they really lost the plot entirely. And they keep doing it. At Post Millennial, where I'm the editor, we had a situation where we were fact-checked for saying that it appeared that Biden was asleep in a meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister. We said it appeared that he was asleep. It did appear that he was asleep. And this was fact-checked as mostly false because they said he was not actually asleep. I would gladly show y'all the video because I'm pretty sure dude appeared to be asleep.
So Big Slow says, I disagree with a lot of the narratives they're spinning. But to be honest, they aren't really saying much. Satire has always had an element of truth to it. What's more interesting on this panel is what they decide to satire. You mean what they desire, what they decide to turn into satire? But with what narratives? Because I don't really. Maybe this is just my my political bias, but because I tend to agree with everybody, I mean, even Destiny, but I tend to agree with the other people. What is it that they've said so far that you haven't agreed with? There you go. I couldn't think of the word either. We're right. I was right there with you. Satirize. Yeah. So what? So that's one question: is what is it that you're disagreeing with? What is the narratives that they're spinning? And then what is it that you think maybe they're satirizing that isn't satire or isn't appropriate or wherever you're coming from? I'd love to just hear. And don't forget, we always do panel time at the end of this stream. So if you hang out until the end, you are welcome to come up and we'll have you'll have your time to speak and we will have that discussion. And Jamie Dean says, is Lost the Plot a racist dog whistle yet? I don't think so, but who lost the plot? Maybe I'm too dumb. I missed it. Whatever in my head. Sorry.
As we said.
Thank you, Libby.
Oh, Margaret's coming up. Oh, wait. Let me take this down. Hold on, sorry.
And Margaret, please, what are your thoughts on this particular topic right here?
Satire. If someone had told me that the Green Party in Germany would advocate using coal instead of natural gas, which is a whole lot cleaner, I would have said that was satire. Except that's exactly what has happened as this effort to instigate a war in Ukraine has blown up in their faces. And then you have the British Prime Minister, who barely survived a vote of confidence and is probably still going to be kicked out of office. Instead of meeting with his constituents, he flies to Ukraine to meet Zelensky, gives him a book about the Queen. So he runs away from home from a political fight he's about to lose, but it's true. So, of course, it's hard to determine what's satire and what isn't when things like that are absolutely true.
So that was Maajid Nawaz. Zubi is the black guy moderating. So he says, so Majid's spinning some narratives about jabs despite the information, like Destiny talked about, being available in a much less conspiratorial way. I tend to, I understand what you're saying, but I think I disagree in the sense that Majid wasn't necessarily spinning a narrative. You definitely can say he was putting his own point, and if you want to call that spinning a narrative, sure. But there's a different conversation than, okay, what are the numbers of people who get COVID and die before or without the jab versus people who get it and don't die with the jab. I think that's an oversimplification of the data and the issue itself. And a lot of things that Maajid was talking about don't negate what Destiny was saying. It just comes from a different perspective. Again, it's not about it's not about, we'll come back to that. It's not about necessarily, again, having the right or the wrong answer or the right or the left answer or the you know what I mean, having that answer that will fit in. I think what's great about these panels is that it's fostered a space for individuals to speak about what they see as important, and with more vague questions like, what is satire? Then the notion of these things that we were making fun of, these things that we were saying as satire that then became true, we need to look at that, because before we knew they came true, we were we were giving people shit for believing the quote unquote conspiracy. So I think that's a little bit racist, Jamie Dean. But I actually just followed Kolian. Is that how you say his name? I just followed him, subscribed to him yesterday. I realized that I need to know more about guns. I don't know a lot about guns, and who better? Jamie also says, I'd be okay with calling that a narrative. Quote, the globalists are out to get you, unquote, was the basic premise of what he was saying. Okay. I mean, we can call that a narrative. I mean, are we I don't have an issue with that being called the narrative, as long as we're not saying a narrative is the same thing as a conspiracy theory. I think that's a fair distinction, because I do believe that the globalists are out to get us. Is it as direct as maybe he was saying? Probably not. But I don't really see how anybody can look at how things are playing out and not see that world leaders are looking to centralize things across the globe. That's it seems relatively obvious to me. But again, maybe I'm crazy and stupid. Who knows?
Thank you.
If you go to Google and you search "Can men get pregnant?", one of the top results is Healthline.com, which is a reliable source for health information. And the answer is yes, and it's probably more common than you realize.
Wow.
And we just have to break down our misconceptions about what it means to be a man, is what they say. So
there are
that stuff is
non-binary
real.
males who are spokespersons for Tampax.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
Well,
I don't know what they need the
as
Tampax
the
for.
strongest woman in the UK, let me bring this
Ah,
back for a moment.
Zuby!
We shall all defer to your feminine power.
We can still touch on some of these. We're staying on this satire topic, of course, for the entire panel. But do you think that on social media, should accounts that are satire, should they be required to express so upfront? Should there be some type of
Great question.
Tag or badge?
I would say no. Yeah, so let's answer that. Let's answer that. Should satire accounts like the Babylon Bee, the Onion, even libs of TikTok, should they be required to say so. You know, put something in their profile. Give me a yes or no if you think that that should be required of satire accounts, regardless of which side of the aisle they come from.
Saying that this is a satirical page, and why or why not?
Are we going to go in order?
Do we want?
The best way to go?
Well, as given your role, how about we start with you on this one?
So, I mean, our tagline is fake news you can trust. So it's kind of in the tagline. If you go to our About page, it talks about how we were created at the same time as the universe, approximately 6,000 years ago, you know, making a joke about younger creationism there. We kind of wear it on our sleeve a little bit. But the joke itself, like when you're telling a joke, you don't say, what I'm about to tell you is a joke, and then start the joke, and then remind them in the middle of the joke, this is a joke you're hearing, by the way, and then close with, by the way, what you just heard was a joke. You kill the joke when you explain that it's a joke. And we get this all the time from people who are trying to get us to explain to them, you know, well, why is this funny? And why did you make it? This seems like it could have been true. Well,
look at Majid's face. Like, oh my God. So Pixel says, I think satire in the description of account, publication, etc. should be displayed like the Babylon Bee does. I think that's a little bit sidestepping the question. The question is, should they be required to? Like the Babylon Bee, it happens to be apparent because they have taken on the moniker of fake news you can trust. But should they be required to do that, or are they just allowed to? Should they be allowed to just make jokes? Because then you know, if the answer is that they should be required to do so, they should be required to label their content as satire. Then what happens when somebody expresses something that is satire but doesn't label it as such? How do we punish that? Are we punishing that for making jokes and not labeling them jokes? I don't know where like I think it's appreciated by people like yourself that is included with the Babylon Bee, but that's not quite the question. So Bixo says, well, it depends on the type of publication they are. There are different laws and protections for actual news and satire. Well, exactly. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about actual news. You know, James is saying CNN will never label themselves as satire willingly. He's obviously joking because they're trying to be actual news. And you know, another good point from Jamie, the National Enquirer doesn't need to be and isn't labeled as satire. But again, they're not satire. They're, you know, it's a different thing. Satire is a very specific type of comedy. And yeah, we all just know that they aren't a dependable source of information. And so again, the if you think that these publications should be required to label themselves as satire, then it begs the question, what happens if they don't? What happens if they don't? That's the more important question there. Because if they don't, and you're saying they're going to get blocked or banned or whatever, then okay, now we're on a whole other slippery slope of free speech. So that's I mean, the obvious answer for me is that of course they shouldn't need to do that. It's free speech. You can just say whatever the hell you want. But if you do think so, I'd love to hear what you think should be the punishment or the consequence for publishing satire without labeling it as such.
For one thing, again, that's an indictment of whatever you're satirizing, not the satirist, if it's believable, right? When we said that, you know, AOC went on The Price is Right and guessed that everything was free, and everybody thought that was true, and it had to get fact-checked, who's that an indictment of? Me? The Babylon Bee, or is it AOC, because she's stupid?
Jimmy, I don't know what this means.
No, you should not need a disclaimer for satire. Jokes are going to be believable sometimes. It's not, but you know, the intent of there's a big difference.
Well, and again, but that's not only you know, just something that happens sometimes with jokes. You need it, and in order for it to be satire, it has to be based on something that could be real. That is the joke. That this thing that isn't real sounds like it could be real, right? That's the joke. I mean, I don't. That's not a dictionary definition of satire, but that's exactly the point. If you have to label it beforehand, then exactly. It's like explaining a joke, which ruined what's the point? And that goes back to our whole thing we were talking about before with our Mumford and Sons dude about self-censorship and how that's more insidious than open censorship. So it seems like a simple, superficial question, but it's a lot deeper than that.
When we talk about disinformation, the distinction between disinformation and satire, disinformation is intended to mislead. There's websites out there that'll report falsely that Kevin Hart died in a car accident. And that's the headline. Kevin Hart dies in car accident. That's just false. There's no punchline, there's no joke, there's no point. Satire is making a point. And it usually has some underlying truth to it. But, you got to kind of read between the lines with satire and you kill the joke when you explain it.
Yup.
I hear that. Libby, you were going to make a point on this one.
Oh, yeah. Never tell people that this is a joke and they should pay attention so they can laugh. That's a really good way to just kill the joke. And so that's why it should not be noted because it automatically makes jokes not funny. And then there's no point in making the joke.
I hear that. Maajid, what do you...
So Bixel says, I think there's a solid distinction between reporting and posting satire. I think requiring something like that would be okay for me. However, this sort of already falls under defamation and libel. So I'm not really sure how that's connected to defamation and libel. If something is not labeled as satire, then yeah, I need if you could explain how this sort of falls under defamation and libel. And then again, you said there's you think requiring something that would be okay, something like that would be okay for you. So then again, my question is, if that is the case, then what happens when somebody posts satire that is not labeled as satire? Thank you, Jamie. Oh, so sweet.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think we just got to look at why again, because look, let's not beat around the bush.
All right, here we go.
We're talking about platforms such as, let's name them, Facebook, that allow specifically, thank you, Margaret, for raising Ukraine.
It's called Meta now. It's Meta.
Sorry. Sorry, that wasn't politically correct of me, was it? Meta.
Misgender Facebook.
Yeah, I did. Wrong pronoun.
So before he goes into his whole whatever he's about to say, Vixo says, if you're satirizing something and people interpret it as reporting and it causes damage to an entity, they can take you to court for civil damages. So they can, but they won't win because that, satire is covered under free speech. Especially when we're talking about public figures, politicians, and such. We just saw, with the Johnny Depp trial, that even, even though the op-ed that Amber Heard wrote was bullshit, he still didn't win every case, and there was, there was counterclaims that Amber won as well. So it's not. I don't think. If people, exactly. If people take satire as something that is a real report, that's not, again, what did Seth Dillon say earlier? That's not on him. That's on you to understand what is real and what's not real. Pixel says, you have to prove you are posting satire in a court of law, but you are correct. No, you don't. You absolutely don't. You would have to prove the other person who you're satirizing would have to prove that you, in fact, are not posting satire, but you are, in fact, defaming them. That's how it works, is that you have carte blanche, and then somebody can take you, based on what you said, you can sue on anything. You can, you're allowed to sue for whatever. But as Jamie Dean says, satire is 1,000% covered under free speech. So there's no court case where somebody is, let's say Seth Dillon and the Babylon Bee are satirizing Maajid Nawaz here. There's no case where, or let's say The Onion, who doesn't have that in their title, doesn't have fake news in their title. Let's say The Onion is satirizing something that Maajid Nawaz is saying. There's no case that Maajid could win saying, hey, they slandered me, or this is libelous, because it's satire. And that's the point, is that we need to be able to have those jokes without saying, without having to label it. Because then again, the question is, what happens to the person who puts out satire but doesn't label it? Well, yeah, sorry, I meant to say satire is a defense for a civil case, but not, but it's not proof that it's satire. Well, but you don't, that's the point. You don't need proof. You don't need proof. You have freedom of speech. You don't need to prove anything. So unless you're saying something that actually does, you know, again, like you said, you could take somebody to court for civil damages. You know, a satire can cause civil damages, but unless it's direct, intentionally malicious, and has to be completely untrue, and intentionally malicious and intended to be taken as real reporting, then it's just a joke. That's what free speech is. That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
Meta, thank you, Margaret. Let's get back to the topic. Thank you.
Is he drunk?
Thank you, Margaret, for raising Russia. What I'm trying to say is why. The why behind this is really important. And I would like to touch on sorry, forgive me, what you said.
Stephen, yeah.
Stephen, respectfully, I'll touch on something you said earlier. But the point I'm trying to make is you've got platforms like Meta that during the Russia-Ukraine war, as you'd be aware, Margaret, specifically lifted the ban.
Was that an old joke? You'd know. You were there.
On their platform so that Azov Nazis, and I use that word deliberately and specifically, and I'm not talking of neo-Nazis, I'm talking of Nazis. Azov Nazis can propagate their bullshit on Facebook, and this man can't even tell a fucking joke.
So just so we're all clear, I don't know if it's getting lost in his accent, but Azov Nazis are the ones fighting for Ukraine. And the US government is spending tens of billions? I don't even know. Tens of billions of dollars, I think it is, to arm actual Nazis because they're fighting the Russians. Now, are we cheering on the Russians? No. But these are fucking real Nazis. So kind of stands behind an anti-interventionist position. It's Jamie Dean Gap for us. Defamation, slander, and libel are all insanely difficult to prove. Johnny winning was 1 in a million chance going into the trial, and he knew that. You know, he said how he didn't care about winning, he didn't care about the money, he just wanted to have the trial so that people could see. 1 in a million going into the trial. Odds only improved because Amber lied herself into the L. That and her legal team was just terrible. And that Camille, she was good. She was good. With yep, we'll leave that up. I'm not gonna read that, but
right, that's the situation we're in. Now, that's why I'm saying when you reference it dismissively as a Tom Clancy novel. We've spent, respectfully, I don't mean to be rude, we've spent 2 years in lockdowns where we were told we weren't allowed to leave our homes. We were told that if we didn't get an injection that we may not have wanted, we'd lose our jobs. I'm double jabbed, right? But I lost my job because I stood up as a conscientious objector and said that if you're going to sack people for not getting a booster, then that is coercion. And what you're telling me is that my body, my choice no longer applies. I don't need a Tom Clancy novel, right?
it's funny how My Body, My Choice was just forgotten about. So it's convenient. It's convenient that all of a sudden I'm pro-choice. But it's convenient that all of a sudden everyone on the left is back on the My Body, My Choice, bodily autonomy, medical autonomy, all of this stuff. That's not what you're saying for the last 2 years.
So when we get to the why, we have to understand these aren't mistakes. It's not a mistake that Facebook allows Azov Nazis to propagandize while they're banning people like me and shadow banning people like me and him and others. That's not a mistake. That's an agenda. So the real question needs to be, what is the agenda?
That's not a mistake. That's an agenda. So Pixel, again, I would love to hear what it is that Maajid's saying here that you disagree with, because this is spot on as far as I can tell. Jamie Dean says, great Alex Stein video about that, where he goes around the row protesters and asks that question. Which question? Oh, what happened to bodily autonomy? Yeah. There was I saw somebody who was, yeah, they were doing some protest and they're like, Black Lives Matter, right? Black Lives Matter, right? What about all the black babies that are aborted? Do they matter? Like, ooh, yikes.
Agenda, what's going on?
I think there is a. I'll let you respond. Go ahead.
Stephen, do you want to respond to that?
So a conversation that I had earlier was,
So again, again, before he gets into this, I want to, I am virtually sitting right here. I just want to know what he's got to say, and I want to know what he's got to say, so that I can stand here and make the decision that's best for me. That's what I feel that you guys should all be doing. We're not only always going to come to the same conclusion, but as long as you're being genuine about that, we're all good.
What is the goal of an event like this? And sometimes people will say the goal is to bring together people that are thinking differently from the left and the right. And I think sometimes we kind of tell ourselves this lie that, there's a dichotomy from left to right. And if you get people on the left, you get people on the right, you bring them together, you're having this confluence of ideas. Something new is being created, a discourse that doesn't normally happen.
Okay.
But I think that sometimes we try to group things together like this, and it's not really as it seems. I think especially for an event like this, I think for a lot of political discourse today, what you really have is you have this idea of establishment, of a person that largely trusts experts, academia, institutions, and then you have this idea of the anti-establishment, the person that trusts the Joe Rogans or the preprints or the Twitter accounts that have the funniest tweets. And I think that when you split people up like that,
he's, I was kind of jokingly, doing that, but he's absolutely correct. He's absolutely correct. It's left versus right is antiquated. It is now establishment versus anti-establishment. And the Joe Rogans of the world, who were trusted and beloved by bipartisan people everywhere, it only switched when what happened? He didn't follow the establishment narrative. And I don't understand how, and then this is directly parroting Tim Pool, but I don't understand how the people who sold you Jesse Smollett, the people who sold you on the that you wouldn't get Rona if you got the jab, the people who told you that what's his face, fucking Jacob Blake was not a violent, they deserve rioting for Jacob Blake. All of these things, we eventually found out the actual reality of these things, and it was not what it seemed, and it was just an excuse for leftists to literally destroy our country. So I'm not sure what it is that what else people are supposed to do, but try to find those who are speaking the truth. And when you see lie after lie after lie after lie after lie from the establishment, but you're like, maybe they're right this time, that is silly to me and very many other people. Stephen about to get lit up? I don't know. He might, he represents his side very well. Let's see. But he's definitely outnumbered here. Big So says, this is the main point from Destiny that I agree with. Well, let's get through it, and then let's see. I'm going to back it up a tiny bit here. Where are we? I'm backing up a tiny bit just so we get to the full effect. Well, so Big So asks, what about the lies from alternative media? What about them? What about them? I mean, yes, people lie. Some of them are some of them have YouTube channels, some of them are on CNN, some of them are on Fox News. So the fact that you're alternative media doesn't mean that you are lying. The fact that you're establishment media doesn't mean that you are telling the truth. It is your responsibility as an individual to determine, okay, is this person lying? Is this person lying? What's this person's bias? What are they saying? Are they saying this because of that? And, you listen to people like, Tim Pool gets a lot of flack. And because he's very open about his opinions. But I know that. I'm aware of the fact that he holds these opinions while he's presenting information to me. Same with Steven Crowder. Same with Destiny. I'm aware of what they think. And so I can trust what they're saying because I understand that what they're saying either does or doesn't fall in line with everything else that they've ever said. Unlike the establishment media, JH, thank you for joining us and agreeing with me. That's always a great thing to do. Glad you're here. Yeah, we're just talking about the Minds Festival of Ideas panel and establishment versus alternative media. Yeah, I mean, it's just... It's silly. We're past the stage where, if it's on TV, you can trust it. But if it's on YouTube, it's some bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, but that's not how the world works anymore. And I do think, Crowder is definitely disingenuous in a lot of places. That also doesn't mean that he's wrong. My opinion on Crowder is if you already agree with him, then that he's a good source for those opinions because they are well sourced. But he is very very biased, but that's okay because where his bias is. Bixel says we're always looking at the adverse incentives for media corporations and news reports. However, we don't look at the incentives. Again, you're doing the same thing with Destiny. Don't say that I absolutely look at the incentives from alternative media pushing their own narratives and selling merch. I absolutely do. That's why I don't listen to people like Sam Cedar or David Pakman or the Young Turks. Because I watched them and I was looking at the incentives from their pushing their own narratives and selling merch and decided, do I feel that they are more, do they feel that it's more important to put out their version of the truth, as close to the truth as they can get, or are they trying to grift and just get people to agree with them because they know that if they say this thing that people will agree with them? And the people that I tend to fall in the former. Elizabeth Ellington, thank you for joining us, Elizabeth. If you're just joining us now, we are going through the Minds Festival of Ideas and just seeing what they're saying. We're talking about satire versus real reporting. So Elizabeth said, I would agree. Crowder does not hide his bias. Exactly. It's I'm not saying that I personally agree with everything that Crowder says. But when I do agree with something that Crowder says, I know that I can trust it because he is not trying to persuade me in a way that is that is based on untruths. They're just based on his interpretation of objective reality. And again, as long as you do look at that and pay attention to that, then you're good. It's not like you just go to one person. That's why you get an array of voices. And I've had arguments about how punditry is inherently bad. That you need to be reading your own things and this and that. But I think the people who spend all day reading the news and breaking down what they think is important, and then me getting 4 or 5 of those people from different perspectives, that is a much better use of my time. I'm getting much better information, and it's the same as reading a meta-analysis on 1,000 studies versus reading the 1,000 studies independently. I just don't have the time to read every article that's out there. But they have teams that do it. And as long as you know their bias, then you are inoculated against being indoctrinated. Inoculated versus indoctrinated. I like that. So as Jamie Dean say, by that, I mean, Crowder isn't a good faith actor and debater. I would disagree. I would love to see where that's the case. I would love to see where that's the case. I think his Change My Mind segments are some of the best work that he does, because it's just, he's not trying to play the character. He's just having the conversation. I think that's some of the best stuff out there. So JH says Cedar is the same as Crowder, but less funny. They all play to their base. I can't 1,000% disagree with this, but I don't believe that Cedar really believes all of the things that he says as much as Crowder does. Whether they're right or wrong is a different thing, but I think Sam Cedar is much more likely to say something that he doesn't necessarily believe than Crowder is. That's just my own personal opinion. Jamie Dean says NTD News is good. I don't know who that is. NTD. Big So says, yeah, not talking about you specifically. I find people kind of hop these alternative media commentators and go on blind and blindly trust them. Absolutely. And when we were in an age when we can trust the corporate media, then it doesn't make sense to go searching for somebody who may or may not be giving you good information. But when we're in an age where we know for a fact that all sides of the corporate mainstream establishment, whatever you want to call it, media, when we know that they're lying to us, then why would you continue to follow them instead of seeking out somebody who at least seems like they're trying to give you the truth? You're a smart person. You can tell when somebody's lying. You can tell when somebody's full of shit. So you watch somebody and they're full of shit, and you don't watch them anymore. You watch somebody else, and you're like, okay, maybe they're like Crowder's, kind of full of shit and whatever. And yep, that was Sam Cedar. Elizabeth, you got it. CMM. I bet CMM is great. And I'll leave this up as we get back into Destiny. Should I run that back a little bit? We've been talking for a little while. I just want to make sure we know exactly what he's saying.
Sometimes people will say the goal is to bring together people that are thinking differently from the left and the right. And I think sometimes we kind of tell ourselves this lie that, there's a dichotomy from left to right. And if you get people on the left, you get people on the right, you bring them together, you're having this confluence of ideas. Something new is being created, a discourse that doesn't normally happen. But I think that sometimes we try to group things together like this, and it's not really as it seems. I think especially for an event like this, I think for a lot of political discourse today, what you really have is you have this idea of establishment, of a person that largely trusts experts, academia, institutions, and then you have this idea of the anti-establishment, the person that trusts the Joe Rogans or the preprints or the Twitter accounts that have the funniest tweets. And I think that when you split people up like that,
and I'm sorry to pause it again right as we were trying to get that whole thing, but now we watch it twice. But we realize how facetious it is to say, oh, the Twitter accounts that have the funniest tweets. Well, no, it's more about like the Twitter accounts that have actual news, like Project Veritas. Yeah, not on TV, but you're goddamn right. I trust an actual video of a guy from Twitter saying, oh yeah, we fuck shit up. Yeah, I trust that because I know that I can trust that unless they're making up the whole interaction, in which case I would quickly disavow Project Veritas, and they know that, so they wouldn't do that. Then I'm seeing the words come out of the dude's mouth or the woman's mouth. So it's not about who's got the funny tweet. Like that's disingenuous. A little dig, nothing wrong with that. But that's not representative of the that's a straw man. That's straw manning the opposite side.
you start to look at some events that come together that have people from the left and the right aren't really that ideologically diverse at all. You just have a bunch of people that are anti-establishment. Some say they're left, some say they're right, but they're all equally critical of whatever the establishment happens to be.
Rightfully critical. Yes, I agree.
For some reason, they are unwaveringly supportive of everybody that identifies themselves as anti-establishment. And I think in some ways, I think these people do themselves and their side more of a disservice than the people they end up attacking. For instance, I think it's fair to say that we can criticize some of the ways that the COVID-19 policies were handled, some of the ways the lockdowns were handled, maybe some of the mandates for vaccines, maybe the idea that people with prior infections couldn't get passes the same way that people with vaccines could. I think there's a lot of fair criticism there, but I'm never going to listen to it to a guy that is eating horse paste because
Honey, sweetie baby. Do we need to pull up the clip where Rogan's talking to Sanjay Gupta? He's like, I'm not even eating horse paste. I can afford real medicine, motherfucker. Do we need to pull up the clip from CNN where they made him look more yellow? Do we need to pull up studies that show that that medicine has long been used in humans and also happens to have case uses for deworming in horses? That is an outright lie, and he knows it. There is no goddamn way that Destiny doesn't know that that Rogan was prescribed ivermectin from a doctor. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I'm really disappointed. I've been talking him up, and Destiny. I've been talking him up, and somebody being that's disappointing. He knows that. You think he doesn't know that? God. Elizabeth says, I wouldn't say we inherently trust Rogan or independent media. They just don't claim to be the arbiters of truth like mainstream. Exactly. They're presenting information in a way that is ripe to be questioned. Unlike the mainstream media, which is,
I am the science. If you don't listen to me, then the droplets are gonna come get you. Wear 2 masks.
Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, I want to back this up so again that we see just how much bullshit he's spitting here. I was on. You guys were here the whole time. I'm like, word up. Destiny is a real one. But really, you're gonna do the horse pace thing? The horse pace thing? Come on.
Ways the lockdowns were handled, maybe some of the mandates for vaccines, maybe the idea that people with prior infections couldn't get passes the same way that people with vaccines could. I think there's a lot of fair criticism there, but I'm never going to listen to it to a guy that is eating horse paste because Joe Rogan said that it was a good idea on a platform with a guy that talks about being...
And to be fair, he wasn't saying Rogan was eating horse paste. He was saying that somebody else was eating horse paste because Rogan took ivermectin. But still, like, come on, dude. You know better than that. You know better than that. If it was somebody else, I would assume that they were just, listening to CNN and they didn't know any better. But because he's this alternative media, that's sad, man. That's disappointing. That's disappointing.
The inventor of mRNA vaccines when he's absolutely not. I'm sorry, but it is absolutely true.
It's absolutely not true.
You cannot in one breath say that Democrats are insane. You cannot in one breath say Democrats are insane. Yeah, go ahead.
No, guys, chill.
And this is not a right-wing convention or something. This is just, put on by Minds, a social media company. There's plenty of left-wing, right-wing, there's...
Let him finish.
It was funny because you talked about earlier, the funniest thing was that Democrats were impossible to satirize. Meanwhile, I remember Republicans saying, what are we going to do after the election? Go back to work? That was the funniest joke that I heard last year. But no, I think there's a serious issue.
Sounds like everybody in the crowd agreed with you. What? Hashtag the left can't meme.
Have problems, and the people criticizing those problems, the solutions that they offer are equally, not in reality. You've got people pushing for things like hydroxychloroquine or other medications that
have studies that show they might work.
Time and time again, it's shut down. Where there's no good studies, no good research, but because it is the anti-establishment position, they will take it just as unwaveringly.
Beautiful, JH. Thank you for this. Thank you for this. So who said that Cedar was the same as Crowder? It was you. It was you. So, yeah, exactly. Sam Cedar called this an alt-right event. Who is on the screen right now? Who's on the screen right now? Yeah, Destiny's alt-right. Crowder wouldn't do that. In the same way, Jimmy Dean says, I trust Rogan to not knowingly lie to me. Yeah, he might be wrong. Which is something he, prefaces every time he fucking says anything. Like, I'm just some dumb guy, I don't know. Even though he's talking to esteemed professionals in the industry. But the fact that Sam Cedar said this was an alt-right event, and that type of labeling, that type of semantic obfuscation, that type of linguistic attack is a tactic of the right. Excuse me, a tactic of the left. You don't see that from alternative media that's not on the left. I'm not even talking about right wing, because you might see some shit like that from a Crowder type. But again, Crowder is Crowder, so fine. But you're not going to see that from a Tim Pool. You're not going to see that from even on the left, Tulsi Gabbard. You're not going to see that. She's kind of playing her role to be on both sides of some issues, but she's a fucking politician. Like, that's another important distinction too. That we know that politicians will lie. We give politicians a little bit more leeway because we know that they're trying to speak to a whole crowd and get elected. But the news isn't trying to do that, or they shouldn't be trying to do that. And that's why politics is bullshit. It's not perfect. It's the best we got, but that's why politics is bullshit. That's why I stayed out of this shit for so goddamn long. But unfortunately, I figured out that if you don't take it on, it's going to take on you. Jamie Dean says, you say it's not right wing, but everyone cheered when AOC was called stupid. So what's the alternative conclusion there? That AOC is stupid.
As any establishment
which she is.
Still will to defend their position. And
she's just not intelligent.
I think that's a big problem.
Okay. Thanks for your thoughts there. Following on from that, since you got on that specific issue, what are your thoughts around the level of censorship that took place on various social media platforms throughout the entire so-called COVID-19
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
pandemic? Whether or not, I mean, when it comes to things like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, those were things that you could outright get banned for even discussing or questioning. Whether or not it was proven that these things work or these things don't, the narrative was there is just this one solution. It is the establishment solution, and people were not allowed to suggest anything. Doctors got deplatformed and so on. So what are your thoughts on that? That's specifically for you, Stephen. What are your thoughts on
I think
level
that social media platforms made mistakes in that for some reason people on the left seem to have this idea that you cannot factually confront people on the right with their claims. So they decided that the route to go, and if we're honest, the left does have a lot of the levers of cultural power under their hands. They decided that they just wanted to ban everybody basically that would say things that they didn't want to hear. I think that was a mistake. I don't think that was the right way to go about it. But on the other hand, I will be critical of people on the other side that say they're only interested in talking about facts. They're only interested in talking about truth. They just want to give an alternative, running dialogue to whatever the mainstream is, which is absolutely not true. For instance, if you watched O'Keefe's documentary on some of the things having to do with vaccine side effects, you can read on the actual documentary, you can see on the screen, he talks about a perfectly healthy, I think it was 14-year-old that either had heart complications or died as a result of the vaccine who had no prior problems. You can see on the screen right there that when the kid was 9 years old, he was already hospitalized for breathing problems.
So they did put it on the screen. So they gave you that information. Is that what you're saying? That they were transparent and they had a point, but they were gotcha. Okay, yeah, terrible. How dare you be honest, James O'Keefe?
It was not a normal, ordinary, 14-year-old healthy male. That absolutely was not the case. So I wish that people on the left weren't so trigger happy to just ban everybody that they think they disagree with, that they see as a danger. But I also wish that people on the right were honest with their engagement with some of these facts, rather than pretending that they're just good faith interlocutors who are trying to spread their own brand of misinformation.
And I do think that's fair. I think that is fair. There's a lot of people on either side of any issue that are not arguing in good faith. That's just how it is. People are in the mindset of my tribe versus your tribe, and that's where it ends for a lot of people. And those people just were the people who didn't pay attention before. And then politics became pop culture. Politics became everything. And you either were for Trump or against Trump. And so these people not knowing much of anything didn't realize that you could have an opinion other than that. And it just, the bifurcation just got so much worse and so much more entrenched. And I mean, again, the people who otherwise kind of don't really pay attention and, just have CNN on the background in the background, those are not, people who are super politically engaged, but they became engaged because it became popular. That was what we did. They locked everything down. We had nothing else to do but talk about Trump. What does JH say? He says, sorry, I don't know your gender, but JH says, Destiny was right. This festival is anti-establishment, not left versus right. Destiny is a huge liberal establishment. I would say establishment liberal. I don't think it's just the festival though. It's the entire political landscape. It's not just a festival. It's the entire political landscape that has turned from, you have people on the left and people on the right who trust the establishment, and you have people on the left and the people on the right who don't trust the establishment. And so the people on the left and right who trust the establishment have a lot more in common with each other than the people on the left and the right who don't trust the establishment, who they have more in common with each other than those. And that's what people need to see. It's that your base politics aren't necessarily, a deal breaker for you teaming up and having camaraderie with somebody else. You could be on the complete opposite side, but say, okay, I don't trust these motherfuckers, and I think this, and this. And the other dude saying, okay, well, I don't trust those motherfuckers, but I think that, and that. At least we can both be like, all right, well, you might be right, you might be wrong, but as long as we don't trust those motherfuckers, we know we're in good company. That's how it should be. Don't trust them motherfuckers. What does Elizabeth say? It's sad. I'm in nursing school right now, and everyone is extremely afraid to even have an opposing view on the job without being labeled. Big Pharma gets the medical industry from the top down. She's the nurse. She's the nurse, not me. Let's leave that up.
Let's not heckle, guys. Like, I do worry about the
Maajid, I'll get to you in a moment. We haven't spoken to Margaret for a moment, and she's got something to say. So.
I forgot she was here.
This question about censorship and these social media platforms. Don't censor anything. That is
woo. Let's go, Margaret.
I don't care if someone says 2 + 2 = 5. Let them say it, because somebody else will respond and say, no, it's 4. So there's no problem. But when we look at what's being censored, we see that it's powerful. You're saying something that powerful people don't like. And it could be a president, it could be foreign governments, it could be big pharma, it could be politicians, it could be moneyed interests, it could be the surveillance state, it could be any of them. So I think the answer is very simple. Let everyone speak. Let everybody speak. And I want to say also this. We have to be careful with these terms left and right. As a leftist, a real leftist, I find that people are called leftists when they're just Democrats, and they're not leftists.
I completely agree with that. I have a number of people in my my circle who identify themselves as leftists, and I'm like, I mean, obviously we have different, we all have slightly different uses of these kind of labels, but in the way that I use it, a leftist is far more extreme in whatever it is than somebody who's just a lefty or a Democrat or a leans left. A leftist is a little bit more entrenched. And again, everybody uses these things differently, and that's exactly why the entire left versus right dichotomy is antiquated. What does Jamie say? The kind of people who are going to be into Minds, the platform, are definitionally anti-establishment. Those willing to attend a conference, even more so. That's a good point. That's a good point. So, do you think that leads people to be more or less? Let's take this. Excuse me. let's take this panel specifically. Do you think the fact that people, the Intiminds and people going to the conference, that we agree that they are more definitionally anti-establishment? How do you think that affects why there is the reaction to Destiny the way there was, even though I think we're agreeing that Destiny is I guess we're not, because someone who's saying he's definitely an establishment liberal. Because I don't, he definitely is an establishment liberal, but I think he's just a little bit more in touch with the anti-establishment side of the arguments that he has, which and that is what I appreciate about him. Is that when I don't agree with him about things, it's not because he's just taking the left narrative and just I don't know if how well that's gone. He's I think if he wanted to do that, he probably could have done that a little bit better. But yeah, I think that is what I respect about him, is that even though I don't agree with him, he is aware of what the other side thinks. There's been poll after poll after poll that has said that people moderate to right are more likely to be aware of what's the word? Conflicting narratives than people on the left having being aware of the conflicting narratives from the other side. So moderates and Republicans typically know more about what the Democrats think than Democrats know what the moderates and Republicans are thinking, according to the polls. According to the polls, however much you trust the polls. So what does Jamie say? If you don't censor dead naming, then then people still call me Jimmy. I still call you Jimmy. You're always exactly. There we go.
At all. But I see people deplatformed on who are really leftist, who have just been kicked off when they say things that are absolutely true, that can be proven, and they're kicked off because the state, the surveillance state, doesn't want to hear from them. There used to be something, I'm old enough to remember something that was called the Fairness Doctrine. I mean, this is decades ago, no social media. And it said that news outlets, if they had any public service programming, had to provide for more than one viewpoint. And they got rid of it. Reagan got rid of it. It was an FCC rule. It was called the Fairness Doctrine. Bring it back, make it apply to social media platforms.
So I want to keep the conversation or the panel conversation going. Otherwise, normally I would be down to look that up. But if anybody wants to look up I don't even remember what it is she just said, but the name that she just said. If you want to look that up and give us a TLDR in the comments, that would be awesome.
And then there's no harm, no foul.
Say that. Maajid, you wanted to say something there.
I was going to also comment on the left-right dichotomy. I'm not very comfortable with it. I come at this from neither the left or the right. I come at this from an experience that I think is important, because those that claim that themselves are liberals were often the ones that were supporting the mandates. They have to understand something, that if you're gonna set up a standard, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna judge you by the standard that you hold yourself to, and demonstrate to you that there is a fundamental contradiction in your perspective that is actually harming people in the real world.
So before we get to what Maajid is saying, let's address this. Bull Rush says, Destiny is establishment? Destiny talks to people that the establishment wouldn't even want to mention in conversation. I agree with you. But that doesn't mean that Destiny doesn't represent establishment ideas. I think the fact that he does talk to people that the establishment wouldn't even want to mention in their conversation is why I respect him despite his opinions. I respect that he will talk to those people. He will have those conversations. And if he doesn't, he's not just a leftist down the line. He's not just an establishment guy down the line. He is his own person. And a lot of that ends up with him agreeing with the establishment narrative. But I think that he's very much, I think he thinks for himself. And I think he is in a world where it's easier for him to justify his opinions than you know, if he were in different circumstances. You know, he's a rich Twitch streamer. He spends all of his time, you know, just in the, you know, in this micro world in front of his computer, in front of his camera, and you know, he's playing, he plays games while he's you know, in his ear having these conversations for fun. I would be very interested to see what a conversation with Destiny would be like with no cameras. I feel personally like it would be very similar. I personally feel that you wouldn't get a huge difference in the Destiny that you see on camera versus the Destiny you see off camera. And that's what I respect about him. Not necessarily the conclusions that he has or the positions that he holds. JH says, Destiny was banned from Twitch because he fights the leftists. Yeah. Destiny thinks institutions are the most important thing in any country, which is an establishment position. So we're holding two things true at the same time. So Destiny can represent the establishment opinions while simultaneously also acting in ways that the establishment wouldn't act. He is acting as alternative media representing establishment ideas. That's and again, I mean, I haven't followed him for that long. I know him just from a handful of debates that I've heard him in based on his own channel. Some, you know, some with other leftists, some with, you know, like Lauren Southern, some with just like Abra from Abra and Preach, but decent number. You know, like I said, when I see he has a debate out on his YouTube channel, I add it to my watch later list and I put it at the top. And then I'll, you know, let's say I'm watching 20 other videos that day. I'll start on the beneath the debate and I'll go through, watch whatever. And then if I run out, then I make sure that I watch that debate. Or if I'm working, then I have, you know, debates there to listen to. And so I don't miss much that he puts out on YouTube. I've never followed him on Twitch. I don't really use Twitch that much. I mean, is anybody here from Twitch? Yeah. I mean, we're streaming on Twitch right now, but all you guys are here on YouTube where the real party is. But yeah, I think both things can be true at the same time. Not only that, but it's important to make that distinction. And, you know, say, is he a leftist or is he not a leftist? Is he established? Is he, does he represent the establishment? Does he not represent the establishment? Does he engage with anti-establishment people? Those are three different things. And I think, yes, he's establishment. Yes, he engages with those people. And I don't remember what the other question was, but you know what I mean.
It's not about a left-right fight for me. So take the example of Pakistan. Now, if you, quote unquote, consider yourself a liberal, you should be concerned about medical experimentation on minority communities that don't have the platform to sit here on stage and pontificate and speak slightly too fast. Because the point is that in Pakistan, the CIA, in their hunt for bin Laden, used a fake hepatitis B vaccine
to take
the DNA from children. And in their hunt for bin Laden, they were deceiving families and children by basically conducting medical experimentation on them and taking their DNA without, forget their consent, without even their knowledge. You're playing with people's lives. This is the reason the Taliban started blowing up vaccine stations inside Pakistan, because they thought they were all CIA fronts. What happened next was polio went straight up. Again, I'll bring you the receipts. If you look this up on Vox, go to Vox, look up CIA fake hepatitis B vaccine.
Somebody go grab that. We'll look at it.
Program. It's all going to come up there for you. The CIA apologized for it. This isn't about left or right for me. This is about protecting innocent people that get experimented on. And when you talk about disinformation, people are getting banned for raising that from minority communities, while you, from your...
And understand, that is what happened to the American, the global population. But that's what happened. We were experimented on. I mean, not me. I didn't take that shit. But y'all were experimented on. Your children were experimented on. Your parents were experimented on. Based on good information, based on good data, sure. Doesn't make it not an experiment. And the fact that they won't come out and phrase it like that is what freaked me out more than anything else. They tried to act like that wasn't the case. That's what freaked me out more than anything else.
The very mouths claim that you exist to support marginalized and vulnerable voices, and you're silencing people that want to remind you that you've been experimenting on the country where my uncles and my aunties and my cousins still live today, right? So take that example and then personalize it. I was imprisoned as an Amnesty International adopted prisoner of conscience in Egypt, and they injected me against my permission after they dragged me through a torture dungeon. This isn't a Tom Clancy novel. This is what they're doing to people in real life. And it's disinformation for me to say this on social media. That's my point. Yeah? So I know I'm in New York. I know I'm in New York, and I know that in New York, this isn't particularly a popular thing to say, but you have to hear this because you call yourselves liberals. You have to hear the fact that in the real world, systems are torturing people with medical experimentations. And because they're from minority communities, they don't have a voice. And the New York Times isn't telling you this. And so when you talk
Stephen doesn't know where to go next with this one. He's getting a little red.
About this, you've got to understand disinformation has been weaponized to silence people criticizing power. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Can I jump in there?
It's a great point. Were you going to go?
Yeah.
Ladies first. I assume you're a woman. I'm not a biologist, but go ahead.
I could give you a definition if you like. You know, I will say that over the past few years of the pandemic, we saw repeatedly narratives that were being upheld as like known and obvious truths by establishment media, by pundits, politicians, by all of our academic and cultural institutions. And to go counter to these claims would get you silenced on the online town square. And I think we could all probably name them. You have climate change, COVID, January 6th, Russia collusion. Does anyone remember that? Massive falsehood. The Hunter Biden laptop story, the New York Post got silenced on Twitter and Facebook and suppressed all.
So these are the types of things that come from the establishment media that we are supposed to, we know that they got wrong, and not just got wrong, but openly lied. And then you want to ask me about alternative news sources lying? What do they have to gain? They don't have these public corporate donors. These are just people trying to make it. And some of them are going to lie, and some of them are going to be full of shit. So you throw those away. You be smart enough to figure that out. And if you're not, then you can always ask me. And like I said, there's a lot of people on the left the left that, as long as they're not bullshit, I don't have anything against the left. I consider myself a liberal until 2015, when I shamefully was takes me back. I was shamefully coerced into voting for that awful woman, Hillary Clinton. And I did that. And I'm ashamed. Why? Because I listened to the mainstream media. All the while, they knew that Bernie was never getting through. I was a Bernie bro all the way through. They knew that they weren't going to let him win. And they spent an entire year plus convincing me and so many other people that if Donald Trump got into office, it would be the end of the world. No. Was he a good leader? No. Did the world end? No. This is the most shameful thing in my life. The most shameful thing of my life. And so I decided I will not vote for anybody. I will not vote against anybody ever again. I will only vote for you if you earn my vote. So Elizabeth says, not only were people experimented on, but they managed to get our own family members to degrade us for not going along. Exactly, Elizabeth. Thank you. That's another amazing point. I was disinvited to Thanksgiving twice. Now, my birthday is November 28th. So, with, 3 grown kids and older parents that, we don't all live in the same state, the same area. When we get together for Thanksgiving, my birthday celebration is usually tacked onto that. Now I'm 32 years old. I don't need, I don't need a big party or anything. But being 32, that was my 30th birthday. My 30th birthday was spent here, alone, while my family was hanging out all together because they were all jabbed and I wasn't allowed to come. And then I was like, all right, that's my decision. I made that decision and you guys aren't comfortable with it. Fine. I'll stay home. You guys go for Thanksgiving. I'll go and hang out for Christmas. Perfect. So then, week before Christmas, my brother decides, I'm going to come hang out with my parents. But I'm going to be there. I didn't get like a Thanksgiving or a birthday, so I'm supposed to get Christmas now. Oh well. You stay home. 2 years. 6 holidays. Our own family, Elizabeth says, our own family members to degrade us for not going along. Maybe you didn't experience this, but it wasn't fun. And I don't even have that great of a relationship with my family. Like, my dad always has my back. Me and my dad are tight. But I don't really have, like, some super close relationship with my family. But you better goddamn believe I wanted to fucking have Thanksgiving. Or Christmas. One of the years. That would have been nice. And I don't think that is too much to ask for. What does JH say? She says, let's be fair. I don't know why I keep saying she. I apologize if you're not a she. I'm just... Don't mind me. JH says, let's be fair. There are some good-looking women with short... Ruby Rose, you remember that? Ruby Rose had a good couple of years there. Thank you for saying so, JH. Yeah, it's not as simple as people want to make it seem. It's just it's not. And Jamie Dean, that really means a lot. I kind of feel like you're just saying that to be a dick and make me feel something, and then you'd be like, just fuck you. But I do appreciate that.
All over the place for accurate and detailed reporting.
So let's jump back. Let's just jump back real quick and let her go through that list one more game.
Get you silenced on the online town square, and I think we could all probably name them. You have climate change, COVID, January 6th, Russia collusion. Does anyone remember that massive falsehood? The Hunter Biden laptop story. The New York Post got silenced on Twitter and Facebook and suppressed all over the place for accurate and detailed reporting.
That's just 5 off the top of her head.
And of course, there's the existence of biological sex, which you're now not allowed to mention what that is. So I think that our institutions have thoroughly beclowned themselves over the past few years, and social media has gone along with it. We've known for a long time that a lot of the foundations of social media and all of that development and everything, these people weren't taking ethics or philosophy or any of these other things. And there's just this assumption that there is a known truth and that we all must adhere to it. And repeatedly over the past 2 years, every single one of these things that I just mentioned, the going narrative has been disproven. So I don't know how we're supposed to
Trust.
Listen to these betters.
Exactly.
Listen to this expert
Exactly.
class tell us what's accurate. It's really important to continuously question everything that you've been told, and also to question your own belief system, also to question your own values and understand what you believe and why you believe it.
Including your religion.
Question. I have a question. Was the CIA kicked off of Twitter? Was the CIA kicked off of Twitter? That's satire. That was a joke. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, she labeled it, so we're all good. She labeled it, so we're all good. Was it funny? No, but she labeled it, so we're all good. That's what jokes should be, labeled.
Announce, this is a joke. I'm about to tell a joke. And then close with what you just heard was a joke.
We laughed before you said it was a joke.
I can't agree strongly enough with the point that there shouldn't be censorship, that the answer to speech you don't like is more speech. Respond, rebut it, or refute it. Or mock it. Ridicule it. You should be allowed to mock and ridicule it. The problem is that the terms like misinformation, hate speech, these have now become euphemisms for, cracking down on opinions that you don't like. It's politically motivated viewpoint discrimination. and we're using euphemisms to describe it. We need to call it what it is. There's absolutely an agenda behind it. And you can see with our example, it's funny with the Babylon Bee, you know, we were called by the New York Times a far-right misinformation site that sometimes traffics in misinformation under the guise of satire.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's the New York Times for you. I don't even have much else to say about that. Elizabeth says that's commendable. Thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. She says, I have a pretty good relationship with most, but women around my age, 20, are nearly impossible to have civil discourse with. I'm genuinely scared for Gen Z. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, millennials are already fucked. We're done. We're just game over for millennials. But you know, as a man who's finally starting to come into his own and looking at older Gen Z people in you know, Gen Z women, older Gen Z women, it's people ask me why I'm like, you know, not really out there doing my thing. And Elizabeth gets it. She knows it's tough out there.
The New York Times called us that, and we had to threaten to sue them to get them to retract that, and they did, thankfully. They did retract that. But they were saying that for a purpose. They were saying that because they don't like us and they want us to deplatform. They don't actually believe that. You know, they can go to the Babylon Bee website and see that our tagline is fake news that you can trust, that we put ourselves out there as a satire site. But, you know, they're
also, everybody fucking knows the Babylon Bee is not a real news site. You cannot work in news and think that the Babylon Bee is real.
putting these motives on us for the purpose of silencing us. There's a reason why they say that. And then with the, you know, the Rachel Levine, you're talking about you can't recognize biological sex and everything. You know, what happened there was the USA Today had made an article about, you know, naming the Women of the Year, and they named Rachel Levine Woman of the Year, and we responded to that by naming Rachel Levine Man of the Year.
That's hilarious.
And that was considered hateful conduct. And so, you know, if you go to their hateful conduct policy, it starts with a ringing tribute to free speech. It says, we have built a platform for free expression without barriers. Verbatim. That's what they say in their terms of service. But then they say that you can't misgender, you can't dead name, whatever. Those are ideological things that we disagree with, but you can't even joke about it or they boot you off the platform.
And here's
Absolutely.
now,
moving on slightly.
So here's, what did I just stop that? Okay. So the other thing about that is, you know, the misgender, dead naming thing. It's not that, yeah, sure, there's people on the fringe who are actively looking to go hurt people's feelings. Of course. That's always the case. But in most cases, it's not like people are looking to go out and, you know, find trans people and hurt their feelings by dead naming them. Again, I believe it was Zuby who got banned for just replying, "Okay, dude," to somebody. If you dead name somebody or misgender somebody, the appropriate response is, "Oh, it's actually this." And then the appropriate response is, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Now I'll call you that." Assuming this isn't somebody who's abusing that and saying, "Oh, well now I'm this, well now I'm that, well now I'm this, well now I'm that," then I don't see any reason why you can't just call somebody what they prefer to be called. But that's up to you. And if you want to be a dick about it, then there's people who won't associate with you. And then there's people who will associate with you. And if you're one of those people who cares so much about what label gender you have, then here's a little secret. Don't hang out with the people who misgender people. You don't have to. I promise you, they don't want to hang out with you either. Just go do your own thing. And stop expecting that the entire world has to conform to your ideology and your way of life in order for you to be happy. That is not a healthy way to go about life. That is not going to lead to happiness. No matter who you are, in what group, and what happens, and what anybody calls you, you're not going to be happy. So, okay, great. Now you've got people calling you Zim, Zer, Zir, Z, and you still want to end yourself. Great job. Come on.
Slightly, but staying on this topic, do you think that so-called political correctness slash
bullshit? Yeah. Oh,
wokeness and or wokeness is destroying comedy and people's senses of humor?
Yep.
No, I'll tell you what's destroying comedy. It's adherence to what the state wants. I hate the words woke and political correctness because they've lost their
I said
meaning.
shit. Me too.
Comedians used to be a counterculture.
Hold on, I'm trying to get this. No, come on. This
They
is
went
what I'm...
against the establishment. And so now we have comedians. So you have Trevor Noah at this, the political president's correspondence. I can't remember the name of the thing. And he brags, I just made fun of the president.
No, my mouse isn't working with
nothing
this
happened to me.
anymore.
And I was like, dude,
fuck this.
You didn't disagree with anything that Biden says. So he's up there, a comedian, kissing the president's feet. So that is what is killing comedy. We have these people who want to be friends with the powerful, and it shows you how much things have changed, that the state is encroaching more and more into people's lives. So you could say wokeness or political correctness, but I would say it's the power of the state, the power of the establishment, and you don't get to have a career. You don't get to be in certain places unless you go along with what they want.
I hear that. Would you not say that by the proper definition of political correctness, that actually is what you're describing, literally political correctness, being politically correct? I think a lot of people now think it means simply just not saying certain words and being a bit more sensitive in your language. But I think the original meaning of political correctness is going along with
Well,
what the political...
I never liked the term, so I guess so that is my own particular bias. I never liked the term. I never thought it really described what was happening. So I will answer.
Can you just take a moment and think about the first time, maybe not the first time, I doubt you remember the very first time, but the first time you really heard about this thing called political correctness or PC and being PC? Was it life-changing? Did it give you any sort of insight into your life or the life of others or anything like that? Or was it just kind of an annoying thing that you said something that you didn't mean anything by it and somebody was jumped down your throat? That's what happened to me. That's what happened to a lot of people. And it's just silly. Like, you're making enemies with people who are not trying to be your enemy. Elizabeth says, the same people that believe that Babylon Bee is real news also believe Count Dankula was an actual Supreme Court justice. Got him. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
That way.
I got that.
So you're absolutely right, though. The comedian's job is to poke holes in the popular narrative, not promote it. And you watch these late night comedians now, and they're going for the applause of affirmation rather than amusement. They're not even trying to make people laugh. They want people to agree with them and stand up and applaud.
That's that clapter. Y'all heard about the clapter.
And so that's one death knell to comedy. But then the other side of it is that they're actually rigging the system so that you can't poke holes in the popular narrative. They accuse us of punching down. You mentioned earlier, this is a white, male, high-ranking government official that we made this joke about. That's punching up. And these ideas are coming from the top down. The stuff that they're trying to push on you with gender ideology, it's coming from the government, media, entertainment, the universities. It's coming from all the most powerful institutions in our country. And you can't even joke about it. So you're handcuffed and can't even do the job the comedian is supposed to do.
Well, and according to
Fantastic point. Fantastic point. I mean, nothing else to say. Just a good point.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, and now the idea too is that you're not even allowed to, with the new bans on conversion therapy, you're not allowed to tell a girl who believes she's a boy that maybe she's really a girl and it's okay.
Right.
And that is coming from the top down, and that's coming
Did we lose Bixlow? I would love to hear from Bixlow where you're feeling about all this. If you're still here, Bixlow.
from, you know, that's coming from that first executive order that Biden signed on his very first day in office, demanding that all government agencies figure out how best, essentially, to push the transgender in every aspect of what they were doing.
But this is where it's like difficult.
She
for
said
us.
transgender, like trans agenda, but transgender.
Because
I thought it was funny.
when Facebook puts out a policy, and they just did this, by the way, they said you're allowed to do satire, but you're not allowed to punch down. And what they mean when they say that is you're not allowed to make fun of people or crack jokes about people or things, people who have less power than you, right? They want to put everything in a structure. So men can't joke about women. That would be punching down. But are women beneath?
Oh, I guess that's why I got banned from Facebook for saying, because women are yucky. Exclamation point. It was irony. Maybe somewhere related to satire, but I didn't label it, so I guess all's fair in love and war, right?
Me? You know, imagine thinking to yourself as a comedian, imagine thinking to yourself, you know what? I shouldn't joke about those people. They're beneath me.
Mm-hmm.
That's the condescending mentality they want you to be in. What if we're all
It's called the bigotry of low expectations. We got Lopaka in the building. What's going on, brother? We are watching the Minds. What are they calling it? The Minds Festival Ideas panel discussions. This is one on discussing satire versus disinformation. This is the guy who owns the Babylon Bee.
all created equal? Shouldn't we be able to joke about each other indiscriminately?
So actually, I want to back that up a little bit because he made an important point. And I think it's a rather simple one, but it bears
About
repeating.
people or things, people who have less power than you, right? They want to put everything in a structure. So men can't joke about women. That would be punching down. But are women beneath me? You know, imagine thinking to yourself as a comedian, imagine thinking to yourself, you know what?
Bro, I was on MySpace. Facebook was a revelation. That came afterwards. I'm old as shit.
I shouldn't joke about those people. They're beneath me. Like, that's the condescending mentality they want you to be in. What if we're all created equal? Shouldn't we be able to joke about each other indiscriminately?
Yes.
But we're not.
Low Pocket, did you see
The
this
point is
already?
that we're not punching down. They want to make you think we're punching down. We're actually punching up. We're punching back. Conservatives have been on the ropes in the culture war for a long time, and God forbid we make a joke back in the other direction.
See, I don't necessarily feel like you can take that position. Like, well, conservatives are like, no. The pendulum swings back and forth. You're not being persecuted just for being a conservative. You're being persecuted based on specific ideas and ideologies that you're not adhering to. Now, that may overlap with the fact that you're a conservative, but it's not this simple as, oh, let's just go over conservatives. I don't accept that.
Maajid, you got something to say there?
First of all, I want to say I really like everything Margaret says. We've just met, but I really do like your approach to things.
Well, Lopaka, you came to the right place at the right time with the right people for the right reason.
But it's somebody agrees. It's not just comedy, Zuby. It's not just comedy. And it's why I'm almost pleading with everybody. We have to wake up, guys. Look at the landscape.
Well, I'm woke.
Everything you have trusted, every single institution. Look at it. Look at the state of it today. Comedy's been ruined. I agree, but take a look at your education institutions, right? And look at what's going on there on the school boards and the way these recent controversies that have emerged in the schools. Okay, and some of the performances that are occurring in schools with children, in front of children that are age inappropriate. It's not just comedy, it's schools. It's not just schools, it's the health system. We've just spoken about it.
Yeah.
In which that has been corrupted. It's not just the health system. Who would have thought that the news no longer reports the news, but basically dictates a certain agenda? It's been corrupted. Every single institution that we were meant to be able to trust, the arts establishment, and look at some of the leaders in the modeling industry and what's happened to them of late, what with post-Epstein, what with some of the revelations. Who didn't kill himself.
Oh, we got Biggest Diggest in the house. What's going on, brother? Yeah, Jimmy Dean was saying their rebuttal will be that jokes made at trans expense are harmful because words are violence. according to them. Yeah, according to them, whatever helps their cause. Whatever helps their cause. What's going on, Biggest Dickies? Let's get back into it.
Every single institution has been corrupted. The only time, coming at this from a political former Islamist revolutionary perspective, who worked.
Yeah, remember he was a jihadist, like a legit ass, ready to blow up America jihadist. And if somebody like that can be reformed, then I mean, I ultimately white pilled about all of this. It's just kind of scary. It's kind of scary.
To undermine society, create revolution and change, and was imprisoned for it. Allow me to assure you, the only time this happens is when you're engaged in a struggle session to change the very social contract that we took for granted. And it's all open our eyes, guys. We have to open our eyes to see exactly what's going on.
Thank you, Maajid. Libby, I know you've got an interesting point on this.
Well, perhaps it's interesting. The other thing too is that anytime, what we've seen too is anytime there is a disagreement with the prevailing narrative, that disagreement is called misinformation. We had this year, we can't forget this, the Biden administration set up the Disinformation Governance Board in order to identify.
And how long did that last? Like a month, I think, and they disbanded. But yeah, Lopaka, definitely. Maajid was in deep, like a real, that's what I mean, a real jihadist. Like think of Team America, the guys that got blown up, Maajid was one of those. And then somehow he came back, and he's still a Muslim, but obviously not a jihadist.
What they perceived of as misinformation, and that was supposed to be both overseas to for whatever purpose, and also domestically. And they spoke extensively about this, and they had been planning on this for a very long time. And then it was revealed that the same people who were heading this up had actually been guilty of spreading distinctive lies and misinformation themselves. So anytime you disagree, they want to just call it misinformation. They called the Hunter Biden laptop misinformation. They called the revelations about the Russia collusion hoax misinformation. They called anytime you asked, hey, where did COVID originate? Could it have possibly been in this lab that was, investigating things just like this?
Yeah, remember that the lab leak theory was not okay. And then all of a sudden, Jon Stewart goes on Colbert and was like, what? You mean there was a lab that was testing this? Or whatever he said. I don't remember. And then just all of a sudden, we were all allowed to say it. Like, this is an attack on our basic number one freedom. Speech. Freedom of expression. I don't want to hear about private companies. We don't hold Verizon to in the same regard, where Verizon's allowed to, cut your service if you say this word or that word on a phone call. Why do we accept it for social media? That's something I've never understood.
They called that misinformation. And now over and over again, we see there's been reversals on each one of these things. And we're just, we consistently are being lied to about this, and we're supposed to just swallow it. It's sort of a shocking turn of events in a nation that is so free speech based.
And how much more ridiculous it applies to jokes too. Jokes are misinformation, That's just insane to me. Like, we did a joke about how Ruth Bader Ginsburg's death had been overturned by the Ninth Circuit Court.
Funny. I remember that.
What does that even mean? Like, it's a silly joke. CNN purchases industrial-sized washing machine to spin the news in before publishing it. False. Snopes wants you to know that's false.
Oh, good. Thanks, Snopes.
That Ginsburg joke, they cited 15 sources refuting that joke. And it was paid
satire. Like, that should be the satire.
It is.
Exactly.
Right? That's insane.
That they cited 15 sources.
But they do. They use
that RBG was dead.
You're absolutely right, though. They use misinformation to smear us as being a source of it. Absolutely.
Stephen, you've been quiet for.
I was just gonna say, I'm surprised that Destiny isn't speaking up more, because who was it? I think it was JH who was talking about how he was the one with the dissenting opinions, and yes, he started off saying some things that that started off disagreeing with them, but he's been quiet for a long time. LeBucca says, didn't Tim Pool get swatted 5 times already? I think it was closer to 11. I used to watch him, but he got weird. What about him is weird? I would love to hear that. He's definitely not weird, but I feel like he's always been that type of weird. So I'm very curious what you mean by that, because that's Tim Pool is my guy. Oh, JH says it's coming. He's just waiting. All right, let's get into it.
A little while. Any thoughts you want to expound on?
Oh, he's ready. He's ready. All right, so JH, this is and basically, if you're still here, you yeah, I want to hear from you guys. Do you agree with when he says something? Do you agree with it? When somebody pushes back, do you disagree? What all that stuff? This is it's not just me. I want to be having a conversation with you guys.
I don't even know where to begin. Oh man. Have lots of thoughts. So many.
I just have to remind everybody that he said horse paste. He did say horse paste. He said it.
Thoughts. I go back to what I said fundamentally at the beginning. I think that our issue when we grapple with these topics is we feel like humans are fundamentally truth-seeking machines, and we're not. We don't look for truth. We
Speak for yourself.
look for things that make us feel good. Generally. People
See, again, that's what I meant about projection. Maybe you don't care about the truth. Maybe the circles you run in don't care about the truth. But my whole life is built around the truth. My entire family is super religious, and I am openly an atheist, which could have ruined any chance of a relationship I had. Me and my mom don't really talk at all besides pleasantries, and we happen to be in front of each other because she's so into her religion. But I cared more about the truth than I did, my relationship with Christianity, and I guess, my relationship. I guess my mom decided that her relationship with Christianity was more than valuable than her relationship with me. But that's a whole other thing. Point being, stop lumping me in with people who don't care about the truth. I care about the truth, legitimately and authentically. You cannot say that humans instinctively just don't. No. You can speak for yourself, but do not lump me in.
People will get upset. People will get upset at that, and they will say that if you debate, the truth will prevail, and people will opt towards that. Honest to God, I think that if Trump came out on Friday and said 2 + 2 = 5, I think by Monday DeSantis would have legislation drafted to change the curriculum in the schools to teach that.
Come on. You're already at like a 4-1 debate. Why not at least give yourself some credibility? It seems now like he's just realized, oh, I'm fucked here. I may as well just pander to the people that when I put this on YouTube later, that I'll get the adulation from my own crowd. That's what it seems like. Of all of the things that I've heard from Destiny, this is not the way that he operates. As far as I know. Let's see what he says, and then we'll get into the rest of the comments.
I absolutely think that would be the case,
I think that was satire.
Much the same. What we've
That was
even
satire.
on the examples of censorship given up here. Somebody says, "Oh, well, we won't talk about experimentation on minorities with medical treatments," and then you reference a Vox article. Vox is one of the most left-leaning publications in the United States. If there's a censorship going on, why would they be talking about it? Or you can look for the New York Times, the Washington Post. They'll talk about Tuskegee. There are definitely mistakes that we've made in the United States when it comes to our policy. But circling back. Who am I supposed to trust? On one end, you've got experts that make mistakes. And then on the other hand, you've got people that will say things like Russia collusion was absolutely fake, but Hillary Clinton was there in Benghazi on the ground killing U.S. soldiers, right? You have murdering Seth Richards, murdering all these people. So, I mean, at the end of the day,
Why did he stop? I just want to stop the show and give a great shout out to my good friend of the channel, Darshawn McAway, a.k.a. D-Mac, always giving support, and I love it. Love you, brother. Glad to see you here.
Calm down, guys. Calm down. I know you're passionate. I love the passion, but let's keep it flowing.
I'm glad you feel strongly about it. I love it too. More speech, not less. More speech. More speech. Keep going. Yeah. So I mean, like, I hope that I wish that people would fundamentally change the way that they engage with each other and the way they engage with the media and be more honest about their engagement as well. You know, like if you want to look at the media and you think that there are faults that lie there, I think the media is a really good mirror into who you are. I don't think it's an accident that we are in the environment that we exist in today. Because I think it's because people want it, whether they like to admit it or not.
Okay.
Woo! So that was a load of horseshit, unbecoming of what I thought Destiny was. That really brought him down a couple notches in my book. That's really disappointing, because I know I've watched debates where he's getting piled on by multiple people, and he can hold his own, but he doesn't seem to be even trying to do that. He seems like he's just trying to troll everybody there. He sees, oh, okay, they're all on the same side and the audience agrees with them, so I'm just going to troll everybody. But look at this face. That doesn't seem like a trolling face, like he's having fun. Come on, give me the fucking mouse. Like, it doesn't seem like he's having fun with that. So what is he doing? What is he doing? So, okay, let's see what did I miss here? So Paka says, I liked him too, but it seems like they mess with him a lot. Then it's like he changes his show to make them happy. Who's they? I liked him too, but it seems like they mess with him a lot. Yeah, who's they? Changes his show to make them happy. Nothing negative. I feel bad for him. Yeah, I don't know what you mean at all. Specifically, Ian Crossland was on an earlier panel, and we were just talking about how Tim knows to keep Ian on that show because of what he brings to the show, even though a lot of people are like, oh my God, Ian, shut up. So yeah, not really sure who you're talking about there. If you could let me know. Jamie Dean says, obviously, if you realize that, you inevitably change. It's like waking up from the Matrix. Suddenly you can see past the BS. Exactly. Yep. JH says, yes, he's saying stuff he normally doesn't, but he has to try and play defense since he is the only left-leaning person. His audience will crap on him. Do you mean, when you say his audience, do you mean when he posts this to YouTube that his audience is going to crap on him? Or do you mean the audience that he's in front of right now? Because I know that I agree that that's the case, that he's on defense, but I've seen him do that before many, many times. He's usually is a well thought out person. He has the his opinions, and he can articulate why he thinks what he thinks and not use cheap oh, whoever's got the funniest tweets, oh, the horse paste guy, like that. These are not the tactics that you typically see from a Destiny debate, even when he's outnumbered. So that's why I'm like, what are you doing, dude? It seems like he's not taking this seriously at all, and he's just trolling because he knows that nobody's going to agree with him, whether he's right or wrong. He's not trying to spread that message. He's just like, oh, all right, well, this is fucked, so whatever. Which is, just disappointing. Just disappointing. Elizabeth says, I don't know if it's his normal demeanor because I don't watch a lot of his content, but he seems pretty hostile. Why would we be open to someone's argument when it comes off like a harsh lecture? I kind of agree, and I kind of disagree. Because if he is going to, I don't mind if somebody is hostile when they have a point. If like Maajid, this dude, if he was going on and on and on and on and on about something, and Destiny had a point, he would let him go. And again, I've seen him do this in his debates. He'll try to make a point, and the other person will talk over him, and I'll just say, okay, I'll wait till you're done, and then I'll ask the question. And I'll throw the mic aside like that. And yeah, he'll get dramatic and he'll get hostile. And there's, okay, so now that you're done babbling, and ask the question again and have a debate. That's not what he's doing. And I came in here looking to defend him as a person, not necessarily his positions, but I came in wanting to defend him as a person. And I never agreed with his positions, but now I'm not really down with how he's presenting himself as a person either. Paga says, also, I forget he has to jump through hoops or they will cut his show on YouTube. It's so easy these days. Well, I mean, that's an issue with being on the quote unquote left or the establishment side, which, again, we talked about that distinction before, but that's part of it is that, Jamie Kilstein, the first comedian that we saw before, no, in between the first and second panel, he was somebody who was a, known wokester and was calling people out, talked about how he spent his days looking for people to call out, looking for people to get fired and this and that and whatever. And eventually somebody did it to him because that's what that side does. They're always looking to cannibalize themselves. And again, I don't know where I'm confused as to why he's taking this approach. And look at Maajid. He's loving it because he knows that Destiny's just talking shit.
I do have a question on one of the first things you said there, which is that you don't think that people seek or are interested in the truth. Now, I think that's true of some people, but I do think that the majority of people would like to get to the truth and are interested.
If you want to really,
I
sure.
think it's
Here's the best example. This is the best example that I can think of. One of the most clear examples for truth seeking. So I think it was DeSantis that sent out a memo saying that in Florida we weren't going to cover any trans operations with the Florida social medical funding for Medicaid, I believe. Right? I think that was in Florida who said that. And part of what
Yeah, you shouldn't be paying for a woman who wants to get fake boobs either. That's elective surgery.
what they listed, yeah, that's good. Part of what they listed on,
Yeah, it is good.
On that document was
Because that's us as taxpayers paying for that, for people's elective surgeries.
we don't believe that there are any good prospective randomized control trials showing that these are effective treatments. And
because they're not.
What an interesting statement to say. Where were these same people demanding really valuable RCTs when it came to alternatives to vaccines? Because these guys would get one preprint off of Medivir online and they would throw it up like it was gold standard medical research. Why? Because it agreed with the narrative that they had.
So that's at least a good point. That's at least a good point. Jamie Dean says they don't see them as elective surgeries. They also don't see them as the gender that they were born. So I'm sorry, but that's objective reality. It is elective. But what Destiny is saying now, at least he has a point. At least he has a point. And he's saying that, all these people talking about with the gender bender stuff, how we don't have long-term studies and da-da-da-da-da-da. But we, including myself, don't have that same, that don't come with that same energy when it comes to the jab. That's at least a good point. I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's two completely different things. I think, one is has such a huge cultural aspect. Changing your gender and manipulating the physicality of your body is very different than, injecting yourself with an experimental medication. But I will cede that ground that I don't come at the jab and transition surgeries with the same energy. But as we still have on the screen here, one is elective and one should be elective. Never gotten a flu shot. Nobody wanted me as a second-class citizen because I never got a flu shot. You know what happened if I got the flu? I'd stay home.
Because that's all they cared about at the end of the day is fundamentally, I want to find something that is anti-establishment. And you'll see people will be so selectively critical that one statement will come out against somebody they don't like, and all of a sudden these guys become PhD researchers. They're on Wikipedia, they're on DuckDuckGo, they're on 50 different sources trying to find like all the information.
Meanwhile, you are the highest authority of left-wing politics on Twitch. You cannot be somebody who made their name being an internet guy giving information and then hate on people on the internet giving information. So should nobody listen to you then? Because you're just some guy on the internet? Where's your degree?
Information that disagrees with them, but then Trump will come out and say one thing about Nazis in Ukraine, and people or other alternative media will say
Trump will come out and say something. I'm pretty sure if we look at the timeline that nobody even gave a fuck about Ukraine until Russia invaded, which was not under Trump. Unless you're talking about when they took over Crimea under Obama. Maybe that's what he's talking about.
say the Nazis in Ukraine, people be like, oh yeah, of course, that sounds 100% true. I believe that, of course. So I mean, the selective criticism makes me think that people aren't as fact-oriented as they'd like to pretend they are.
And again, that's fair. But that doesn't make them wrong. That doesn't make people wrong. Just because they're only pointing out one wrong thing doesn't mean that they're wrong about pointing out the fact that that thing is wrong. I think we can agree on that. You don't have to point out every single thing that's wrong to be right about, hey, that's wrong. You can see some dude kicking a puppy, and even if you're a heroin dealer, you can be like, hey, don't do that. That's wrong. That's bad. You don't have to be a perfect saint in order to point out things that are incorrect or bad or wrong.
Sometimes.
Yeah, they're.
I think. I think our friend may have had some bad experiences. I want to just reassure that for me, this really isn't a left-right thing for me. I don't know what this Trump business, where this came from. For me, I'm looking at this from a perspective that you don't have to be right-wing or left-wing to read data, right? It's as simple as that for me. And so I don't know why it's becoming overly politicized, and it's easy to, and you may have had bad experiences with certain discourses, but perhaps we can talk afterwards, because I'm really not coming at this from a Trump perspective at all.
Who's Lewis?
I'm coming at this from a perspective that we can see and have witnessed over the past few years that basically what has been reported isn't what's really going on. And that applies to COVID. That applies to Russia. And if you're interested, I have just because of COVID shut down what I was running for 13 years, which we like to call the world's first counter-extremism organization, the purposes of which was to challenge extremist dogma within right-wing, left-wing, and Islam.
Sorry for the volume. So sorry to interrupt your podcast experience. I just want to remind you, if you're enjoying what you're watching, please hit the like button and subscribe for more content. And if you really love it, there's some support links in the description. I would love if you can help out the channel. And back to the show. All right, I don't know if that played through, but it didn't seem like it worked. But oh well.
Islamist context, and it was
Support
my
me
job to study extremist phenomena. I assure you, as somebody that has looked at this as of our Nazis, and if you go back before the war and look to the Daily Beast, and the reason I cite these sources isn't because they are continuing to tell the truth right now, but they did before the war. Vox's report on the CIA fake vaccine program in Pakistan was before COVID. The Daily Beast, look it up, before the war in Russia, has specifically referred to Azov not just as Nazis, but the biggest danger to Ukrainian political discourse. That's in the Daily Beast, right? So it's not a matter of dispute. As somebody, I assure you, with a professional interest in this and a personal interest in this, it's not a matter of opinion. As of our Nazis, in reality, if you're looking to evidence, if you're interested in evidence. And so I think that it's not about Trump for me. I don't care who said it, because that Nazi, whether Trump said it or not, still came and tried to stab me and my friends when I was 15 years old, growing up in Essex, watching people stabbed, having their lungs punctured by neo-Nazis in jackboots.
Again, very telling that Destiny went to a Trump thing, when it's like, yo, he's not American. What are you talking about? Play, you fuck. Come on. Play.
These guys are real Nazis, and we just have to understand something, that not everything has to be politicized. I'm not coming at this and telling you as of a Nazis because Trump said so. I couldn't give a damn what Trump says. I'm coming at this because I know as of a Nazis. I've studied it, right? I've never... And
I'm coming, brother.
And honestly,
give me a
it's
minute.
slightly insulting to dispute that. It's as bad as disputing the KKK are racist in a serious conversation. Joke about it all you like, but don't try and dispute facts when it comes to real political phenomena. It's like me saying to you, it's like me trying to pretend to you as a Muslim that Al-Qaeda aren't really terrorists, they're just resistance. I've got to be real with you guys, man. Seriously, let's not bullshit each other. Hamas are terrorists, Hezbollah are terrorists, Al-Qaeda are terrorists, as of a fucking Nazis. Let's just be real about it, yeah?
Just make one comment about truth real quick. The idea that we're not interested in truth. That is certainly true of some people, but with some
I think
of these
he's
things, the things that you're not allowed to joke about, things you're not allowed to say.
I think he's on the perfect panel. I think this is exactly what they need. You know, and all of this stuff is extremely relevant to, you know, specifically what Destiny was saying. And you know, framing it in the sense of, oh, Trump did this, so you're this, that, the other. It's like, bro, I'm not like Trump is so far away from where I from having anything to do with where I stand on this stuff. And again, it's more projection that maybe you're the one who's just listening to whoever it is and following your ideology. Clearly, that's what you're doing tonight. I mean, you do better online, but clearly that's what you're doing tonight. Oh, for fuck's sake, why won't this...
Say, you know, our joke about Rachel Levine is rooted in the truth. I think it's very important. The reason we haven't deleted that joke and admitted that we engaged in hateful conduct is because the truth is not hate speech. 2 + 2 = 4. There's men and there's women, and they can't switch sides. And people who care deeply about those basic biological truths, those facts of reality, scientific truth, biological truth, objective truth and reality, we care about it very deeply, and that's the reason we're defending it. And that's also the reason we're being deplatformed.
Yeah.
So I agree. It's not a left versus right divide. As I said in the beginning, I don't think the divide is left versus right. I think it's establishment versus anti-establishment.
Right.
I think that's where the real divide is.
Right.
And I think that you get people that tell these lies to themselves that they're not partisan, they're not political, because they have people from the left and the right that agree with them. But then they find themselves surrounded by a bunch of fans that all listen to the same media, have roughly the same opinions, support and unsupport, roughly the same.
That's a
politicians.
complete...
The reason isn't because...
That's a completely different argument than he was making before. What he was saying before was that, you know, people are just listening to their, you know, the... I'll let y'all read that one. But yeah, I definitely agree that, you know, we've talked all through about how people are tribalistic. But that's not the conversation that he said. He said, we, as people in general, are not interested in the truth. We're just interested in being right. You only come to that conclusion one way. By being that person. Really?
Because they've gotten this diverse group of people from the left and right. That wouldn't explain all the same opinions. It's because they've gotten a bunch of people that are basically just anti-establishment. That's it. They want to find things that oppose the establishment, and then they'll ride those opinions into the sunset. You know, even when we're talking about Ukraine and the Azov battalion, the question has never been, is there any Nazi in Ukraine whatsoever? That's not the question. The question is do Nazis make up a sizable portion of the Ukrainian military? At its height, it was estimated that there were some 900 maybe Nazis in the Azov battalion, but that was pre-2014 before the Azov battalion proper was rolled into the Ukrainian armed forces. The idea that you, from a Western country, from the United States, I don't know where you live right now, but would go to a country that has been invaded by Russia for 8 years and tell them, hey, it's time for you to purity test the people in your military that are fighting the hardest to protect your sovereignty is absolutely wild to me. I could not think of a more privileged position than going to a country that is having land stolen from it by another country 10 times larger than it and saying, hey, I think you need to do personality profiles on some of your soldiers to see if they're a little bit too anti-Semitic to fight the war.
I think the issue...
Why isn't this fucking playing? So that's not, I mean, we have a prescription for what a psychopath is. We have the DSM, I think it's 5 TR now. No, whatever. But we have the DSM. So if we had a grifter, you know, an official grifter prescription that was accepted by the medical community, then I would say, you know, you wouldn't need to be a grifter in order to understand that. But that's a false analogy. Sorry, pal. I'm going to keep my screen open while I try to get Morty out the back door so you guys can watch whatever one is funnier. Lapaka says, we're doing now. We're doing now? Our military has gone rogue. We're doomed? We're done? But yeah, I just had a TikTok the other day. I gotta make no more TikToks, but it ain't good. It ain't good. Still not playing this. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let's try now.
About a personality test of the soldiers in the military. The question is the U.S. now actively funding Nazis?
Yup.
It is.
But the problem is, like,
we're
when we say
sending
it's,
so much money. Like we're sending. Like, are we actually arming
Yes.
Nazis?
I don't want to dwell too long on this
So that's-
Russia-Ukraine
that is the
topic.
question.
It's interesting, but I think we've
This way, this way, this
deviated
way.
quite far from the.
I think it's important though, because you can see the difference in fact here, right? Like, does the United States support Nazis? What does that mean? Has the United States sent money to any country that might have a Nazi in its military? We probably have Nazis in our military.
But we're
The most money that we probably
funding
sent to
this
Nazis
war.
are probably in the own U.S. military.
We're
The idea that we
I think this is real life Godwin's law because we're somehow now talking about Nazis. So
This is
let's
satire.
bring it back. Let's
Entire
bring it
panel
back
has
to
now become satire all by itself.
let's bring it back to the core topic because we've only got a few minutes left. Now, the last question I'd like to get an answer from each speaker on is, where do you think the line between satire and genuine misinformation is, and how do you think that is best addressed? I'll start with you, Seth. Let's run through. If you can keep your answers fairly brief, please.
First of all, doesn't he remind you of like Paul Rudd and Ben Shapiro at the same time? It's like if they had a baby, right? He looks like Paul Rudd. He sounds like Ben Shapiro.
I don't know what that means. Well, no, I know what this means. Jamie Dean, I thought I was better than TikTok, but hey, if it's going to get me views and it's going to get people on my channel and, make this party more of a party, then I'll do whatever it takes for y'all. Elizabeth says, did you see the NBC correspondent that stated Secret Service agents will testify against Cassidy Hutchinson, saying he was lying? Cassidy Hutchinson. I recognize the name, but I'm not. Can you place that for me? I obviously don't remember the specific story. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. Why is this not fucking playing? It's the play button. Hold on.
Satire, again, and there's a distinction between intent, right? Misinformation, disinformation is the topic really of the panel, is intended to deceive. Satire is really intended to inform, to make you laugh, to make you think. It's to sting a little bit, make you uncomfortable, squirm a little bit by encountering some kind of truth in an unusual way, from an unusual angle. So there's a purpose. It's true lies, basically. It's that paradox of there's truth to it, but it's wrapped in the package of humor and a fabricated story. And so, there's not really a line there. They're really two very distinct things. There's just confusion that happens when the world is so crazy it's impossible to satirize. And that's primarily, in my opinion, the fault of the left. But it's not that the right, there's nothing that you can make fun of there. It's just the world is crazy. All these things that we've mentioned tonight, some of these examples that we've given, they're so out there. They're so insane. It's hard to know when you look at a headline. You can do people are doing this show now. They're on their podcast or whatever. The B or not the B. You have to guess. The B or not the B. They'll read a headline and you have to guess. Nobody knows. It's a 50-50 shot. It's a coin flip. You have no idea what it's going to be. And that's the reason.
We should do that. I should do streams like, all right, if you can guess, whoever gets the best score out of B or not the B, then you win a $25 gift card or something. So Elizabeth was telling about the NBC, NBC correspondent that stated Secret Service agents will testify against Cassidy Hutchinson. She testified yesterday. Trump demanded to go to the Capitol and tried to grab the steering wheel from her on the 6th. The lead agent and the SUV driver both said that's false. I have not heard about this at all. No. Wow.
Reason there's a difficulty there, but it's not because there's like a fine line satirist, bump up against the truth. No, the truth is becoming too much like satire.
Awesome. Thank
Facts.
you. Maajid?
I'll keep it short. I just don't think it's a coincidence that you're seeing various articles of the US Constitution come under attack at the moment.
Well done, well done, well done.
Stephen?
I think the B guy said it best, actually. Whether intentionally or
The
unintentionally,
B
I
guy.
don't realize.
Again, the B guy. You know his fucking name. Like then the B guy, then it. This is why. This is why I can't respect the left, because even the people who know what they're talking about resort to bullshit.
That satire isn't just jokes. Jokes aren't just jokes. Usually there's some underlying truth aspect there that you're getting at when you tell a joke. Otherwise, it's not funny. If you randomly make a comment about a random thing, there's nothing insightful, or there's nothing revealing there if there's not some underlying truth to the issue. So I guess if people were a little bit more honest sometimes, that when they're engaging in forms of humor or satire or whatever, there is an underlying fact of the matter that they're hinting at. I don't know, maybe it would help people understand, I guess, why things are funny, or where to draw the line between truth and reality sometimes.
You shouldn't need a why for something to be funny. Something either is funny or it's not funny. If it's funny, oh shit, I didn't see you guys had some comments here. It's either funny or not funny. There shouldn't need, you shouldn't need to understand what the unless you don't understand the context of the joke itself. You shouldn't need to explain why. It should either just be a good joke or it's not. So Elizabeth said, also, why would the president be in the passenger seat? Yeah, exactly. And the B guy did just rip on him. Yeah, I agree, Jamie Dean. The B guy was a bad attempt at a joke. Like, he was trying to jab him back. Except the B guy didn't do that to Destiny. He attacked his ideas. And that's how you know when you've lost, you have to resort to ad hominems. Paka says, sounds like that Bully Bush story. Trump goes up to women and grabs their stuff. So he just grabs the wheel. Well, hey, he said they let him. You just walk up to them and they let you grab him by the...
Thank you. Libby?
Yeah, satire is intentional. You know, one of the earliest satires, of course, was Thomas More's Utopia, which described the perfect society, and then went on to show how imperfect and dystopic it was. And I think that's the whole thing. You know, satire is intended to reveal truths or to inspire conversation and to, you know, dig deeper into something. Misinformation is a catchphrase that's used by people in power to discredit people who disagree with them.
Got it.
Oh, I missed that was about Destiny. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. That's fucking hilarious. Fuck you. He wasn't wrong about women in the... To be fair, he wasn't wrong about women in these circles. I may have missed something. I don't know what that means. Did he say something about women? I must have missed that. Can you elaborate a little bit? Sorry.
I think the existence of the word disinformation is itself satirical. I mean, it's what does this word mean? The fact that the government started, they put it on pause, by the way, it's coming back. They got to get their PR act together. But this disinformation governance board that the government was going to decide who they should discredit and who they should not discredit. I think that is satirical, or should be seen as satirical in and of itself, but there was hardly a peep about. The only people who said anything were Republicans. Democrats said nothing. The progressives, the civil libertarians, they were silent.
So this is why you find people like myself, formerly disaffected liberals, and we see an issue with something going on, and then Republicans and conservatives are the only ones who are saying anything, and then you want to get mad at me because you're not speaking up. I've never been on their side or your side. I've been on the side of the people who are telling the truth, people who care about the truth. So if that happens to be conservatives at this point in time, what do you want me to do about it? Yeah, we were talking about Trump. Gotcha. So to be fair, he wasn't wrong about women in these circles. I think and Elizabeth goes on to say, I think the women Trump was surrounded by earlier in his life do allow stuff like that to happen, especially women in Hollywood. Yes, 1,000%. Now, I don't think I would be very happy if I had a daughter and somebody, regardless of what she did or did not let anybody do, I wouldn't be happy about somebody sharing that story. But that's it. That's it. It's a little bit crude. That's it. It's an R-rated movie versus PG-13. Like,
They said absolutely nothing about something which I think 20 years ago, well, if a Republican had been in office, they would have said something maybe. But I think that is satire. The fact that this word has been ginned up to fool us and to have to give the powerful a new means of discrediting anyone they want to disappear.
Strong words right there. Awesome,
Well
guys.
said.
That's all we've got time for. Thank you so much. If you can have a round of applause.
Beautiful.
For our panel. Thank you.
All right. So, guys, I need to know. I am down. Where are we? I am down. There is about an hour left for the last panel, including, whatever bullshit comedian they have in between. I'm down to go. I thought this would be, I didn't know so much of the time would be comedians. So it is short enough that we can ride through this. But I need to know you guys are here. So drop a 1 in the comments, in the chat, if you would like to continue and see the Tim Pool, Tulsi Gabbard, and others panel, or if we should cut it here and do that panel tomorrow. 1 if we want to keep going, or 2 if we want to save it for tomorrow. We got a 1. We ride.
Keep clapping for Margaret Kimberly, Libby Emmons, Stephen Bennell, Maajid
There we
Nawaz,
go.
Seth Dillon, and Zuby.
That was 2, Jimmy.
Yes, we booed, we cheered.
All right.
What
So
an
let's
exciting night.
Yeah, we don't need to listen to this dude.
Yeah. And Cash.
He looks like David Guetta.
I want to.
Oh, this was the panel I was fucking waiting
Who
for.
will be discussing
All
how
right.
to navigate media manipulation. What's the real source of the problem? Put your hands together for Tim Pool.
Woo!
James
You're outnumbered anyway, buddy.
O'Keefe.
We ride. Woo!
Ben Burgess. And last but not least, Tulsi Gabbard.
All right. So when you guys wake up in the morning, you got your coffee, you look at your computer, you look at your phone. What's your process? I want to know, from on a personal level, like how you're sorting out what the hell's going on in the world.
Great question.
I wake up, my alarm goes off. I immediately pick up my phone and I open Twitter and I just start scrolling through and I go, I'm not joking. And then I'm like, well, that happened. And then I sit there in bed lying up for about half an hour. And then I, get to work. And then I'm like, wow, I can't believe it. I woke up to that.
James?
Well, I'm banned from Twitter, so. But distribution by proxy. Distribution by proxy, you know what I mean? I try to read a little bit of everything.
So I'm actually, wait, did somebody say? So Jage said you saw 5 minutes this and to a Ben cringe fest. So that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, we're still gonna go through it, but what I'm hoping is that between Tim and James O'Keefe and Tulsi Gabbard, there's a lot there that will just give us something that either they will be questioned by somebody who's directly part of the establishment. She is a senator, congresswoman, whatever it is. And then obviously, Tim and James O'Keefe are completely anti-establishment, alternative media, whatever you want to call it. I'm hoping I've seen Ben in debates before, but I don't really know him that well. So If he's gonna give us the cringe, then word up. But I concur, Lopaka. Let's get into it.
And try to read between the lines. That's the short of it.
Thank you, JH.
Tulsi.
I wait a little while before I start scrolling through the news, catch my breath, and take care of, my personal time. And
Is she talking about masturbating? Did she just talk about masturbating?
yeah, but I mean,
Me too. Jamie Dean says, I would have voted for Tulsi in 2020. Me too. 100%. If it was her versus Trump, I absolutely would have voted for her. I probably would have came to regret that because she's kind of, playing both sides now and she's kind of just doing the politician thing. But I absolutely would have voted for her.
Twitter is definitely not the first thing I go and look at. I'll scroll through a number of different news sources from across the spectrum and try to get an average on what's going on in the world and then take it from there.
Wow.
I wish I could say that my answers was Tulsi's because that sounds much healthier. But the sad reality is I'm much closer to Tim.
It's such a depressing way to start the day, though, guys.
But to be fair, Twitter actually is good when you're not just arguing with people. So there's real value in Twitter in that I have a list of people I follow, news organizations, activists, and personalities, left, right, and center. And so when I wake up, I'll see what CNN said, then I'll see what maybe the Examiner said, and then seeing both perspectives coming from establishment or maybe a left or a right source, then I'll have to figure out which one is actually closer to the truth.
How alt-right of him.
That's how I start breaking down the stories.
So we just had a little backstage extravaganza that
It was so fun.
Wanted to touch on. Ben.
Sure. So
if I saw a video, of James O'Keefe confronting Ben. This is James O'Keefe. He's of Project Veritas confronting Ben about something. I didn't really know what it was, and I knew that I wanted to do this. And I wasn't sure, if that was part of it. So I didn't really watch it too closely, but didn't look like Ben was handling the situation very well. So let's see if that's what they're about to talk about. Real quick, Elizabeth says, Ben's argument on this panel are the epitome of morality over objective truth. His whole gripe was James disparaging unions rather than the video itself. So let's see what that's all
if you
about.
think about media manipulation, then, and you particularly if part of your concern is about social media manipulation, is about censorship, then you should think, well, okay, if you actually care about understanding the source of the problem, if you care about solutions, then you should think about what are people really worried about. We live in, despite being a wildly economically unequal society that's not very democratic in many ways, we live in enough of a democracy that by and large people aren't worried about getting arrested. What are they worried about? They're worried about getting fired. Why are they worried about getting fired? Because the majority of Americans work in at-will employment situations in non-unionized workplaces where the boss can fire them at any time with no recourse and no due process. If you agree that this is a problem, right? And if you don't agree with that, I don't take you seriously on free speech. If you agree that that's the problem, what's the solution? Well, every member of every worker in every workplace in the United States should be a member of a union, because when you're a member of a union, you actually have due process. You actually have an organization that will represent you when you're accused.
How the fuck am I supposed to start a business if all of my employees are going to be unionized? Unless I don't understand what unions are, that doesn't seem like it helps small business. It seems like it might help corporations and bigger corporations, but yeah.
Of wrongdoing, the same way that a lawyer will represent you when you are accused of wrongdoing in the criminal justice system.
Have you ever been in a union?
So people aren't going to be afraid of getting arbitrarily fired. So, in thinking about this, leading up to it, I was watching a series of videos that that Mr. James O'Keefe here did early in Project Veritas, where yeah, no, absolutely. So early in Project Veritas, where what is he doing? Is he sending in his little hidden cameras to CEOs meeting to talk about union busting strategy or generals talking about drone strikes? No. He's surveilling ordinary working class people in order to demonize unions to make it easier to fire people. So he did this series called New Jersey Teachers Unions Gone Wild. And
NJ all day, baby.
in that series,
Thanks for the free advertising.
yeah. No, I think everybody should absolutely watch these videos to understand who and
They
what
should.
James is. And in these
agree.
videos, he's doing two things, right? So one of them is he's asking union officials, "Oh, would you defend me if I did this? Would you defend me if I did that?" Which is like asking a lawyer, "Would you defend me if I was accused of murder? Would you defend me if I was accused of double murder?" Yes, that's what a lawyer is, and it's a good thing. You can't be in prison arbitrarily. It's a good thing you can't be fired arbitrarily. And in one of these videos, out of the many, many sleazy things he did, we didn't highlight this in the clip we did on my show. I wish we had. But in one of these videos, I do wish I had because I think it's an instructive case. So in one of these videos, he's talking about a teacher who was accused of saying the N-word, and then I don't remember exactly what the disciplinary process were, but they didn't completely lose their job. And he was taking this as, oh, see, unions think it's okay to say the N-word, which is obviously asinine, obviously thinking
Get to the
that
point.
somebody's career shouldn't be ended over doing a bad thing is not the same as saying the bad thing is bad. So just
I
now,
agree with that.
before
I completely agree with that. You shouldn't, somebody should lose their job for doing a bad thing. And if that bad thing is saying something, then talking about what the bad thing was should not get you fired. I don't know if he agreed or disagreed with that, but
we just before we went on, a gentleman came up to me with a demeanor that suggested that no indication whatsoever. Yeah, I'm being nice. No indication whatsoever that he was affiliated with James or Project Veritas. His demeanor strongly suggested that he was part of the staff organizing this event. So
it's called investigative journalism. I'm not surprised that you cannot recognize it.
oh, can I speak to you for a moment before the panel? And so I came back with him. They did their thing, their entrapment journalism thing. And in the course of it, they said,
You mad, bro?
One of the things that James said is, do you care about finding out the name of this teacher? And I said, no, because I do not. Because I don't think that if you did a bad thing at some point in your life, you deserve to be nationally named and shamed years later, whatever consequence you might have had at the time.
Well, surely it depends on what act we're talking about. I mean, if you SA'd a child, then you're a teacher, then you're goddamn right. I want your name plastered all over everywhere so that you don't go to another school and do the same thing.
Whatever chance for rehabilitation there might have happened. And James, being the supreme media manipulator he is, responded to this by saying, oh, why do you think it's okay to use the N-word, which is obviously not what I said. But then again, James is a liar, so that isn't
Jesus Christ, dude. So the whole thing there is just, James accused me of being okay with using the N-word because of a situation where somebody else did, and I didn't want them, I didn't want X, Y, and Z. That's what you meant to say. Well, James is such a liar. Jamie Dean says, they'd be happy to name and shame someone for making the OK Hand single. It's happened before. Yep.
James.
Heavens, Tim says.
So the video video can't allege anything. It's an inanimate recording. It quoted the woman, Alyssa Ploshnik, union official in New Jersey, saying the N-word. She actually said the word. And she said that a teacher was still teaching after calling the student the N-word. As a journalist, isn't it a journalist's ethical duty to find out who that teacher is and report it?
No, obviously.
All right. Hold on.
Duty of a journalist.
Bring it in, Tim. You started this conversation with a political ideological statement from you about the importance of unions, completely irrelevant to media manipulation. You started your argument.
Irrelevant to
Absolutely. You started the argument from an ideological perspective.
I just want to say, as a big fan of Tim, and knowing that I guarantee this guy, Ben, has had an invitation to be on Timcast and said he wouldn't do it. I guarantee. I don't know for sure, but I'm just saying it's so often does he talk about how, you have you have an invitation. People who disagree with us, we want you to come on the show. We don't just want a circle jerk of us agreeing with each other. Destiny and Bosch and Hunter Avalon are the only ones from the left who actually went on the show, aside from Jamie Kilstein, who is on the left, but it was after he got canceled. So Tim's ready. He's been wishing for a situation like this for a while.
A perspective about media.
Have you ever been in a union? Just side question.
Yeah.
Which one? When?
I was in a couple. I've been in the.
Which one?
I've been in the UFCW, and when I was working at Meyer in Michigan, and.
Accepted. I believe you. I couldn't imagine, based on what you'd said, that'd been true, because I've been in two unions. I was in the Transport Workers Union, and I worked at a grocery store as well, which also had a grocery workers union, and they were so corrupt that I was like, the statement you made is just like your perspective I can respect, that's coming from you, but it's like a blanket subjective perspective. But I don't want to have an argument.
Not at all subjective.
I don't want to have an argument about union.
However corrupt that union might have been that you were part of,
two of them.
If you had been accused of an infraction subject to disciplinary process, then you would have had the option of having them represent you in that process.
Wrong.
That was a nice little Trump moment there. Wrong. Before we go on, let's make sure we get what Elizabeth has said. She says they're okay canceling people they don't agree with or are in professions they don't like. Let's be real. The establishment left hates targeting teachers. Yeah, they, it's just rules for thee, but not for me. You can say all of these things and do all of these things that are not right, but you have reasoning. Whenever anybody else does something that you don't like, they're evil. That is the entirety of the ideology. Everything else that comes with it is just a branch from that notion. And Mapaka says, Bombay, open Tim's away.
Okay.
Bro.
Wrong.
So I don't want to get into an argument about unions, other than to say, like, your subjective perspective.
It's not subjective. It's a fact that the effect.
Bro, he didn't even say anything yet. I love when people jump the gun. Because Ben is ready to argue, and I am a Tim fan. I'm a Tim stan. So take that for what it's worth. But I love when people are in an argument with me, and I start to say something, and they think they know what I'm going to say, so they try to combat it. And it's like, bro, I didn't even say that. You're arguing literally with a straw man.
The effect of unions is to give you due process.
And sometimes they don't, because humans are fallible. But I digress.
Okay, but you can say the same thing about having trial by jury, that like sometimes it's not a good due process.
So the issue is
still a due process.
We're talking about media manipulation. Instead of addressing the issue of what you take with James O'Keefe, his approach and his video, you took a few minutes to go on about the importance of unions and the seriousness of individuals. Right away, that's a red flag. I don't take your argument as seriously because you're trying to make a political, ideological statement, not a journalistic one.
Well, first of all, obviously, Tim.
Obviously.
I am, like you, very much in the business of politics and ideology, but also what I was doing was I was explaining the context of the disagreement with James that caused him to do his
Right. Your disagreement is that you think James is opposed to unions and his actions are based on opposition to unions, and not that he had a question about a teacher using a racial slur. That is irrelevant to the question of, hey, here's a video you didn't
It's
show.
not irrelevant. Everybody agrees you shouldn't use racial slurs. The question is, if you do, should you have protection when you're about to be fired for it? Should you have a due process? Should you, as a person who once did something bad, have your name spread over all of media throughout the entire country because you once did something bad in your life?
No. But as Elizabeth said earlier, they're okay canceling people they don't agree with. That's, but all of a sudden, when it comes to your tiny little situation, you're like, well, you know, we got to give people a second chance. I would love, again, I'm not super familiar with this guy. I've only seen him in a couple of debates before, but I would love to see what his canceling record is and see how many people he's tried to get canceled. Yeah, a little pocket MMA fight with words. That's exactly what that's what I love about this shit. That's exactly what I love about this shit. You hit the nail on the head, brother.
And I don't think so. That's a question of values, but that is the context. That's the argument I was making in the video that James was objecting to. And that is why we just had this argument in which he did his entrapment journalism and then lied straight out about what I just said.
He did his entrapment journalism. That's a great sentence. Great sentence.
Okay, so I think that I think Tulsi is the energetic ref. She's the energetic ref.
Well, I heard some noise backstage. I was not privy to this conversation, but I think, and this is the aloha coming to the conversation.
Woo!
We'll have maybe vastly different views on a whole host of things, but much of what we are seeing in manipulation.
I'm sorry, she is attractive, but her skin is so bad, and that's just a me thing. But like, you can see the craters on her face, and that's just a no-go for me.
Of the media is trying to evoke extreme reactions from people, rather than having conversations like the ones that we've had here tonight, where we can agree or we can disagree.
So another thing that I want us all to pay attention to is how many positions does she actually claim? How many claims does she actually make? Because from what I have heard and seen, and I saw little clips here and there, or like a clip, from everything that I've heard and seen, she was fence-sitting like a motherfucker through this whole thing. Yo, Lopaka, I love this shit. I always talk about like I'm a mind ninja. Like, you don't want to fuck with me because I can't beat you up, but I'm a mind ninja. The IndianJesus black belt in world jitsu. I love that. I love that.
But really try to get to the heart of whatever that is.
It's not just the lighting.
I saw a video from a protest yesterday where a bunch of protesters in the street were surrounding vehicles, and a pickup truck slowly began to move forward, and the people were, being pushed or, choosing to stay in front of the vehicle, in all honesty. They started banging on it, and then some woman ran up and threw something at it and then fell down. Activists associated with left ideology posted a photo making it seem like the woman had been struck. When you start your argument on the presentation of information from an ideological standpoint, this is what I see happening. Instead of saying, here's what happened, here's what the people should understand what happened, you say, here's my political ideology. James opposes that ideology, and that was his intent. I'm mad at him. So I think that's ridiculous.
Well, no. What I said was,
Let's
here's
go.
the context of the argument in
Look
the
at him
video
shaking. Look at his hands shaking.
that James was confronting me about. And then once that's established, also very relevant to the larger subject of media manipulation, then once that's established, here's what he said, here's what I said, and here's how
This is the media
looked
I've
into the
experienced.
camera and lied about it.
This is when I
was saying it was okay to use the N-word when I obviously had not said or implied this. And by the way, in the hallway just outside, threatened to try to get me fired for disagreeing with.
So Ben, I have a question for you. Ben, Is there any Project Veritas media that you have found valuable?
Oh, honey, sweetie, baby, you don't know, Lapaka, you don't know what's under that beanie? It is the exact opposite of a fro. We are actually nope. I gotta pause the whole show. Let's see how good the Brave browser is. Nope, it's seeming not work. But yeah, he's bald as hell. He's bald as all hell. That is what's under the beanie. But we like him anyway.
I haven't found it if it exists.
How about
Wait, what did he say? Let's back that up real quick.
Threatened to try to get me fired for disagreeing with.
So Ben, I have a question for you. Ben, is there any Project Veritas media that you have found valuable?
I haven't found it if it exists.
How about
So you're telling me that there's no value in exposing Twitter employees for what they said, or the CNN employees for what they said, including the reporter who was talking about the Epstein story. That was all James O'Keefe and Project Veritas. But yeah, who cares about that?
I'm not saying it doesn't, but I'm just saying, like, the ones that I have watched, I don't see a lot of value to.
Which just means that you don't watch the news. That's all that means.
Any ones that might be out there that there is value to.
Let him speak, please.
Anything that is out there that there might actually be value to, I think is done a disservice by being associated with somebody who is notorious for deceptive editing, is notorious for asking people misleading questions.
And this is why exactly what Tim was saying is not only true, but it's so sad that this guy can't. He just got called out on it. He just got called out on it, and he still can't back away from that. That he's dug his heels in already. He started off digging his heels in. And if I know how these, the professional kind of camaraderie of these people, like you want to be somewhat civil. Like obviously Ben's fucking mad, but they're having a civil conversation. If I was in the position that Ben was, and I felt like I was treated the way he feels he was treated, I would come with complete satire of what James O'Keefe is, not just his butthurt bullshit. Well, he's a gotcha journalism, and he does this thing, and you look like a fucking moron, and you just look wrong. Like even the people who don't even know what you're talking about don't think that you are to be trusted.
Based on false premises.
James,
Can you just please name one particular edit in particular in the last decade?
That is a really interesting caveat in the last decade. Why did you put that in there, James?
Because on our website, it lists 1 or 2 corrections I've made in my entire career. And on our wall at our headquarters are 378 corrections made by the media. So when you say you deceptively edit, I would like you to give me one example, because no journalist is perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. Admittedly, I have a website with 2 corrections specifically from 2011. Other than that, that's 11 years ago. We've done hundreds of undercover investigations. Can you name one edit, sir?
Well, my understanding is that after the case that originally...
You're already done. Well, as far as I understand it, from what I've seen, just in my own personal experience, based on what I know, he asked you for an edit. Do you have one? Or you say, I don't know. You're right. I'm wrong. Sorry. Alpaca. I think it's alpaca. Alpaca with an A.
Only made you notorious. Multiple states' attorney general said that when you looked at the full Acorn footage that it had been deceptively edited. Now, maybe those multiple.
And again, notice the trick. He said, well, experts say that it was. Now, you kind of trail off on your claim and then quickly switch to something else so that, like, hold on, I'm still talking. I'm talking. Can I finish what I have to say? Please? Okay? All right? Now, what I was saying is something completely unrelated, so that by the time I'm done saying this, then whatever you had to say about what I said before that was complete bullshit, you're not going to be able to respond to it. Or if you do, people are going to forget what exactly it is that I said, so that when you respond, then I can respond in kind as if I didn't actually say that.
State's Attorney General are wrong about that. Maybe you just paid out because that was prudent and not because you thought you would lose in court. But given that, not 10 minutes ago, you lied about something I had just said 2 seconds ago. You'll forgive me if I don't take your word for that one.
What did I lie about?
I just said it twice, but I'll say it a third time.
I'll release the full raw video tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure you.
Oh, we watching that. That'll be the after dark people. We'll finish this. We'll do panel time, and then we're gonna go into that video. Whoever's here for that is a real one.
I will be fascinated. I will be fascinated to see if it's actually the full video. But what you lied about for the third time is that you said, "Why do you think it's okay for this New Jersey teacher to say the N-word?" I obviously did not say and do not think that it's okay. That is just a lie. That is just a blatant mischaracterization of what I just.
That's called a question. The answer, if you don't think it's okay, is I don't. Shouldn't be hard. Why do you think it's okay for this man to go kick puppies? Well, just because I would say it's not. And then I would chuckle because I would think about snot.
Said.
So just because I think we might end up going in circles, understood your point. I wonder if we can advance this, and I'll make a point. People often say to me that James O'Keefe is deceptive or manipulative. I'll ask why, and they might say he deceptively edits. I'll ask the same thing. I'm like, okay, absolutely. Where, when, how? And there's never been an example presented to me. There's been an argument that, sometimes the people who he's speaking to, maybe the context isn't as grand as maybe James framed it. But I like to point to, I think it was Channel 4 in the UK that did undercover journalism the exact same way that James O'Keefe did. When they did it, it was on Brexit, and it was celebrated across the media sphere. So I'm just like, look, if I can look to Project Veritas and I can look to Channel 4 and I can see them doing the exact same thing, and you can't present evidence of wrongdoing, I can only see undercover journalism being done. Why should I make a negative assumption?
So, yeah.
I'm trying not to be the Stan that I am. I'm trying. But Tim's killing it. He always does. And that's why I trust him.
James, do you feel that the N-word insinuation that you put on Ben was fair?
Well, you'll see the full raw video tomorrow. So I don't, the journalism is about facts. There's only one reality. There's a conversation that Ben and I had in the hallway, and you'll see it. And we can try to characterize it and play this silly game of
or we could just quote what you said that I didn't say.
We can do this, but at the end of the day, it happened. You'll see all of it.
I don't know what that means, Jimmy.
I really believe in what Tim said. It's every fact loads some value, and every value loads some fact. So what you choose to cover as a journalist, the question behind the question, really, it's not about editing. Not in the abstract, it isn't. Those attorney generals did admit that Acorn said some horrible things. Were the tapes edited? Technically, all journalism is edited selectively so. Words are arranged into sentences in newspapers. If you want to be metaphysical about it, I know you teach philosophy. I was a philosophy major. Yes, it's technically edited. But what's really at heart is what you choose to focus on, what stories you choose. So a legitimate criticism might be, why do you choose these subjects? Well, journalists have beats. They focus on one particular area. Seymour Hersh reported on Vietnam. Usually that was his priority. Upton Sinclair focused on the jungle in Chicago. He was an avowed socialist. I don't care what his politics are. I care whether they present the facts without color. That's my view of journalism.
So I'll add something.
Well said.
James, you once exposed Pinterest. I think it was Pinterest. There was a list of black listed websites. Do you remember that story?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was Live Action, I believe, that was censored. What I noticed was that in the list you presented of the censored websites, Live Action was the focus, but there was also a leftist police brutality website included on their list that wasn't noted by Project Veritas. That is not to say you did anything wrong by not including it. You chose the focus of your story.
See, again, Tim was just going to bat for James and questioning Ben, holding his feet to the fire, and immediately switches over to James and is holding his feet to the fire. Tell me again why I shouldn't trust this man more than anybody else in news. Of course, I mean, that's a very different level of trust than, trust with my life or trust with my money or my dog. But when it comes to news, I've looked far and wide, and I don't know who to trust better than Tim.
When I covered the story,
and that doesn't mean he's always right or that I always agree with him. It just means that he's the best I can find.
I noted, wow, look at that. They also censored this other website. So I think there's an important point that I don't get angry if someone tells the truth but is focused on one element of a story. My issue usually with the corporate press is when they engage in sophistry or they twist the story to try and push a political agenda or to manipulate.
There's a great example I use a lot, Tim. New York Times is obsessed with Project Veritas. We have national security reporters like investigating us, not like the FBI. It's quite ironic. And one of the headlines was, "Documents show how far Veritas undercover deceptive reporting tactics would go before running afoul of federal laws." Well, another way of saying that is that we check with lawyers to make sure everything we do is legal.
All right. Jamie says, because so I was talking about, Tim holding both of their feet to the fire. Jamie says, because Tim doesn't hold his own feet to the fire. I don't think many of us do. He's been challenged many times in his podcast and always deflects, changes the subject, or says, "You're wrong." Moving on. I definitely agree that he can be a bit hard-headed. And I oftentimes when it's "you're wrong," moving on, that is something that has to do with Ian, not his guest or Seamus or Luke. I would challenge you to find a situation other than like Rahman or whatever the hell his name was, who was denying the fact that Tim experienced racism as a child. When did this happen? I mean, I listened to every single show, and I don't. Yeah, I mean, again, he can holding his own feet to the fire. That can be a fair criticism. I'm not going to argue that, but that's precisely why he has people on his show that don't always agree with him, namely Ian. So that's, we were talking earlier about why he's on the show and you can't stand him, but that's what Ian is there for, to hold Tim's feet to the fire. You can't hold your own feet to the fire. You already think what you think because you think it's what you think. If you didn't think what you think, then you wouldn't be saying that you think it. You need somebody else to hold you accountable. And then you need to be open to their holding you accountable. So Jimmy goes on. He says he's open to being wrong, but there aren't many examples of Tim actually changing his mind after being presented with new information. Wrong. Guns. Mail-in voting. Trump being president. Those are just three off the top of my head. It says, and goes on to say, yes, because Seamus and Luke agree with practically everything he says. They're yes men. So it's not that they're yes men. First of all, a lot of people used to call Tim a fence sitter. The milquetoast fence sitter. That's what his moniker was. So we're going back to this. You have to understand that, remember, underneath everything that I'm about to say, we've talked about why Ian Crossland is on the show. That he says things that are, kind of out there, and he can derail the conversation in different types of thought. And how Tim has specifically said that that is a role that he wants filled on his show because he doesn't want to be in an echo chamber. There's many times that I've heard him say, I guess you're right. Or at least, well, I don't know. Agree, disagree. Moving on. The fact is, he is running a show. It's not just a hangout. And if you're going, in circles on your show, and you have a 2-hour show, and you spend 40 minutes arguing the same thing over and over and over, that's not a good show. So, I mean, do you want a worse show? Do you want a worse show? And as Elizabeth said, yeah, Seamus and Tim don't agree on abortion or gay marriage. I think, I mean, and I can't necessarily think of any huge thing that, Luke and Tim disagree on. But the point is, they agree because there is an underlying. They don't agree because they're agreeing. They don't agree because they're yes men. I don't know if you know this, but Luke Rakowski was somebody long before Tim was anybody. And the fact is, they disagree a lot on the show, but they have a similar ideology. So it makes sense that they would agree because they agree, except on certain things, which they often talk about. So, I mean, that's just an incorrect. I mean, I would need to see the footage that I somehow missed. He does 3 solo segments every day. 3 solo segments every day. So if you don't like the podcast, then you can listen to him rant just like he always did. Elizabeth said, I know he and Luke had a disagreement about the depths of the deep state, but they both believe it was at least there. Exactly. They have similar ideologies. That means they're going to agree on a lot. It's not because they're each other that they agree with the thing. It's because they agree with the thing that they're together. Jamie Dean says, you listen to every show, but they're live right now and you're here. I didn't say I listen to them live. I listen to them every day in the car. I listen to the one from last night because they start at 8 p.m. And if I'm not doing this at 8 p.m., I'm in bed going to sleep. So tomorrow morning, let's see what I was last listening to in the car today. Let's see. What is that? Oh, Jesus. I think that's Tim Pool, no?
But do you see how they worded it? It was like you almost have to take a magnifying glass with a color in it to twist it to see what it means. And they do engage, and it's not so much that they say factually incorrect things. They engage in this innuendo, this mendacious sophistry.
Real quick, in May of 2016, Gizmodo reported that Facebook editors were suppressing conservative news. I was shocked to hear it, especially because it came from a progressive outlet. And then I started being accused of being a conservative for pointing out that conservatives were being suppressed because a progressive outlet reported conservatives were being suppressed.
You want to know what's funny? I thought that you might see that. It's JSE. Where are we? So I can see it. It's up. It's JSE Extracts. Jersey Shore Extracts. JS Extracts. That's my weed guy. I was like, oh, that looks weird. But I was hoping you guys would let it go. But thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Always the ever observant.
Then they put in my Wikipedia that Tim Pool sides with the right. I'm like, what do you mean I side with the right? I read a Gizmodo article. I love how the media operates. It's all just sophistry and false framing.
Tulsi, what's your experience with this framing by both sides of the mainstream media? Or maybe they're not the mainstream media anymore.
I've had a little bit of experience with it. I think this is...
That's not the lighting, dude. There's craters on this chick's face. Craters.
This is exactly the reason why so many people are moving away from what has been the mainstream media and looking for alternative news sources in new media and in podcasts and in other areas, because it has become so blatant and overt. You know, I'll give you one example. The first day that I announced my candidacy, that I was running for president back in, was it early 2019, NBC decided to run a news story that said, hey, you know, basically Russia and Putin are supporting Tulsi's campaign that just began that very minute. It was what would become the beginning of what has now become a long trend of anyone who doesn't kind of go along with whatever the mainstream narrative is immediately given any one of a number of names, one of which is Russian asset or white supremacist or sexist or bigot or racist or fill in the blank. But it's something that's unfortunately become so prevalent across the board. And again, I think a lot of people are starting to see how these headlines are very carefully crafted, and frankly, the contrast of my candidacy and the candidacy of one of the other veterans who ran for president in 2020, of Pete Buttigieg. Someone did actually a side-by-side comparison of the media coverage and the headlines of, I think, the first weeks of our respective campaigns, and the coverage was vastly different, predominantly negative on my part and predominantly fluff pieces on his part, which just goes to, you know, a lot of people talk about, oh, you know, there's so much outside influence on our election.
What exactly is a toady? I've heard that. And I think I heard it from, oh, what is her name? Abby Martin. She was on Joe Rogan's show, and I think that might be, you know, what I'm thinking of. And she's like, oh, but she's a toady. And Joe's like, what's a toady? And she's like, I don't know. But what was it, Barry Weiss? Are you sure? I think it was Abby Martin. Okay, fair enough. So what is a toady?
Elections and which country is trying to influence our elections in one direction or another. Let's just start with looking at the outsized influence that the corporate for-profit entertainment media has on our elections.
Okay, nice.
Because they're choosing who they're
Great talking point from 2016.
going to cover, how they're going to cover them, and therefore what perceptions they're creating in voters' minds across the country. I'll give one other quick example on this. There was a forum that was held, a presidential campaign forum that was focused on women. It was called She the People. And as one of the women who was running for president at the time, I went and participated in this forum. Washington Post covered it the next day. I wasn't mentioned anywhere in the article. Every other woman that was running for president was there and was mentioned in the article. And so my press secretary called and said, hey, Tulsi was there. I know you saw her. She spoke. And they said, oh, no, we didn't want to include her in the article. Like, that's not, she was there, though. He's like, we have no obligation to tell people that she was there. And that was the reason that we were given. So the very clear agenda that's being driven by those in the corporate media, working with the political powers that be, the power elite on both sides of the aisle, this is what is corroding our democracy and making it so that as voters, when we go and say, hey, here are the choices that we have, no, those are the choices that they want you to have and that they want you to hear from.
Yeah, and this is like day one political stuff.
Sat down with investors.
Like, if you know, if you've paid attention to politics for like more than one cycle, then you know all of that. You know all of that. That's, I mean, she didn't really say anything.
CEOs, presidents at media companies, and to your point about corporate press. When you go to the people who run these businesses, who are not journalists, you'll say to them, here's how much money I need to produce a big story. They'll say, okay, how much? $200,000, and we're going to do a year-long investigation. They say, okay, $200,000 investment. What's my return after 2 years, 3 years? And the journalist says, I don't know. We have to investigate the story. And so then the businessman says, you want me to spend $200,000 on hiring you and 2 more staff members to investigate something, and I'll get nothing in return. Sorry, not interested. Along comes the clickbait websites, and they say, hey, buddy, $5,000. I'll write Donald Trump's a Nazi. We'll make $1 million. Day's done. And they say, you got it. That's what's happened to the media. It started with the social media websites. It started with the algorithms. You can take a look at Mike.com. That used to be, when it started, they all loved Ron Paul. Ron Paul was huge in the late 2000s. But what was buttering their bread, and this is according to a report, I can't remember the outlet that did the expose, when Facebook's algorithm began propping up police brutality videos, that's all that was getting shared, along with intersectional feminist articles, because it was combining keywords, making them much more shareable. These outlets started turning into woke, intersectional, social justice, etc. Then it comes to a point where I get hired by an ABC News affiliate, and I'm told by the president, we're here to side with the audience. And they are young progressives, so that's the angle we take. And I said to him, are you telling me that if there's a factual news story that would offend our audience, we don't report it? And he said, I think that's fair. Wow.
Speaking of ABC News, Tim, I know I've talked to you on your...
Hold on, let's get to these comments real quick. So James says, yeah, but it hits different coming from a politician who that would be who? She is the subject. No, you're right. Sorry, I am a grammar Nazi, and you are correct. Yeah, but it hits different coming from a politician who actually went through the fire. She refused to play the DNC's game, and they crushed her. Exactly. Yeah, they sure did. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people could be just like AOC if they give up everything that they believe in and just play the game. But anybody could do that. Like, that's not an accomplishment. It shouldn't be something that you're proud of, that you sold yourself out to just whatever Nancy Pelosi says. That's what you're proud of? Okay, cool.
Your show about this, ABC News executive on the hidden camera saying the commercial imperative is incompatible with journalism, which is actually historically a left-wing argument. Noam Chomsky wrote a book called Manufacturing Consent, The Economics of Mass Media. I agree with him that the for-profit mode, if you're chasing dollars, you really can't do journalism. I mean, some of our stories cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to do. No businessman would pay all that, certainly would settle all the lawsuits. So I don't know if there is a model for economic. What do you think about economic model for investigative
One of the challenges right now with timcast.com is that we want to do good investigative reporting and we want to do documentaries. Two big problems. Documentaries cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's no guarantee we can make money off it. So for me, it's just like, I believe in it, I want to do it. But the second thing is, well, we've had people come to us and say, I've got a big story. And I say, we don't have a legal department that can withstand the barrage of attacks from the corporations and the politicians. If we did that story, I don't know how to do it. Maybe you should ask James. He's got a legal apparatus that I don't.
Ben, how does Jacobin approach these problems?
Yeah, I mean, Jacobin is a independent, meaningfully independent organization. It's not beholden to wealthy investors or stockholders or big donors. So yeah, it actually does use its platform to have to shine a light on things that genuinely powerful people do. So it does actually, if you read like the kinds of things that Branko Marcetic, for example, has been writing there about the war in Ukraine, about tech censorship, he's much more of a, he's much more of a journalist.
Is it just me? Is it just me? Because I know, like, politically, I'm biased here. But it just feels like he's very boring. Ben, when he talks, he's just like not really saying anything. And you guys are fucking hilarious for this shit. I fucking love you guys.
Journalist. I'm much more of a columnist and polemicist, but I think that he's been doing really exemplary work that he can do because of that. And of course, I do agree, right? I do agree with Tim that that there are certain standards of factual accuracy that you should absolutely not sacrifice for the sake of what your ideological preferences are, right? You need to tell it like it is and then make your argument. But I do also feel good, right? I feel a lot better being associated with the kind of media organization that actually is interested in taking on the most powerful people in our society.
Like the FBI?
Yes, for example, yeah. That is interested in taking on the most powerful people in society rather than acting as gutter level snitches to surveil working class people and try to get them fired.
I'm going to bring it to you. Ben, do you think that, so you just made an insinuation about big donors with Project Veritas.
Big boners.
Yes.
Well, I mean, if I'm wrong, please correct me. Do you not have donors?
Do you think that was a fair insinuation? Do you actually think that James is
Well,
subject
if
to
not,
donors?
I mean, the man himself is here. He can tell us. Do you not have donors, James? It's like a lot of that website reads to me, maybe this is wrong, but a lot of it screams to me laid out to show donors what they're getting. So for example, that Teachers Union Gone Wild series.
So even if that were the case, that's not an issue unless the reporting is affected by that. I don't think that is the case. I don't know, but I don't think that is the case. But even if it were, the whole thing was started about talking about corporate news and all that. Well, I guess we were talking about that. They weren't. But we trust for so long, we trusted these establishment legacy media that we know have corrupt financial incentives. And to think of all the shit that James O'Keefe has been through just from reporting the way he does, it would take a lot of money for somebody to just be that guy.
There is, if you look at that on the Project Veritas website, there is a little description of the setup. There's some embedded videos.
Get to the point, bro.
And then there's a subheading called results, which, again, a lot of times organizations that are very concerned with proving to donors their money won't be wasted will do something like this on their website. In that case, by the way, what the results page brags about is the weakening of tenure protections to make it easier to fire people, which of course, yeah, clap for that, which of course, if you care about free speech, is exactly the opposite of what you'd want.
May I, when you first started talking, you made a statement of fact that was factually and legally untrue. And I think you said that we are beholden to donors.
Did you see him pull the mic up to his face to make a face? He's like, yeah, I don't think you understand how the microphone works. But legally, I'm factual. Let's see.
And you kind of grimaced at me and smirked at me, obviously referring to Project Veritas being, quote, I have the video. We have an entire audience of people. And you said that
James, I just gave you the opportunity to correct me.
You're the
My impression is wrong. Are you going to correct me or not?
Ben, please let James.
Please let me just finish a sentence, please.
That's also a tactic of people who don't know what they're talking about. Is that they'll draw on for on and on and on and on and on and then not say anything, and then you actually listen to them and say, no, that's wrong because of this and that and that and that and that, and they're like, well, you're just talking on and on and on and on. It's God, it's never ending. The bullshit. Like we all, like he said, we can all see what's happening. We're all watching this conversation. You can't change it into something it's not. You can't. You're looking like a loser, bro. Just eat the L.
You said that I'm beholden, quote, it's a direct quote, we have it on video, beholden to donors. That is factually and legally untrue. No donor has ever, and I would swear to it under oath, told me what to do, and yet on this stage in front of all these people in New York City,
oh my God,
you just made a statement of fact. So in a world where you can say that, I've never offered conjecture or characterization in our reports, but you did that right here on a panel about media manipulation. We have nearly 100,000 people who give money to our foundation so that I can be independent. And the fact that the FBI raided our journalists and took our notebooks was so egregious that the American Civil Liberties Union is defending Project Veritas right now. So my question is, So my question is, will you right now and right here come out against the FBI raiding the homes of journalists and taking their reporter notebooks? Because the ACLU and the Reporters Committee have come out against what happened. Will you do that? Yes or no?
Yeah. Next. So what that's not a hard question. I have spent my entire adult life, which, by the way, I joined the ACLU, I think, when I was 19. So
Sweet, bro.
My entire adult
nerd
life supporting the civil liberties of terrible people, I think, do terrible things. Now, let's talk about that phrase, beholden to donors. I did answer it.
He did answer. He said yes.
Could you not hear? I said, yep. That was the first word out of my mouth.
Why do you
Oh
think
yeah,
they did
but
that?
how quickly did you move on from that? You're like, yeah. So now so don't be surprised if people didn't fucking hear you.
Why do you think they raided our journalists' homes?
I'm sure you could tell me.
Is it because we're speaking truth to power?
I don't think you're speaking truth to power when you're surveilling unionized school teachers and trying to make it easier to get people fired. I think that's exactly the opposite of speaking truth to power.
Settle.
That sounds precisely like speaking truth to power. Maybe not, but that's what it sounds like to me. I'm just some dude though.
In this particular case, yeah, sure. I mean, if the ACLU's on your side, I probably would be too. But but I think saying you got raided by the FBI, therefore what you generally do is speaking truth to power is one hell of a logical leap. They have.
Is it though? Seems pretty logical to me.
Hey, of course that doesn't mean that. We just went through in detail an example of you doing exactly the opposite.
Okay.
No, we didn't. You didn't give an example.
Speaking truth to power. Now,
Did I miss that part?
That you have big donors. Please correct me.
Because having big donors.
I didn't hear you correct me. I gave you the opportunity
my
several
God.
times to correct me.
Listen.
Beholden does not mean you were asked to change something.
You have to moderate.
Beholden means
Ben, you don't have
know
to
how
yell.
appeal
Ben,
to them.
You don't have to yell. Okay.
I don't have advertising breaks and people say, brought to you by
Fucking
Pfizer.
weird.
Brought to you by Pfizer. Brought to you by Pfizer. Brought to you by Pfizer. I don't have advertisers. So when someone is brought to you by Pfizer, doesn't that make it a little difficult to investigate the billion-dollar companies who pay? No donor has ever told us what to do. And you made a statement here today, and what you did was indicative of the very problem in media. You offered your opinion as fact. You said you're beholden by, quote, beholden by your donors, which is legally and fiduciarily untrue. No donor has ever told us what to do, yet you said that.
What did I just say?
No
James?
evidence.
What's the last sentence?
Ben.
Before
Ben,
this?
Can I say one? I want to say one thing.
Go
I actually
get 'em,
respect
Tim.
Jacobin. They do defend free speech. I do respect that. And I've read many of their articles that are actually pretty good. So I just wanted to say that,
So your guys' drama isn't going anywhere. That's fine. So I want to talk about whistleblowers for a little second, generally speaking. And first, I want to hear from Tulsi about where she thinks the state of whistleblowers is right now.
Interesting. So yeah, Tim, definitely better moderator. Bill is a little bit of a soft-spoken guy, and even though Tim is as well, he definitely knows how to command a conversation without having to yell. Unlike our boy Ben here.
If you look at what's happening with Julian Assange, we're in a very dangerous place.
Yep.
I remember it wasn't that long ago when Julian Assange and the indictment, the attempts to extradite him under the Obama administration were counted as dangerous by the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other mainstream establishments because they saw what dangerous precedent it would set for journalists, for a free press, and correctly so. And I give the Obama administration credit for not pursuing that because they also understood how dangerous that would be. Obviously, things have changed a lot. The extradition is continuing. It's been approved by the UK. But the problem is that post 2016 or 2017, when the WikiLeaks emails came out, all of these words of really dire warnings that we heard from these mainstream media establishments went silent, or they started to agree with those attempts. And I think this is exactly what we're talking about here, that when you have the influence of politics on these major entities that have been known for, their legacy of being hard-hitting journalists and telling the truth even when it's not popular, taking on the powers that be, but all of a sudden it has not become politically helpful. And so they're now okay with the extradition of Julian Assange. I think this really goes to the heart of the danger and the threat to the freedom of the press, and frankly, how whether it's Julian Assange or Snowden or others, the protection of whistleblowers goes out the window, and you see big government coming in and prosecuting people in a very dangerous way where they can't even defend themselves.
There was a weird.
Yeah, true. So you're saying Hillary wanted to drone Assange, and I voted for her. I'll never live it down. Never live it
Shift that
down.
happened around 2016 or 2017. Julian Assange was a hero on the left. All the activists loved him. Something changed. All of a sudden, he was right-wing. He was a far right. He was a racist. He was sexist.
Alt-right.
He was a fascist. It's the weirdest thing to be sitting back, at this time. I didn't vote for Trump, and I'm just seeing this narrative emerge. The media had been pushing lies about Julian Assange from the get-go. The case in Sweden, what he was accused of. I think what you see from Julian Assange in the very beginning, starting with, you had collateral murder, which was the release of that Apache helicopter footage killing journalists. You had Cablegate, the release of all of these communications between diplomats, and then the Afghan war logs. This went against the establishment. What they ended up doing, the powers that be, call me whatever you want, conspiracy theorists or otherwise, was an attempt at character assassination, career assassination of someone who truly was striking at the heart of the establishment. What they couldn't get was a popular activist narrative until along came those emails from the Democrats. All of a sudden, he was with Trump. Now he's far right. He loses the support of the activist base. It's mind-blowing.
I think, Jamie, this comment is something, it says F Trump for not freeing Assange or Snowden. I definitely agree. I don't like, I don't feel like Trump deserves defending for things like that. So I'm not defending him. But in explanation, it feels like, from my perspective, it seemed like he didn't know how to navigate the presidency the same way he could navigate being, a business owner. And he tried to run everything like a business owner. And then when he saw there was all this red tape, he had bad people all around him giving him bad advice. So I definitely F Trump for that. But I think it's important to understand how much influence was around him. And that's going to be a big thing if and when Trump runs again. He needs to address that if he wants people to get behind him and think that he can do all the things, drain the swamp as he said he was going to do the first time and then never did. Alpacas for DeSantis in 24. Jamie says Trump pardoned Wiz Khalifa and not Snowden. Come on, man. He said, I would agree with you, except Trump said he would before getting elected. I didn't know that. Wow, that's some bullshit. That is bullshit. Both of them should be not only freed, but they should be given I don't know, some kind of medal or something. Definitely Assange, but Snowden was huge. So yeah, definitely not a fan of Trump for that.
We lose the whole heart of the argument itself. You saw how that narrative shifted, and the concern about the threat to freedom of the press completely shifted towards, as you said, character assassination, and it became about there's this really bad guy that really should be behind bars, rather than looking at not only the threat to mainstream journalists, but you look at journalists across the spectrum. How many people now have podcasts and shows and YouTube shows, blogs, people who are doing their own investigative reporting, coming up with different issues and facts and reports, it's not just the well-funded big dogs that are at risk. It's anyone and everyone who is doing this kind of reporting and considers themselves a journalist that is currently under threat.
Paga says we need the blowers to rat. Pardon them. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's confusing to me how this is even a conversation. Like people who are saying that Snowden was a traitor, or it's like, I mean, kind of, but he was like the government was being traitors to us. I don't know. People are fucking weird.
Julian Assange is beyond the canary in a coal mine. He's a journalist. That's it. Whistleblowers come to him. He publishes information. They have effectively assassinated this man. Now, perhaps hyperbolic. They lock him in. They lock him up for 10 years. He can't. He struggles to work. They're destroying this man. It is absolutely insane what we are watching happen. And it seems like nothing can be done about it. But this, to me, is a really good example of if you ever do find a way to strike at the heart of establishment power, corporate power, intergovernmental power, this is what they'll do to you.
So, James, obviously you all are working with whistleblowers on a daily basis. Apart from some of the hidden cam stuff, can you talk to us about how you guys approach whistleblowers?
It's really our mission is to find these people, and to be a whistleblower is to quote Dan Ellsberg, maybe the most famous whistleblower of the 20th century, the Pentagon Papers. It's to step outside the great chain of being, to join another part of society, the margins of society. Feels like outer space. There's someone is with me today. David Johnson was backstage, blew the whistle on Hasbro toys. There he is right there. David Johnson, he stand up. I just let you know a word. I'll just say 15 seconds on David. David, was an engineering student, RIT, great school in Rochester, New York. 25-year-old engineer working for Hasbro Toys, saw documentation about things regarding critical race theory, and was willing to lose his job for the public's right to know. So undercover work is about access. You need to have access. David gave it up. So I think as people put more of a primary value on politics, I mean that means journalism stories or political stories, everything's become so political. I think image will become less important. Image is now so robust that courage is going to be the thing that is the rare thing. So people like that, we had a whistleblower inside the FBI come to us. I've been working my whole career to do this. This is last month, 2 months ago. Someone within the FBI came to us, and that person was given a document by somebody else in the FBI about our raid.
Well, so real quick, we've got Jamie Dean coming with the receipts. All I can say is that if I were president, Snowden would have already been returned to the U.S. by their fastest jet and with an apology. Donald J. Trump from Twitter, June 18th, 2013. It's crazy to even think how fucking long it's been. But yeah, that's I didn't know that. I mean, I think now that it's, now that you're jogging my memory, I do think I knew that at one point. But yeah, this is why I can't. And I mean, again, politicians lie. That's what they do. So we can't disqualify somebody from being a good leader because they told a lie once. That's what politics is based on. So I mean, if you're looking for somebody who's never told a lie, then we'll never have anybody win anything. But this is pretty clear. He's named him, and then he won. But like I said, it seems very easy to say this kind of thing before you're even running for president, and then by the time you get in, it's not all what you think it is. You don't have the power that you think you have. Paga says Obama repealed the law that the government could not promote propaganda on the airwaves. Yeah, that's how they get their message across. It's all about the propaganda and rhetoric. It's all through the media.
Against
That's
me.
the name of the game.
And I interviewed this guy in the shadows, and And what this person said, which is very profound, this is an FBI, currently paid by the FBI agent. And they said, you know, they bring us to the Martin Luther King Memorial as FBI agents. They bring us to the Holocaust Museum.
Open season,
to
yep.
help us understand where that thin line comes between where we are right now and where we're going to be. And that's why I'm giving you this document about the men and women in your apartment that day. And on the document, this is a secret, sort of restricted document that only the people on my case could see. It listed us as sensitive investigative matter. Project Veritas is news media. It called us journalists, which is a big deal. So we have these people coming out, and we need courage. It's really all about courage, and that's ultimately the most important currency in society is courage.
We just got the flash, so I just want to run through and any last thoughts.
The Trayvon Martin story, NBC edited the audio to make George Zimmerman sound racist by changing the context of his conversation. Michael Brown, hands up, don't shoot, was determined not to be correct. Russiagate turned out not to be correct. Ukrainegate turned out not to be correct. Justice Millett turned out not to be correct. I'll save time and just say, you get it.
That is exactly, and of course, it's because I've heard him say things like that before. I'm not, being like, oh, see, I said something so smart. Yeah, the all of these lies that we've heard from mainstream media, and then people still want to come and say that, how can you trust this person or that person or that person? Because I have a brain, I have eyes, and when they say, when they talk about their biases, and then you see something else or something that doesn't comport with their, their worldview, and they still report on it, or they, connect dots that I wouldn't have otherwise seen and literally predict the future. That's how I can trust these people.
Ben, any last words on whistleblowers?
No.
Whistleblowers are good. I have, I've done segments on Julian Assange on my show. My friend Slavoj Žižek has visited him in prison. Freedom of the press is very important. Also, freedom of speech in general is very important. And I'm
now it's just virtue signaling.
Sorry, I know this is ideological or whatever, but if you don't talk about that in the context of the workplace where most people spend half their waking lives, you are just not serious about that subject.
Tulsi, let's have a last
Okay.
word.
Stand.
I wouldn't vote for her now. I would have voted for her in
this age
2020.
of abuse of power by those in power, we all need to stand guard when they say, hey, we are going to start controlling what information you see to protect you from disinformation. And we will tell you what is information, what is disinformation. We want to protect you from hate speech, and we will tell you what hate speech is. And we'll tell you if you are guilty of such so-called hate speech, and then we're going to come after you. Freedom of speech is critical. It is the foundation of our Constitution. And the only way we will protect our free speech is when every one of us stands up to protect it, whether it's against the government or big tech or any forces seeking to undermine that. Discern for ourselves, find the truth, use our voices, and stand up for those exercising their right to free speech, whether they agree or not.
Thank you, everybody.
I got one more thing.
Tim?
The First
All
Amendment.
right. Take us home, Tim. Take us home. I did drop the link. Anybody wants to come up, talk your shit. Now's your time. Now's your time.
You said it was the basis of the Constitution? And the Second Amendment is just there in case the first one doesn't work out.
All right. There's 3 minutes left on this video. Let's see if there's anything important.
Match.
So is everyone okay? There was a lot of speech on the stage. Is anyone hurt?
Anyone
I think we're okay, right?
All right, guys. So we went through the entire festival. The entire festival. Nobody's going to come up and talk shit. Tim is cool, Opaka. That is why I enjoy him. Again, I did drop the link. I'll do it one more time. If you have anything that you would like to say, there is the link. Click on it, and you will be up here with me. I would love to know what you got. Like, who was your favorite speaker? What was your favorite panel? I think the Daryl Davis was maybe a little bit they all kind of agreed with each other for the most part. I think that if they had somebody that was a little bit more adversarial to their position, then it might have been a little bit more interesting. I do think it was interesting. I think they had some cool things to say. But they all were just kind of, I just kind of agree. So if nobody's going to come up, what we can do is check out that video from when James O'Keefe, what started that whole for YouTube. Is this it? No, that's it. Raw interview. All right. All righty. So hold on one sec. Let's just get this. All righty.
Just said it twice, but I'll say it a third time.
I'll release the full raw video tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure you. I will be fascinated. I will be fascinated to see if it's actually the full video.
Hey, James.
Hey.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
How you doing? You excited for the panel?
I am, yeah.
Hey, this one clip here of you talking about the Teachers Gone Wild video.
Yep.
Remember this?
Yep.
You talk about the video games laughing on their dime.
Yep.
Union officials. Remember this? Right? Laughing while playing video games. And you kind of mock that because it's like, what's the point of that? And like, I kind of agree with you if that was the only thing the video showed. But 10 seconds later, in that very video, which you cut from, was the woman talking about using an. She says the N-word to a student, right? 10 seconds. Right?
Yeah. So I'm glad to know that you have that you've had this moral epiphany about selective editing.
Just so you know, I showed him the clip. I found the clip, and I was just kind of wondering. I saw that you were a professor from Morehouse, an adjunct professor, and I was just curious how you thought that a teacher saying the N-word. Were you saying it's okay for New Jersey black students to be called the N-word by an official?
Yeah. So I think that you're not actually wondering that. I think that you're a very dishonest person if you're wonder about that. I think that
more projection, because he's not a dishonest, because he's not an honest interlocutor, and he's not going to engage the conversation. Instead of just saying, "I'm not going to engage this conversation," he deflects and says, "Oh, well, you guys aren't here for anything real." Like, I mean, it's just it's silly tactics.
the function of a union, one of the functions of a union, is to provide people with representation.
Fucking goals. I mean, I love all 8 of you, but fucking goals.
And the best defense possible they can get in the context of a disciplinary proceeding, the same way that a lawyer would provide you with representation, the best defense possible.
Why did you edit the tape to exclude the N-word mentioned by the union official?
Yeah, the tape is like half an hour. The idea that I'm editing it because I'm showing in that clip.
So that's hilarious. That the whole thing, I'm glad we watched this afterwards, because the whole thing that Ben was saying was about James O'Keefe deceptively editing things. But yet, what happened? He was projecting the exact thing that he did. He deceptively edited something, and that's what he's being called out on. And so what does he do? Flip it around.
I'm showing. What am I doing? I'm showing that you are including all of this stuff that, you guys decided to put that in the video. You probably had hundreds of hours of footage.
She was just.
No, I'm sorry.
What are you sorry about?
I'm sorry. That is my polite Midwestern way of saying don't interrupt me. So they have so you are the one who chose to include that in the video. right? You probably had hundreds of hours of footage.
The teacher calling a student the N-word.
Yeah,
And you said that. I'm sorry.
Seems kind of relevant.
I'm sorry.
I know this is what you do, this ambush gotcha stuff.
There we go again. Just answer the question. Have the conversation. If you didn't do anything wrong, then just have the conversation. And you can't. You can't.
But what I'd like you to do,
I showed the clip to my boss.
Instead of asking silly ass leading questions, what I would like you to do is explain to me, right, in context, why is it that you think that particular should have been shown? And in particular, what do you think should happen if that happens? Do you not think that people should get representation from unions when they face disciplinary consequences?
That clip showed that they did get, that clip showed, I'm sorry, if I can say something, sir.
No. We'll talk about this on the panel.
Why did you edit?
So he asks a question. I will ask you this. Goes on a long-winded question. And then as soon as the dude tries to answer, he's like, no. We'll talk about it on the panel. You're on the panel, but we'll talk about it on the panel.
The tape. Why did you doctor the tape? Why did you doctor? Do you think that a union official should call a student the N-word? Why are you laughing about the N-word?
Well, I'm not laughing at the N-word.
Yes, you are laughing.
I'm not laughing.
You're also shaking.
I'm not laughing at the N-word.
I called him out for shaking earlier. Let's see. Can we see it?
Liar.
You think this is a lie because Lissa Ploshnik was suspended in New Jersey. You made the front page of the Star Ledger and you doctored that out. You edited it. You didn't include it. It was 10 seconds after the tape, and you doctored
10 seconds after that and 10 seconds after that. The idea that that's doctoring is the most generous way you can put that is very confused. Now,
do you care that the teacher called a student the N-word and is still teaching? Do you care about that? Do you think that's okay?
What do you think should happen?
I'm asking you, do you think it's okay?
Are we going to have a discussion here?
I want to know the name of this teacher who called a student the N-word, don't you?
No.
You don't care. Wow. You don't care that a teacher calls a student the N-word. That's unbelievable. Admission.
That is obviously not what I said. Okay, guys, we can do this on the panel. The 20 cameras at once leaning in, asking. No, 1, 2, 3,
This is
5, 6.
This is called sunlight. How does it feel?
It's not called sunlight.
What is it called?
He said, "This is sunlight. How does it feel?" Oh my God.
What it's called is sleazy clickbaiting.
I call calling a student the N-word.
That has absolutely nothing to do with a real discussion over
Let's have a real discussion. We're having a real discussion.
Have a real discussion on the.
And again, there is a argument to be made that all this gotcha, this, that, whatever. But we just watched the panel where he brought it up, and he had no defense for it. So even if this is sleazy gotcha journalism, I mean, it's not the most fair conversation. We can agree on, we can clearly see that, but it is far from anything outside of, what journalism is supposed to be. I'm just going to finish this.
Panel, James, thank you for confirming.
The N-word, you heard it there.
All right. And we've got Jamie Dean in the building. What is going on? Cannot hear you. Jamie Dean, where are you? Oh, no. Let me try and pull you out and pull you back up again. Can you hear me now? Nope. All right. Well, if nobody else wants to come up, then that is going to be the rest of what we're going to go through today. Just to recap really quick, we had a couple or a number of panels. We started off, the Minds. What was it called? The Minds Festival of Ideas. We started with the Ian Crossland, Blair White, Bill Ottman thing. We moved on to Daryl Davis with Cornel West and our boy Coleman Hughes. Are you I'm trying to pull you out? Can you talk? I've got 2 Jamie Deans, and I can't hear either of them.
Okay, let's try that.
Okay. All right.
Well, I guess you've probably already always wanted to. You can cancel one of them at any time.
Gotcha. So what's up? What did you think about all this?
Well, first comment is that you can't have adversarial opinions on a black panel because that would be racist.
Not necessarily. And I didn't say that there had to be somebody who wasn't black. I just said that the ideas that they all were espousing were all kind of in line with each other. So you could have gotten Candace Owens for all I care.
Oh no, not that one. Anyone but that one. No, but that's the tactic though. Is that Larry Elder, Jesse Lee Peterson, Candace Owens, like anyone who speaks out is called, to quote Michael Eric Dyson, the black face of white supremacy.
Right.
They're calling Clarence Thomas a white supremacist.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, so that clearly wasn't your favorite panel. Which one did you?
No, it was fine. I didn't mind it.
That was your favorite one?
It was fine.
All right.
I don't know. This is one of my first forays into Maajid, and you seem to really enjoy him. I thought it was interesting, but he doesn't seem like my cup of tea.
Interesting. What about him makes you say that?
Just look, I already have too many conspiracy theorists in my life. I don't need another.
Well, I mean, to be fair, all the conspiracy theories he talked about eventually were proven to be not conspiracies, or at least true conspiracies.
Maybe.
No, not maybe.
They were. That is yet to be seen.
It's not yet to be seen. We know. So you don't know anybody who got the jab and then got the Rona?
Oh no, yeah. Obviously, the censorship of in the media is horrible.
Right. So that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, but the global agenda and the global agenda, the whole, you can't have the Five Eyes. You can't have all the Five Eyes doing the same thing and it being so wrong. Like that's not a coinkydink. You didn't say coinkydink, but there's something up with that. Well, maybe yes, maybe no. I mean, in retrospect, we can look back and see how wrong the decisions were. But in the heat of the moment, nobody knew what they were doing. Nobody knew what they were up against. And someone's got to lead, and everyone's going to follow that one person. So when the CDC comes out and says something, and our northern brotherners follow that, and we both end up being wrong because the CDC lied to us, like, yeah, that's bad. But you can't then turn around and accuse Canada of malfeasance. They were just following us.
I mean, kind of. I kind of agree with you. But the question that I have is, now looking back, now that we know the things that we were doing at the time were not rooted in the level of reality or certainty or whatever way you want to put it, that we were sold, why are we not going? Why is nobody being held accountable? Why are we not making corrections? Why are all of this stuff? It's just kind of like I was talking about with the lab leak theory. It's just kind of a thing. Well, like Jon Stewart broke the mold, and then we were just allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, and I saw that. That was beautiful, actually. When Jon Stewart comes out and says that. Well, it's really simple. It's the same reason why I said because Tim doesn't hold his own feet to the fire, and it's because the people who made the mistakes and lied to us and then admitted to lying to us and then, told us that we still need to listen anyway and then yelled at us for not listening after they admitted to have lying to us. They're the ones that are still in power.
Exactly.
They're not going to have a committee on themselves. And in any case, like, what are you going to do? Who are you going to hold accountable? What are you going to do to them?
Fauci?
Are we going to throw the CEO of Pfizer in jail?
He perjured himself many times in front of is it Congress, or when he was all the back and forths with Rand Paul.
Mm-hmm.
So that's who. I mean,
yeah,
for starters,
people do that all the time, though. That's fine.
I mean, people do it all the time. I definitely don't think it's fine. But that's who I would want to be held accountable.
It's fine as long as there are no repercussions, and there aren't, and there won't be. So, like, it might not be morally acceptable, but it's legally acceptable.
I guess. So, what did you think about the final panel? Boy, Ben.
Well, first of all, I have no idea who Ben is.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'd heard him a couple of times in debates here or there. I think he's just like a guy. Just some
What
guy.
is he? Is he famous for something?
No, I think he's just another like YouTuber, Twitch streamer type dude.
What's the thing with Jacobin?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Is he like an editor there?
Maybe. Let's find out.
That might help. I did appreciate him at the very least being consistent in saying, having the FBI raiding and taking away your journal notebooks is wrong. You got to give props where props are due, no matter how much you hate a guy. I mean, that's a very, I hate to say it because it should be an American thing, but it's a very Republican thing to do. Say, I disagree vehemently with what you're espousing, but I'll defend your death to right to say it. I'm sure you've heard that before.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, so we have, Lopaka, you are definitely right here. It's like Deep State really hates us, but they need us too. Got to have somebody control. Absolutely right. But we got Ben Burgess's Twitter here. He is a Jacobin columnist. And I guess he does this show. Oh, what is this? Give them an argument with Ben Burgess. All right.
Is he shouty in those too?
Well, let's find out. Let's find out. We'll do his most recent upload. Oh, his most recent. Well, I do want to see this since it's a short.
Hey, Ben, James.
I was watching a series of videos that Mr. James O'Keefe here did. What is he doing? Is he sending in his little hidden cameras to CEOs, generals talking about drone strikes? No, he did the series called New Jersey Teachers Unions Gone Wild. He is surveilling ordinary working class people. He's asking union officials, oh, would you defend me if I did this? Would you defend me if I did that? Which is like asking a lawyer, would you defend me if I was accused of murder? Yes, that's what a lawyer is. And it's a good thing. Can't be in prison arbitrarily. It's a good thing.
Yeah, well, we heard about that. But, it would have been nice if he made that argument when he was first, asked about it. So, okay. Oh, Jesus. All right. I guess he's wasting this. Let's see. I'm just going to blow your ears out. All right. Ben Burgess, let's see if we can get our minds changed.
Sometimes people will say, look, what's the point of, remember I just advertised earlier on, have that debate coming up in New York with James O'Keefe and Tim Pool and Tulsi Gabbard. And I think, okay, this is just this like gallery of, whatever. Like, why are you trying to think how to put this? I don't want the name to be called off because of anything I say right now, but
gallery of
what?
Gallery of something. And they go, come on, why are you doing this, right? Like, what, because you're not going to convince each other because there are these like fundamental differences about values.
But are those the only people paying attention?
No, I don't think so. Right?
Well, they might be.
I have no idea.
Is this going to be well attended, or is it just going to be y'all talking at each other?
Yeah, I mean, it's at the Beacon Theater. That's a huge venue. There's the Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, I think your question is real. Are those the only people watching? Right. So just a quick example. It's almost 10:15. We've got to go to the post game, but they have figured out like the clip that we ran last night on the YouTube channel, which is from Sam Cedars' debate with Yaron Brook from the Ayn Rand Institute, and they're talking about that condo collapse in Miami, and Sam kind of says, okay, but do you think this is at least legit?
Oh my God, I'm so fucking bored. I don't care. I do not care. I don't know. That's just the, oh wait, where'd you go?
Riveting. Absolutely riveting.
Yeah, I can't take it. He's definitely not somebody that I would trust for anything. I'm sure that he has some opinions that I wouldn't wholeheartedly disagree with, but
well, that's the kicker, though. Most people agree on most things.
Exactly. So any parting words about the Minds Festival of Ideas?
Well, I didn't know it was going on, and I wasn't invited, so I'm a little salty about that. Where was this, and when was this?
This was Saturday at the Beacon Theater in New York City. I was thinking about going.
New York City, and it was allowed to happen?
Yeah.
How did that not get canceled?
Why would it?
Because they called AOC dumb. Come on, you know the rules.
Yeah, right. Lopak, I agree. He is super annoying. It's not somebody that, you know, even if he had good ideas, I wouldn't love listening to him talk. But he's also talking about how Murray Rothbard was an evil lunatic, and as a libertarian, I'm gonna say you can fuck right off with that shit. But I want to thank all of you guys for hanging out, and Jamie and Dean, I especially want to thank you for coming up and giving your thoughts on the panel. I really appreciate you guys sticking around this long. We have been going for over 6.5 hours. So if you've been here for even most of the time, you are a fucking champion. Again, I really do. I'm going to drop you out here. I really do appreciate every moment that you guys spend with me. You know, I wouldn't have anything to do if it wasn't for you guys. I would just be talking to myself. So I really appreciate that we're starting to build a little bit of a community. I like that you guys feel comfortable, you know, talking to me and voicing your opinions, even if you know that I won't necessarily agree with it, or not knowing if I'm going to agree with it. And then, you know, sometimes things get a little bit heated, but that only means that we care. And Lapaka, I'm gonna hold you to that. Says next live, I will talk. I promise. All right, I'm holding you to that. Yes, I will be on tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to bed right now, and then as soon as I wake up, I will be here. I keep the last 2 times I said I was going to be online, I ended up not being able to do it, but I finally got my analytics about when most people are on line, and between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. on Wednesdays is my my prime time. So I'm gonna try the best I can. Right now, work's slow, so I got a little bit more, you know, a little bit more flexibility. Biggest Diggus, thank you as well for joining us. But yeah, I think Wednesday afternoons might be something that I'm gonna try to do every week. But for now, I know that it will be tomorrow, and then just hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so that, you know, you don't have to worry about a schedule. You just get that notification, and then you are here with the party. Jamie Dean says night, but thanks for streaming so long. My pleasure, Jamie. Again, thank you for coming up and talking EO shit. And the topic for tomorrow is something that I will have to think of after this. There is a number of videos. Oh, so we could go either one of 2 ways. There was a couple video, you know, more like a couple of videos that were not connected to each other, that I just thought would be cool to talk about. So we could do one of those shows, or I was thinking about trying to do a like a guns 101 for somebody like myself who doesn't know shit about guns, and I know that some of you know a decent amount about guns. We could have a nice little you know, kind of just guns 101 for people like myself, which obviously I couldn't do without you guys. But, you know, watch some videos, we'll read some articles, we'll look at some stats, and you know, just learn a little bit more about guns. Either way, I guarantee you it will be entertaining. And of course, we will be chatting and having a good time all the way through, no matter what it is. So thank you again, guys. I really appreciate it. Don't forget, I do have those support links in the description. I would love if you could help out the channel. But even if you don't want to do that, and you just want to sit at home and think about how great I am and how awesome this channel is, you can do that too. Until then, I am out of here. Peace.